Next ball, beats Dent, catches the edge, and that is Podmore's first wicket in his spell back with Glamorgan. The struggling Chris Dent touches one through the keeper. He's gone for 3, and Gloucestershire are 5 for 1.
And bowls, leg stump again.
It's going to go for 4.
And it's gone too. Yes, he's too wide, fine leg there, and it's gone for 4. Harris comes in again and bowls, and again that's a half volley, and again it's a boundary. So this not particularly good bowling by James Harris, and Glamorgan rather surrendering the initiative.
4 in the county championship these days. That's short, and it's been crunched by Bracey through mid-wicket for 4 runs. That probably the most authoritative shot of the day so far. It was not a bouncer with a great deal of venom to it.
Into Bracey again. Oh, he's fiddled at that one and he's caught behind, and Glamorgan have the breakthrough. James Bracey doesn't survive until the tea interval. Glamorgan captain David Lloyd strikes.
Van de Gugten bowls. Oh, appeal for LBW. And, yes, he'd given him a long wait from umpire Newell, and I thought that he wasn't going to give it, but Van de Gugten picks up another LBW.
In the sunshine is in to bowl to Marcus Harris, who drives through the covers, and that'll be his half century. An elegant way to reach it for Marcus Harris, stroked away past cover point for 4 runs off 113 balls, I make it.
From that far end, bowls. Oh, that's surely going to be very close, and it is. He let it go, didn't offer a shot on his 3rd LBW victim. Really could have given him out from here.
He's moving in now and bowling, and there's another LBW shout. This time they felt they had their man, and they do. It is a 6th wicket for Glamorgan, a 4th for Van der Gugten, 4 for 19, and it's another LBW. It looked straight.
Harris to Harris. He's bowled him! James Harris's first wicket of the match. Marcus Harris, Gloucestershire's mainstay, is gone. It is 108 for 7.
In comes Van der Gugten and bowls. And he's got it. Caught at the wicket. And very sportingly, so does Zafar Walker. He was caught low down. A splendid catch by Chris Cook. And there's the Pfeiffer, the Michel Pfeiffer, as they say, and well bowled to Timm Van der Gugten. It's 154 for 8.
That he could play that role with a match-winning innings at the Oval. De Lange has hit this one in the air and straight to the waiting hands of Harry Podmore. He could not have picked him out any better. He didn't have to move. He barely had to move his hands either.
In comes Douthwaite, bowls to him, and he's got a 3rd slip, and that is the end of the innings. Here is the last ball of the day. Marchant De Lange to Timm Van der Gugten, bowls to him, and Van der Gugten tries to work it on the leg side, doesn't get a touch. Is that a no ball? No.
4 byes.
It's 4 byes, yeah. You see the waving. So Glamorgan off the mark. They're 4 without loss very quickly.
The 7th of April with spin.
Yes,
Zafar Gohar is going to bowl the first over.
Which is probably more relevant, and it's extraordinary, isn't it? Would you like to describe it, since
well, okay,
you're more accustomed to Zafar's wiles than I am?
Well, it just completely took me aback. The scoreboard operator appeared to be in the knowledge of something that nobody else was, and they thought that it was going to be Ajit Singh Dale to open the bowling, but it will be Zafar go high. I mentioned, I think yesterday, he does like bowling with a new ball, but I didn't expect to see it here. He's in now and bowling the first ball of the day to Eddie Byram. Byram works to leg, short leg in place, and Miles Hammond it is under that helmet there, manages to knock the ball down. But well, we'll see what happens. Will there be any turn? Zafar bowls now to Byram, and that turns a long way, and it turns too far. And it's going to go down towards the boundary for some byes. De Lange manages to slide. Sliding whilst I was saying the words. And keep the ball in. So there will be 2 byes, 6 without loss. And, well, if signs there are anything to go by, then Zafar will get the ball to turn. Marchand de Lange got the 1 over last night with the night watchman Van der Gugten on strike. I guess they were thinking go with as much pace as they could muster to the night watchman, but Van der Gugten negotiated that over without any alarms at all, and I was expecting to see probably Tom Price and Ajit Singh Dale to open the bowling this morning. Those had been the pair that had generally taken the new ball at the end of last year. Dale had been given that role in the Somerset game, and then for the most part did that in the 2 matches following. But Zafar did open the bowling against Warwickshire on a completely different pitch, and well, Gloucestershire are feeling as though Zafar is their man, so they're going to throw him the ball. Leg slip, slip and short leg. So 3 close catches as Zafar bowls over the wicket to the left-handed Byram. Byram's forward, playing with bat and pad quite close together, but making sure he gets that pad outside the line of off stump. So it can't be given out. LBW playing a shot and defends it.
15th of September 2021, 6 for 43. Zafar go here.
Zafar in, bowls, forward goes Byram. There's a bit of turn there, but it's well smothered by Byram on that front foot. Yes, he took that haul of wickets here and then claimed 11 wickets in the match at Durham following that. Down the pitch comes Byram and clips this one wide of mid-wicket. There's a fielder out on the leg side boundary, and Tom Price does the fielding, and we have our first run off the bat this morning. Glamorgan 7 without loss. But Zafar finished last season in sort of similar fashion, actually, to that 2021 season. He took 5 wicket hauls in his last 5 championship matches last year, including dual fifers against Northamptonshire at Cheltenham, and then a fifer against Warwickshire and a fifer against Yorkshire, both in the first innings actually. 4 of his 5 fifers came in the first innings last year. Zafar bowls to Van der Gugten, draws him into the shot and beats him on the outside edge. Well, there was certainly enough in that over to see why Gloucestershire have decided to give Zafar the new ball. Unconventional perhaps, but that one has turned appreciably, and the ball that went past James Bracey for a couple of byes turned even more. So 7 without loss, Glamorgan in reply to Gloucestershire's rather paltry 165. Marcus Harris made a 59. Spoke to him last night and, well, asked him the inevitable question about pre-season, and, you know, it's one of those things where you can tell that that is the reason, but it's no excuse, of course, because they can't provide excuses. But really, it's pretty plain to see that Marcus Harris has at least had some cricket recently, although he made the point that we did, that he'd been playing at the Wacker, and conditions at the Wacker could hardly be any more different to here, but at least he's had some cricket. At least it's 22
recently. Yards of grass and
exactly.
A red leather thing being chucked at you from the other end.
And James Bracey had some runs, at least, in the pre-season, but the middle order had not been out at all, and I'm afraid it showed. Tom Price, then, to bowl from the River End.
So Price will be bowling with 3 slips and a gully, or 3 slips and a 5th slip. And he bustles to bowl to left-handed Byram, who is... is he beaten or isn't he? I can never tell with that Byram, because he's got a fairly unobtrusive leave, unlike the swashbuckling leave from Larnes Labuschagne, which will be unveiled in a couple of weeks' time, where the bat goes all over the place.
Yes, it's sort of freestyle leaving, isn't it?
It's better than most of my shots when I'm trying to hit the ball, to be honest, is leave. Glamorgan 7 without loss, as Price is in to bowl to Byram, who does definitely leave that time with bat upraised. Sometimes he just withdraws the bat a couple of inches inside the line of the ball, and you can't really tell from a distance whether he's tried to play it or not.
I always think that's a really sensible thing to do, because then when you do genuinely play and miss, it's always, you know, the fielding side's got to work out, did I actually beat him or not?
Quite. Just the one run off the bat so far, and Byram pushes forward again, and again the ball goes through to keeper Bracey, who's got 6 debited to his name as from byes so far, which is not a good feeling in the third over of the day or the innings.
No, his keeping was actually really improved last year. Towards the end of 2021, particularly in a game at Cheltenham, the keeping seemed to suffer from his experiences with England.
Next ball is defended gently by Byram out on the offside to cover, and there is no run. Looking forward to a championship match at Cheltenham. Again, I was going to say a 4-dayer, but I think the last time Glamorgan played Gloucester in a championship match at Cheltenham, it only lasted 2 days.
Which is quite rare for Cheltenham, really. It's very rare in recent times that a championship match doesn't go the distance.
No, it was very quick. It was pre-COVID, probably 5 years ago. As Price is in to bowl to Byram, bat and pad together, inside edged it onto the pad. I think the ball ran out on the offside, but it was still enough to give the amateur dramatics chorus in the slips something to ooh and ah about.
Yeah, so we've got Jack Taylor at first slip, Ollie Price at second, Chris Dent's got the sweater on at third, and then it's Miles Hammond who's in that sort of 5th slip, really, probably, rather than gully. You're quite close there.
As Price runs towards us, bowls, and Byram does leave that one as it goes through to Bracey behind the stumps. 7 without loss as Price completes a maiden over to open up with just the 1 run off the bat so far in the 1 over last night and 2 this morning. Welcome along wherever you're listening, however you're listening. BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan and Gloucestershire websites.
Well, I assume most people are using their ears, aren't they?
Very good, very good.
Tidy start from Tom Price, as we've come to, I suppose, expect from him, really. Average last year of 20.09, 32 wickets in his 8 matches. But it's interesting actually looking at his right-hand, left-hand splits. He averaged 25 against left-handers, which is hardly a bad number, especially on those surfaces. But against right-handers, 18.2. And I think a lot of that is because of that natural in-swinger that he's got. And so often batters leave themselves open nowadays to that delivery. Van der Gugten facing up to Zafar Gohar, his second over of the morning, and it's outside the off stump, turns further away, so a good leave from Van der Gugten. 2 slips and a short leg for the right-handed Van der Gugten, who goes for a big heave. It goes high up into the air, should be a catch at mid-off, and it is taken by Graham Van Buren, the Gloucestershire captain. Punches the air towards maybe some Gloucestershire supporters over there. Van der Gugten could not resist the temptation to go after the spinner, and Zafar Gohar has his first wicket of the season. Gloucestershire have the night watchman early, which was probably task number 1. Make sure that the night watchman does not pull any Jack Leach style heroics, as in that Test match against Ireland a few years ago when Jack Leach made, was it 92, something like that. They've got rid of Van der Gugten without scoring, and Glamorgan are 7 for 1.
Yes, Tim van der Gugten doing the immediate part of his job, which was to survive Marchant de Lange last night, but fractionally away from the pitch of the ball. Got a reasonable blow at it, but Van Buren anticipated well, went backpedaling and to his left, and the skipper made it into quite a comfortable catch. So Gloucestershire celebrating, the night watchman goes, and that'll mean that Glamorgan presumably have skipper David Lloyd coming down the steps, and will revert to their conventional opening partnership. I think that was probably worth trying from Van der Gugten's point of view, to hit the spinner out of the attack. It just didn't work.
Well, I think so too. It's always the thing with night watchmen, isn't it? If they survive in the evening, then what do they do in the morning? I mean, if they do go for their shots and it comes off, then I think that's kind of the most effective thing to do. I kind of like to use somebody who's... I mean, I don't, because I don't have any say, but you know what I mean. I like to see somebody who could potentially attack in the morning, and like you say, it potentially sets the tone for what's to come, and in this instance especially, Zaffer opening the bowling, and he's expected to get through quite a lot of work with the attack being as it is. There's Tom Price, Marchant de Lange and Ajit Singh Dale, who are the three seamers, and then Gloucestershire have spin after that. So if they hit Gloucestershire's premier spinner out of the attack, then Van Buren's got to probably turn his arm over himself or something like that. So yeah, I don't mind it, but fortunately from Gloucestershire's point of view, it didn't work, and so it's Bumble. No. David Lloyd.
They really don't call him that.
I'm sure they don't, but I just have. So he's on strike, right-hander, facing Zaffer, who bowls, and Lloyd prods forward, runs it off a thick outside edge down towards short third man, and it's fielded there for no run. I think it was almost a case of maybe a little bit of drift, if anything, got Van der Gugten, or at least just missed the middle of his bat slightly. Zaffer twirls in and bowls, and there's turn there, but starts too far outside off stump to interest David Lloyd, and having a flash at that this time. So the slip order changes a little to the spinner. Ollie Price is at first and Jack Taylor is at second. Zaffer bowls, Lloyd goes for the sweep shot, misses it. There's a strangled shout for maybe caught behind. I can't imagine it was LBW because it was leg side-ish, but maybe one of those ones where it brushed the pad and then went through to James Bracey. But either way, Lloyd was looking to attack again, and Zaffer, I'm sure, will be rather happy to see that. Last ball of the over, he's in and bowls. Forward goes Lloyd and plays a textbook forward defence to end the over. Zaffer picks up. It's a wicket maiden for Gloucestershire's Pakistani overseas player. And Glamorgan 7 for 1 after 4 overs, trailed by 158.
Yeah, David Lloyd is naturally a player who will try to attack. He was promoted to the opening role in the Championship, having done it in white ball competitions, and with a view to Glamorgan getting on with things rather more rapidly than they had done previously. He's batted all over the batting order for Glamorgan in his time. I think I've seen him everywhere from 1 to 10, to be honest. David Lloyd, who occasionally in his early days played as more of a specialist seamer. It is Tom Price who is in to bowl to Byram and past the outside edge and through to Bracey. Lloyd last season finished up with an average of 39 and 899 runs, but was quite scratchy for much of the season, and redeemed his figures with an unbeaten treble century against Derbyshire in September.
They're quite handy for the figures, those, aren't they?
But of course it wasn't the highest score of the season even. As in comes Price, bowls to Byram, plays inside the line through to Bracey, and it was the highest score ever registered by a Welsh player in first class cricket. North East having recorded his 410 not out earlier in the season at Leicestershire, which graces those two instances grace the front page of the Glamorgan yearbook, which the club has been kind enough to give me a copy of, so that is now available. As Price bowls and Byram leaves through to Bracey. Picture of David Lloyd celebrating his treble century, and Sam Northeast with the Grace Road scoreboard after his quadruple century.
Yeah, well, that'd be a good shot. I like the fact that they've got a manual scoreboard there still. I think it's only there and Canterbury now that have the manual scoreboard, but I've always liked manual scoreboards. I think there's just something proper about it, you know.
As in comes Price and bowls, and I think that one beat Byram just past the outside edge. He's flirting a bit, Byram, with the outside edge. Bracey and the slips ready to snap up at any chance. Yes, they have got one video scoreboard, of course, but or electronic scoreboard, but they have got the manual one that is still in operation at Grace Road. Keeps the forearms busy, doesn't it? All those strings to be pulled, clunkety clunk. 7 for 1, Glamorgan. Price to Byram, who plays that one off an angled bat down to the 5th slip position. It's fielded by Hammond, one of 2 88s in this game, along with Dan Douthwaite in terms of their numbering.
It was a no ball as well from
well
Tom
spotted.
Price. He does bowl a few of them. I think he has yet to lose, at least from memory, yet to lose a wicket from doing so, but if you keep doing it, eventually it's going to happen.
True enough. As Price bustling in, bowls, Byram drives, and that's a beautiful piece of fielding at cover to prevent any runs.
Van Buren in the action again. One thing that he certainly will do is set the example in the field, energy-wise and with his athleticism. Yes, I was thinking of wickets with no balls. I mean, it does happen to the best of them. I think Glenn McGrath in the 05 Ashes took a wicket of Michael Vaughan, ripped his off stump out on a no ball.
Round the wicket comes Price, and Van Buren and Byram rather prods at that one. There are so many deliveries. There are about 2 or 3 every over where I generally can't tell whether he's played the ball or not. 9 for 1.
Yes, and Tom Price isn't making it easier by bowling on that sort of 4th, 5th stump corridor where Byram wants to cover that off stump, and you know he has been beaten a couple of times, but he hasn't gone after it too much, and as long as he keeps doing that, then it's cat and mouse. Does Tom Price feel he's got to bowl a bit straighter? But that may be exactly what Byram wants him to do. So it's Lloyd to face up to the left arm spin of Zafar Gohar. Flighted delivery. Lloyd props forward and defends out into the covers for no run. 47 wickets in total for Zafar last year. He missed he missed 3 matches as Zafar bowls. That's driven firmly by Lloyd up towards mid-off, who's set relatively deep. It's Van Buren in the action again, and Lloyd gets off the mark with a single. Glamorgan 10 for 1. And the reason I said he missed the 1 match was because, of course, he ended up playing the start of last year because Naseem Shah, who was Gloucestershire's overseas signing for the first half, went down after having delivered just 11 overs for the county. Zafar over the wicket to Byram, who's clipping this one through square leg. The man on the 45 will have to field. It's De Lange with the sunglasses on, and another single taken, 11 for 1. But what I meant, I suppose, was that after his sort of full-time stretch in the side, he only missed the 1 championship game. That was the game at Taunton. Zafar bowls to Lloyd. Watchful leave through to the gloves of James Bracey. But yeah, he was pressed into action early last season when Gloucestershire had not particularly banked on it. Zaffer bowls to Lloyd, strikes him on the pad, but not entirely convincing shout from most of the Gloucestershire fielders. But Zaffer is always good for an appeal. And in fact, sometimes he can be so enthusiastic that he falls over. That happened at Old Trafford last year. It's quite a sight. Falling over backwards in his enthusiasm as Lloyd drives firmly through extra cover, and it's running out towards the boundary. The outfield is a little quicker than it was yesterday. It's still not that fast, but the ball makes it to the rope. It was hit firmly by David Lloyd and into the gap at extra cover. Van Buren couldn't get there. 15 for 1. Glamorgan after the 6th over. First boundary there for David Lloyd.
The Glammy podcast boys on Twitter ask, what do you think is a realistic total for Glamorgan on this pitch? Well, I think they'd be reasonably happy with 200, 220, maybe a 50-run lead. I think they'd be satisfied with a 100-run lead. They'd be delighted with anything in arrears. Not so much. As Price will start his 3rd over to bowl to Byram, who is defending that one out on the offside, to Van Buren at cover, and there is no run. De Lange still stretching gently at mid-on. De Lange was one of the most enormous watches I've ever seen, and you never see him without a large watch.
Oh, I have to look out for that.
And comes Price, bowls, and Byram withdraws his bat very late, I think possibly too late on that occasion, through to Bracey.
I like how he gives a little nod after that happens as well. It's almost actually as if he does tip the wink to the bowler that, okay, yeah, maybe I did play it that one.
Give you that.
Yes.
Needs to develop a bit more of a poker face, doesn't he? 15 for 1 Glamorgan, 150 runs in arrears on a glorious morning in Cardiff. Still not high temperatures as Price is in, and Byram drives just wide of cover, but Van Buren is quickly to his right to prevent any runs. Still a modest crowd, unfortunately. Hopefully there'll be a few more during the course of the day, since I think we're on a bank holiday. Does Good Friday count as a bank holiday? I'm never sure. Most people have it off work
sure.
Anyway, don't they?
It's been cricket of late, so
yes.
haven't.
We don't get holidays, or not the same as many other jobs. Price bowls, and Byram again sees the ball go past the outside edge of the bat. 15 for 1, Byram 2, Lloyd 5.
I hope you can still hear me, Nick, because I can't hear me, which is actually probably quite a good thing, but anyway. Oh, there we go. That's done it.
Fiddling with a few knobs. The machine's got a bit of early seasonitis as well. Dusting the rust off the... got it off the shelf in the BBC technical stores. 15 for 1. Price back over the wicket, having tried around for a few deliveries, and beats Byram again. Well, I'm afraid Eddie Byram is enjoying a charmed life at the moment.
Yes, I think that was easily the most convincing of the beatings of the bat, because that one, he was more looking to drive than defend. So the change of angle almost bringing about the breakthrough for Tom Price, who, well, he gets that in-swing to the right-hander, but as you saw there, he can also do it to the left-hander.
Price bowls, Byram chops that one down to point, and there's no run. There is play in 8 of the 9 matches in the county championship, and there will fairly shortly be play in the 9th at Taunton, where Somerset and Warwickshire are due to start at 12 p.m. after the heavy rain earlier this week washed out day 1. Scores in Division 2. Derbyshire are 321 for 9 against Worcestershire. Wayne Madson's 87 is the top score there. Sussex against Durham. Durham 366 for 9. Top score there, 87 from Michael Jones. 4 wickets for Nathan McAndrew from Sussex, not a player I've seen in action. Yorkshire still blasting along against Leicestershire, the well, perennial strugglers, I'm afraid. Yorkshire 317 for 3. David Milan has got a century. Finlay Bean did earlier in that match. And Marchant de Lange, as you may have heard, has replaced Safagoa rather early, really.
Yes, I thought he might at least get one more over, but it is de Lange bowling short to David Lloyd. It's pulled through mid-wicket, not timed to perfection, so it should be pulled in. There's a slide there. There's a bit of hesitation about coming back for the third, and Eddie Byram has run a rather circuitous third run there, but manages to make his ground, and it's 3 runs for Lloyd, who moves on to 8. Glamorgan 18 for 1. I don't think that Marchant de Lange will be wanting to bowl many deliveries on that length. There was very few short balls bowled by Glamorgan, and I think they rather recognised that there wasn't much need for it, and particularly with this still new ball, I can't imagine that de Lange will be wanting to live in that part of the pitch. Loosener first up. De Lange over the wicket to Byram. Byram's on the back foot, gets right in behind that, defends that one out into the covers. Gets quite sort of front on Eddie Byram when he defends that one, which he hadn't really been doing when he faced up to Tom Price. But yeah, well, actually, Nathan McAndrew had a stint with Warwickshire at the start of last season. It wasn't an amazingly successful stint. As de Lange bowls to Byram, and that one fizzes past his edge, but I don't think he was playing at it. It was one of those, I think, playing well inside the line of it, but the ball did move appreciably off the seam, I think, rather than through the air.
That one went a bit, didn't it?
Yeah, and it was quick movement as well, which is de Lange will want to see. I mean, it really did just seem to zip off the pitch, but did too much. De Lange bowls with that characteristic slingy action, and Byram defends out into the covers, and there is no run. Well, I say it's not really slingy, but it's just sort of, well, what it is I know that he was a javelin thrower when he was growing up, and he's not alone in that. There are a few out there. I know that the Sri Lankan all-rounder Chamika Karunaratne was a national junior champion for Sri Lanka in javelin. There are a couple on the women's side as well. As in comes de Lange and bowls. Byram gets a straight delivery, defends with an angled bat just up the onside of the pitch, and de Lange will do the fielding.
Yes, these two, of course, will have coincided at Somerset for a year or two, so de Lange and Byram probably used to facing each other in the nets. Indeed.
Yes, and de Lange was stuck, really, behind Peter Siddle last year at Somerset. He only played 3 championship matches and 5 T20s. De Lange bowls. Sharp delivery, which Byram knocks off the back foot out into the covers for no run, so a decent comeback after the half-tracker to start with from de Lange. 3 runs off the over, 18 for 1 Glamorgan after 8 overs. But yes, it wasn't really a summer filled with cricket for de Lange. He didn't do a bad job for Somerset when he did play, but Peter Siddle was seen as the more sort of reliable option. And there was a great quote from Nick Friend of The Cricketer talking about de Lange playing in the second 11. He described him as like a monster truck bouncing down a country lane playing in the second 11.
Yes, it might have terrified a few youngsters. 18 for 1 Glamorgan. Price to Lloyd, hit on the pad, that looks close, not out. The ball runs down to third man. They don't take a single, which was patently there.
Is rather telling, I think, the fact that they didn't take that single. When the batsman stays there staring at the umpire, I think they tend to know they might be in a bit of difficulty.
Yes, he did look to play across the line there, David Lloyd, as we see a replay on the video screen. Maybe just doing a little bit too much, going down
the
leg
side, potentially.
Lloyd slightly fortunate to get away with that one, because he did play round it. Price bowls again to Lloyd, who drives into the offside. Will get at least one, and that'll be all, as there's a scrambling stop. Well, the man dashing back from point.
Zafar Gohar.
He's
another enthusiastic fielder. He's very much the three-dimensional cricketer, I think would be one of the ways that we used to describe it.
Well, it's nice to see overseas players enthusiastic and leading the way in the field. De Lange, of course, is now no longer counted as an overseas player, as Price is in to bowl to Byram. Short ball helped around the corner, down to fine leg for his single. 19. 20 for one. De Lange had some problems with his classification when he was with Glamorgan, because he was playing as a domestic player, and then some regulations changed and he wasn't allowed to be classed as domestic anymore, so went to Somerset as an overseas. Now he's back, I believe, as a domestic. As Price, longish run, medium fast, bowls to Lloyd again, hit on the pad, this time less of an appeal, as the ball bounces out to Hammond at gully, and there is no run. Well, David Lloyd is certainly looking to get on with it. Price straying slightly towards leg stump, so not really a difficult decision, that one, for Newell, the umpire.
He was certainly kept busy yesterday.
Yes. 4
consecutive LBW.
Yeah, I'll be getting a Christmas card from the Flying Dutchman.
But they were all out, I think.
As Lloyd is forward defending to cover. At least 3 of them were out. Price, I think, was undone by not offering a shot.
Well,
if he had played a shot, then the umpire might just have been inclined to give him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt.
It is almost automatic, though, really, isn't it? He's struck padding up to a ball that's anywhere near the stumps. It just
I mean, it's not in the laws, but in human
practice,
consciousness. Yes. Price is in to bowl, and Lloyd again pushing forward, hit on the thigh this time, as it runs down to Hammond at gully. Glamorgan are 20 for 1. Lloyd is 9. Byram is 3. You're listening to BBC Sport Online, quite possibly via the Glamorgan or Gloucestershire websites, as well as the BBC website. And Ed Seaborn of BBC Radio Bristol will be replaced by our long-standing colleague Edward Bevan. Lloyd 9, Byram 3, as Marchant de Lange sets off from this Cathedral Road end, and the first ball is defended by Byram back down the pitch. Good morning, Edward.
Good morning, Nick. An absolutely glorious morning. Probably the warmest morning of the year so far. Very, very still. Such a difference in 2 days.
Yes, it's a degree or 2 warmer, possibly. De Lange is in to bowl to Byram, who defends down to gully, and there's no run. Just looking round, there's 1 or 2 people in T-shirts, but mostly with jerseys and or coats still on at this Cathedral Road end.
Just saying now to Ed as we passed, and what odds would you have had on a little 5p bet this morning on Zafar opening the bowling? Pretty good odds, I would have thought.
Yes, De Lange's coming round the wicket now to the left-handed Byram. 3 slips and a gully, or 3 slips and a 5th slip, as you will. There's a gap in there anyway. De Lange bowls and Byram pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run. I was surprised he was taken off after 3 overs and a wicket, though.
Yeah, so was I. Spin bowlers enjoy bowling with a new ball because they get a little bit of bounce. And of course, Timm van der Houten yesterday, I would estimate that he bowled 80% of his overs from around the wicket. And that was the area, of course, that Safa was aiming for this morning. But as you say, you know, he's taken it, albeit it was a night watchman wicket, he bowled pretty well, I thought, and off he came.
De Lange in bowls, and Byram plays a rather vague shot outside off stump and is missing that one as it goes through to Bracey, looking to force a ball that was rather too close and too bouncy on him. Well, it's nice to see Marchant de Lange back in action at Sophia Gardens, one of the most polite men in cricket, as long as you're not facing him 22 yards away.
Absolutely.
Lovely chap to talk to.
Called us all sir.
He did, yes. De Lange back over the wicket, balls, and Byram is trying to force that one again, and again he misses through to keeper.
Yeah, it's 2 poor shots really from Byram. Perhaps he's getting a little bogged down. He's been there since the start and just made 3 runs. Getting a little bit impatient. There's no need for him to be impatient because it's 3 more days virtually.
Yeah, you'd have thought that the moisture will disappear largely from the pitch during the first half of today.
Would have thought so with the sun.
De Lange charging in bowls. Byram does get bat on that, and he's timed that one nicely actually, past point, and it might just reach the boundary. It does reach the boundary in front of the empty grandstand away to our right. 4 runs from Ed Byram to get his tally moving up to 7 and Glamorgan up to 24 for 1 after 10 overs in reply to 165 all out.
Speaking to the, I don't know what they call them these days, the pitch officer or the...
Oh yes,
they
changed the title.
Names, yes.
Cricket liaison officer.
Liaison officer this morning, and he was saying that he thought it was a pretty good pitch. And thought that Van der Gugten bowled exceptionally well by keeping the ball up to the bat and getting some movement with this residual moisture that was there. As has done Tom Price this morning as he starts a new over. And that's bowled him off stump, pushing forward down the wrong line, and David Lloyd is bowled by a very good delivery by Tom Price, and he departs. It's 24 for 2, and Lloyd has gone bowled by Price for 9, and he bowls wicket to wicket. That off stump went back, and it's very impressive bowling. He's beaten Byron a number of times, and he gave Lloyd some trouble in the last over. So Gloucestershire fighting back, 24 for 2. This in reply to the visitors' first innings total of 165. 24 for 2 then, and Byron is on 7, and I suspect the new batsman will be Sam Northeast.
David Lloyd was bowled.
Or Colin Ingram.
Or Colin Ingram, of course, yes. Of course, everybody's dropping down one now because of the night watchman.
Northeast's normally...
follows Ingram, doesn't he?
Ingram's
yes, you're right.
3. It's just missed a straight one there, really. David Lloyd might have nipped back in slightly, pitched...
No, he played
possibly a ball outside off stump and just beaten by it.
Yeah. I haven't seen, because of course the Gloucestershire have been in the...
Oh, that's interesting. It's Northeast ahead of Ingram. Strange. Usually the other way around. Glamorgan, of course, having rather more pre-season warm-ups than Gloucestershire. Not that they all went particularly well. There was the defeat against the Cardiff Students with some first innings batting struggles, and Glamorgan collapsed in the second innings of their friendly at Taunton, having won all their matches against the Zimbabwe select Northerns and Southerns out in Harare, but
Would you know if that's the first time that the students have beaten Glamorgan? I must ask the good doctor.
I can't remember it happening before.
I can't either.
You think back to the Glamorgan defeat by the Wales national county side in the One Day Cup a couple of years ago, as
they went on to win.
They went on to win it. So who knows? Will that be the same? But Glamorgan in early trouble here at 24 for 2. The trouble was with that Cardiff students game, it's no longer first class, and they played 13 aside, so it won't go down in anyone's record books.
Here is North East to face his first ball, as in comes Lloyd and bowls them. An appeal for LBW. He walked across his stumps just a little, tried to whip it away to mid-wicket, but missed. Big appeal, but that was outside the line. And now we've got 3 slips and a gully. So a very attacking field here. A very impressive spell of bowling from the young man, bowling from the sea end.
I wonder whether Glamorgan are just hoping to keep a left-right combination, reason they might have sent North East ahead of Ingram.
Possibly. In comes the next ball, and this time it's down the leg side. Very good take there by Bracey, diving away to his left. And it was, in fact, a no ball. I wonder what Nick was doing at me then. Waving in front of my eyes.
Well, it's just the umpire tends to turn sideways from us, so from your point you can probably not see his arm extended. I've got a slightly different angle.
I did say from the sea end, of course I meant the river end. See, rather fair distance from here. Here's Lloyd, comes racing in and bowls to North East. North East is forced on the back foot and prods it away.
If you can have a sea end at Penturk on one memorable occasion in '93.
That was terrific, yeah.
The Glamorgan PA announcer Byron Denning.
Dear old Byron, yes.
Looking to make up terms for the ends where they hadn't been before.
Yeah, that was the only game Glamorgan lost that year. They went on to win the Sunday League Championship, of course, in '93. In comes Price, bowls, and that's driven straight to the man at mid-off. It's the captain, Van Buren. And there's no run. 26 for 2 then, Glamorgan having lost the night watchman Van de Gugten this morning, trying to hit Zaffa over the top. Good, well-judged catch by the captain there, Van Buren. So he went for naught. Now in this over we saw the end of David Lloyd, who was bowled by a very good delivery. Lloyd just playing a little bit inside the ball and had his off stump knocked back. 2 balls remaining of this over. This Price just steadies himself, comes in past the umpire now and bowls to North East. North East plays a lovely looking shot. I don't know if he timed it as well as I thought he had, but it went wide of mid-on, so he is off the mark, gets a single, which brings Byron down to this end. Byron been there for some time now, since the innings started. This is the 11th over. He's on 7th. This is very much like the start Gloucestershire made, of course. Consolidating, or trying to consolidate at the top of the order against some very high-class bowling we've seen, especially from Van de Gugten for Glamorgan, and now from Tom Price for Gloucestershire. He decided to go again round the wicket and comes into the left-handed Byron. Bowls to him now, and Byron gets right behind that, plays it back down the pitch. Just a single off it and a wicket, and Glamorgan then, in reply to that disappointing Gloucestershire total of 165, are 27 for 2. And at the crease, Sam North East and Ed Byram.
Yeah, so some pretty tight bowling from Price in particular. All the bowlers have conceded 7 runs each so far, and there have also been 6 byes. 3 bowlers we've seen. De Lange last night and this morning. Zaffa a 3-over spell, and Tom Price. It'll be De Lange then to go into his 4th over from this Cathedral Road end in bright sunshine here at Sophia Gardens. The 5th slip has now been removed and gone to shortish mid-wicket. There are still 3 in there. as De Lange is waving into the distance, looking to move someone a fraction. Oh, there's someone moving in front of the side screen. Come on.
Yeah, just
Come on,
walk
James.
right in front.
Come on. You should know that. Expect better from championship crowds. De Lange to northeast, deflects it on the leg side. No run.
The best player I've seen, Nick, you probably were here playing against De Lange, was Marcus Trescothick, a wonderful Somerset and England opener. It was in a 2020 game, and Marchant was bowling at this end and persisted in bowling outside the off-stump, high, short deliveries.
In comes De Lange, bowls to northeast, struck on the pads, half an appeal, no more than that.
And he kept, not edging him, just lifting his bat over his shoulder and putting him over the third man boundary for 6.
Yes, there's certainly plenty of pace on the ball when it arrives from De Lange. Temperatures today in Cardiff meant to be around 13 Celsius. We're meant to have sunshine all day. Tomorrow 14, Sunday 15. So hopefully a good Easter weekend as De Lange bowls northeast. Does get a firm bat on that. De Lange with his arm up raised in a follow through, as it is so often characteristic, always optimistic that he's going to get the breakthrough at any moment. Morgan 27 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online.
The optimistic would say to you, really 27 for 1.
Yes, the night watchman Timm van der Gugten was one of the men dismissed. As De Lange is into bowl, a shortish ball down leg side, and that's well stopped by James Bracey because it didn't get up very much at all, and Sam Northeast had to duck low to get underneath it.
You've got to be on your guard when you're keeping wicket, I would have thought, to De Lange. You never quite to know what's coming next.
Run through the First Division scores in a moment as De Lange into northeast, who pushes forward. There's quarter of an appeal from De Lange this time.
Outside the off stump. Yeah.
The ball ends up in the hands of Slip, but nothing given. In Division 1, low-scoring game at Southampton. Hampshire 136 for 5 in reply to Notts' 185 all out. At Canterbury, Northants were dismissed for 117. Kent 2 for 0 in reply. Matthew Quinn took 4 wickets. Grant Stewart 3. Michael Hogan 2. The game between two of the title favourites. Surrey 396 for 8 against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Cameron Steele is 118 not out. De Lange bowls, and that's driven off a thick edge, running down past the slips for 4 runs. So North East slightly fortunate to get his first boundary there. Don't think he was looking to angle it that fine anyway, maybe looking to play through point. So Surrey look as though they're getting a decent score on the board in that match, the title contenders. They will get not even the maximum points though, 397 for 8 with 3 overs left of the 110, so it shows you it is going to be difficult to pick up the maximum 5 batting points this season. Finally at Lords, Essex 196 for 3. Dan Lawrence has just reached his century there.
100 at Lords
for Essex. Yes, Glamorgan having a rare championship date at Lords last year, but didn't make the most of it.
So it will be the impressive Tom Price to continue. Coming in from the river end and bowls the first ball now to Byram, who gets right on top of that and pushes it away onto the offside where the captain fields and hurls the ball back at Bracey. Byram is on 7-5 to North East. It was such a wonderful season last year. That fantastic quadruple century he scored at Grace Road. Well, there's some other name to it now. That'll always be to us, Grace Road. Around the wicket he comes. Bowls again and beats him outside the off stump there. And he must have beaten Byron Price about 6 or 7 times, if not more, this morning. So he is getting movement, where, of course, Van der Gugten got movement yesterday. Just look at that again on the playback. Although he didn't move a lot, he just played
wrong line
inside it. Yeah. Yeah, his Price coming in full of enthusiasm and bowls, and rather hurriedly there. The batsman just pushes away, and again it's fielded. Pressure being kept on these the Glamorgan batsmen.
One test match result, by the way, from earlier today. Bangladesh defeating Ireland by 7 wickets, despite something of an Irish fight back in their second innings. 292 all out. Bangladesh 138 for 3 to win.
This Price comes in, bowls again, and this is pushed away into the offside again. It's Price to Byram to Van Buren 3 times in succession there, keeping a good length, not giving anything away. 31 for 2 in reply to 165. It looks at the moment, of course, that it's going to be a low-scoring game, but if the pitch does dry out, it does look nice and brown and full of runs.
Yeah, I was surprised there was so little live grass on it when I went out for the toss yesterday morning.
In comes Price, bowls, and he beats him yet again. And Byram looks to the skies there. This is a really impressive spell of bowling. 1 ball left for a second successive maiden. The last one, of course, was a wicket maiden. Excellent line he's keeping. Nothing demonstrative from the bowler, just great to see. Just takes the ball, walks back, doesn't say anything. He lets his actions or his bowling tell him, oh well, that he's on top here. 3 slips in the gully. There's a man coming in from short mid-wicket.
Hello. It's even more of a cordon, is it?
This is going to be a... what do we call him? 5 slips.
Yeah, they're pretty... they're all close together. There's no gaps.
We had 7 last night, but 5 now. Last ball of the over. In comes Price. Bowls, and this is played firmly away onto the offside. Another excellent over by Price. End of the over. It's 31 for 2. North East is on 5. Byram has been there at the crease now since the start for 13 overs. He is on 7. Van der Gugten was caught without scoring this morning, trying to strike the off spinner. Zafar, surprisingly, opened the bowling. Left arm spinner, caught it long off by the captain, Van Buren. And then David Lloyd bowled playing down the wrong line by Price for 9, and it will be Marchant Dalange to continue.
Indeed, from the Cathedral Road end, where again some late people arriving and dashing past the sight screen. At least they think they knew that they had to get on with it on that occasion, and the steward did let them through. Dalange now with 3 slips and a gully. Bowls, northeast drives beautifully through the covers. Is that one going to run, actually?
Yes,
it's
all the way.
Just about going to make the ropes. Shot of the morning, possibly. Northeast driving that one. Timed it nicely, but the outfield, I have to emphasise, is still pretty slow after the rain that we had midweek. A lot of Gloucestershire's potential boundaries ended up being 2s and 3s, would normally have been 4s on average conditions. 35 for 2, northeast to 9.
Just a little bit quicker than yesterday then. It was a beautiful shot.
Dalange in again. Bowls, northeast leaves rather bravely, because it did come back a little bit. Probably went through 4th or 5th stump through to Bracey. But with the ball doing a little bit off the pitch, I think you have to be very certain when you're going to leave. 35 for 2. as well as the 3 slips and a gully. Gloucestershire have posted a point. Wide mid-off, the skipper trying to cover the covers. Mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. Next delivery is fast and straight and defended by North East. Back to the bowler.
I think De Lange has learnt the lesson not to bowl too short on this, because if you keep the ball up, you will be rewarded, as we saw with Van de Gugten, and as we are seeing this morning with Tom Price, because just a little bit on the slow side, and it's there to be struck. But De Lange, he's getting into his groove now. His 5th over.
Any charges? Not the longest of runs for his pace. This one turned on the leg side by North East with a wristy flick, but straight to Harris. At mid-wicket comes square leg. He's just forward of the umpire. Marcus Harris, who was bowled by James Harris yesterday for 59, and really didn't look in any difficulty at all during the course of that innings. It's a very composed knock on a testing pitch. As De Lange in bowls, and he's bowled him. North East has gone for 9. Glamorgan in trouble at 35 for 3. And De Lange gets congratulations for his first wicket for his new county. High fives all round. De Lange doing what he's there to do. Beat batsman for pace and striking the stumps of one of Glamorgan's key batters, Sam North East. Bit in off the pitch. North East was playing it, but it's knocked back the top of the off stump. And excellent bowling from the Shire this morning to keep Glamorgan on the back foot, as the batters have been for most of this match. Apart from that stand of 66 for the second wicket between Harris and Bracey for Gloucestershire, and then 40-odd between Zafra and Tom Price. Apart from that, it has been very much the bowler's day and a bit so far, and no one in this Glamorgan innings has reached double figures. Lloyd 9 and North East 9.
Yeah, good delivery there by De Lange, and Glamorgan have lost 2 big wickets there in David Lloyd and North East, 2 of their leading scorers last season. Well, this is, I don't know if
Ingram is indisposed,
injured,
possibly?
Possibly, because we got Kieran Carlson, who's had a lean couple of seasons, coming in next in front of Ingram. Perhaps we might try and find out if there is anything wrong with Ingram. Ingram, of course, deputised him for Marnus Labuschagne, will be playing in the next game, and did very well as a deputy for him last season. Got a lot of runs there, batting at number 3. Anyhow, it is Kieran Carlson coming in, and he won't find it easy against this attack at the moment. 35 for 3, and already Gloucestershire have that first bowling point.
First point of the season, first wicket for De Lange in Gloucestershire colours, having done the rounds of South Wales and the West. 35 for 3. De Lange was 1 ball to Carlson last season, 491 runs at 23. It was impressive the season before, but something of a lean spell saw him left out for the last couple of games of last season, looking to make an early impression this season, because he could be competing with Billy Root for a batting place if Glamorgan decide to set up their side with another bowler. Yeah. De Lange is in to bowl to Carlson. Short ball.
He
Carlson
ran in there, didn't he?
Underneath it, yes. Plenty of fire from De Lange on that occasion. So Glamorgan 35 for 3 in reply to 165 all right out. And Edward Bevan will be joined by Ed Seaborn.
Yes, good bowling here from Gloucestershire, making Glamorgan struggle for every run. There is movement there, certainly on this pitch, still some residual moisture, but there's been tentative push forwards by both Lloyd and North East, as if they're a little suspicious of the pitch. And they've each left a gap and been clean bowled. And earlier Van der Gugten, as befits a night watchman, was having a go and caught it long off. Here is Price to start in the over. Bowls to Byron, who leaves outside the off stump, and Price puts his head to his hands to his head there, as if to say that was very close to leave. We probably will have a look at it. The replay just in front of us here. No, I don't think it was as close as perhaps they were making out. So Price is in his 7th over. Excellent figures. 1 for 7, and he's coming in round the wicket. Bowls to the left-handed Byron, and Byron plays a nice-looking shot through the covers by Sachs, cover and mid-off. It's going up towards the boundary. It won't get there, but they'll take a comfortable 2 runs, which takes Glamorgan up to 37 for 3. And Glamorgan will be glad that they bowled out Gloucestershire for a relatively small score of 165. But Glamorgan, on the other hand, would have hoped, and they might still do it, of course, hoped to have got a lead on first innings, but it's all to play for here. As Byron waits again, in comes Price, bowls to him down the leg side, taken by Bracey, and a no ball bowled, second no ball of the morning. And that takes the score up to 39. Striving so a little bit more pace there, and a no ball. Morning, Ed.
Good morning. Yeah, I think that's actually the second time that Price has no-balled and it's gone down the leg side. It's his 3rd no-ball in total, but I think exactly as he says, he just looked as if he strives for something extra, and that's where it goes a little bit wrong.
Here he is again, comes in and bowls, and this is nearly caught. I didn't think it carried. It landed just short of 3rd slip. And I think it's his brother, is it? Was that 3rd slip?
It's Chris Dent at 3rd. Oh. His brother's at 2nd.
Right.
But isn't that typical? He's passed the outside edge of Eddie Byram so many times, finally catch it, and then it doesn't carry.
Yeah. Why I thought it was, because he batted in the other Price, or was it? Yeah, one of them batted without a number, and I thought, anyhow, in he comes again. Price bowls, and Byron plays that hurriedly out towards short mid-wicket, and the score remains on 39 for 3 here at sunny Sapphire Gardens.
Well, you can tell it's sunny as well, because Chris Dent, as far as I can see, is the only Gloucestershire fielder to have that cable knit sweater on, which doesn't have the number. They have the option of that and the sort of new style synthetic ones, which do have the numbers on the back and the name, but Dent seems to be the only one at the moment who's
for the old-fashioned cable.
Well, I am as well. It's just for player identification, but that's just me being selfish.
Had my little go yesterday about not playing in whites around the country, but again, it looks so smart on the old cable stitch. Over the wicket comes Price now, and bowls down the leg sides, clipped away down towards the fine leg boundary. It'll be just a single. The ball is gathered and returned. Glamorgan have, fair to say, have laboured to 40 for 3 on this second day of the new 2003 championship season. Getting in front of myself there.
Yeah, well, Tom Price, I would imagine this is his last ball for a little while. 7 over.
You taking him off, are you?
Well, I think 7 overs.
Yes.
A young bowler, start of the season.
Here he is, in bowls to Carlson, who gets in all sorts of bother there, and eventually gets a pad on it, but he was undone with a Yorker length delivery. That is the end of the over, 40 for 3. And we've seen an excellent spell. Perhaps we will see him carry on. You know, just ask the skipper. One more, please, Skip.
He's done that a few times, Tom Price, attacking the leg stump of, well, this time Carlson, but he did that with Lloyd a couple of times, and there's been about 3 or 4 shouts for LBW where it's going down the leg side, and then goodness knows how many times he's beaten Eddie Byram. But the wicket that he got of David Lloyd was really your archetypal Tom Price dismissal. We saw it so many times last year. I think he got Dom Sibley twice at the end of last season in that fashion, and he finished off last year superbly, and particularly that 8 for 27 against Warwickshire at Bristol.
Not bad figures, are they?
No, no, fair to say. De Lange to continue, bowling to Byram, full and straight Byram. He doesn't get a huge stride forward, but enough of one, and defends up to Van Buren at mid-off. Yes, they were the best figures by a Gloucestershire bowler this millennium, to go back to Javagal Srinath against Glamorgan at Abergavenny.
Oh, many years ago then. We haven't played there for some years.
Irritating, my memory's failing me whether it was 93 or 95. Round the wicket comes De Lange, bowling to Byram. That's a lovely off drive. There's no conventional mid-off. It's not quite going to go to the boundary again, so another indication you're not actually going to get full value for your shots here, because many other days that's going for 4. And between Dale, who slid and pulled it in, and Van Buren, they manage to limit it to just a couple of runs in the end. 42 for 3. The shot certainly deserved 4, in my opinion.
Should have been 3 really, because he hadn't picked it up when they were looking to turn, and Carson very, very quick between the wickets, but they decided on 2. 42 for 3. And Dale has, in fact, I've been watching him kicking his legs up in the air like the old Tiller girls used to do many years ago, as if he's practicing for a dance routine, which tells us possibly that, as you thought, Ed, he might take over at the far end from the excellent Tom Price.
Yeah, I mean, it's no reflection at all on how Tom Price has bowled, but
no,
I just
it's
think
the same that happened to
you can't
Gugten
stretch somebody
yesterday.
out that much at the start of the season, I would suggest.
How old is Price?
He is 23.
That's a
Yeah.
good guess, yeah.
Yep. And his brother is 21, will turn 22 mid-season. Both of them signing extensions in the winter, be at the club until at least the end of the 25 season, as De Lange bowls short, pulled away by Byram through square leg, and that will be 4 runs. There's nobody anywhere near that, and Byram gets, I think that's his, no, it's his second boundary, up to 16, 46 for 3, and again the short ball doesn't really bring much reward.
Not quick enough, is it, the pitch? Yeah, I hope that some county don't come snooping and looking at the Price boys, and you know what's happened. I think of Liam Norwell, I think of Craig Miles and people like that.
Well, I'll break off because De Lange's now switched over the wicket to bowl to Byram, angles that one across him, and Byram has nothing to do with it, allows it to go through to James Bracey. I know that Warwickshire were sort of, well, I mean, if a bowler takes 8 for 27 against you, you tend to, I think, probably take some sort of notice of them. But I know that Lancashire were particularly impressed with Tom Price as well. I think Keaton Jennings might even have been quoted in some publication as saying that he thought Tom Price was potentially one of the finer young bowlers in the country. And I think Graham Onions, their bowling coach up there, had said similar, so he's certainly being kept an eye on. De Lange bowls to Byram, punched off the back foot out into the covers, and it's picked up by Zafar Gohar there, and there's no run.
The Gloucestershire course, and they came down to have a look at him, and I just say, go away.
Yes, well, I think I wrote a piece for the Gloucestershire Exiles magazine at the end of last year where I just simply said hands off.
Perhaps wouldn't. They might not be our words, they might be different words uttered to them. That's the way you'd feel.
De Lange round the wicket to Byram, no stroke, good leave, didn't have to play at it, and it's taken by Bracey. So De Lange has bowled 5 overs in this spell. His overall figures, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21. Van Buren had moved himself into a very straight mid-off for those last few deliveries. And Byram had only really played 1 shot through there, but he does like to tinker about a bit, does Graham Van Buren, and he's been attacking this morning with plenty of slips in place. Unfortunately, from his point of view, they haven't had anything to catch, only to parry.
You see, just briefly going back to that position, biggest surprise I heard at the end of last season was that Chris Rushworth was going down to play for Warwickshire.
I gather that's...
30 years plus, and absolutely through and through Durham, isn't
yes,
it? Yes,
I think there were personal circumstances involved, is what I understand with that move.
Because his dad and his dad's dog used to come up to the press box up there, and the dog used to have his water when we were having our lunch, and it was all so, and then all of a sudden Rushworth, you can tell me more in the interval.
Yes, I think I'd better save it to the interval.
Yeah. Right, we've got the change of bowling. Dale is coming on for his first ball, and short and cut away backward point by Carlson, and there is no run. Tell us something about Andrew Dale.
Well, again, like Tom Price, Ajit Singh Dale was part of the sort of business in the off-season, managing to secure his services as well until the end of 2025. But he joined Gloucestershire. It was towards the back end of the 2021 season, but didn't actually play in that year.
Here he is in, bowls down the leg side, tries to flick it as Carlson, but doesn't make contact.
They joined from Hampshire, so
okay.
I don't know whether there was sort of some sort of a connection with the fact that Dale Benkenstein, I think, had presumably been appointed at that point. I'm not sure whether it was necessarily made public by that point, but yes, Dale Benkenstein, former head coach at Hampshire. I'm not sure whether that's the case or not, or whether they did just see something that they liked in Dale at that point.
Here is Dale then, in past the umpire, and bowls to Carlson. Carlson cuts powerfully, and will get 4 runs up to that short boundary away. Oh, he won't. Well, did he slide into the boundary with the ball? I think he did.
I think the ball beat him, actually.
Yeah,
just
he slid in
to stop himself from charging into the boards.
And that brings up the 50 for Glamorgan, 50 for 3. Also, Carlson gets off the mark. When he's in good nick, he's a lovely player to watch, and a very wristy, flowing, attacking sort of player, but just couldn't get going at all last season, and was eventually dropped towards the end of the season. And he will want to try and make amends this year. Captain Glamorgan to the Royal London Cup 2 years ago, and that was his best season for a while.
He scored runs in the final, I think, didn't he?
He did. He came in and immediately attacked Scott Borthwick, the leg spinner was on, and he put him for 6-4 over the top in the first over or so. Yeah, that was a happy day for Glamorgan. Dale, from that far end, is into the right-handed Carlson again, and bowls to him. Carlson is forward, plays it backward of square on the offside. Will get a single. It's running down towards the boundary, and he'll get a second successive boundary. And just jabbed down of that, played it backward of square, as I say, and ran away for boundary. So he's on the way with 2 boundaries, 54 for 3, and that's something that you try not to get in a low-scoring game. You try to keep the runs down, and 2 boundaries there sort of takes the score forward, and you're not really thinking you're moving. 54 for 3.
Enjoyed the bit of extra pace and the width that was on offer there from Dale. I think Dale, very much a bowler who's at his best when he attacks the stumps. He's another one that naturally he seems to move the ball into the right-hander rather than away, so he's got to be at those stumps.
He's not particularly quick, is he, by the looks of it? Not as quick as Lloyd, and not so accurate. Well, I've only seen a couple of balls, but here he is, comes in again, bowls to Carlson. Carlson gets a better delivery now, and he just pushes that away out to cover, and there's no run.
He may just be getting a bit loose.
Yeah.
He certainly would have been Gloucestershire's quickest bowler had they not signed De Lange. I'd be interested to see what the paces were like.
Is he quicker than Payne?
Yeah, I would think so. When he gets it up there, I mean, I suppose it depends really. I mean, we've seen some quite high speeds actually from David Payne at points, but he was living in the sort of early 80s in the Big Bash.
Yes, Dale again. Bowls, and that's appeal for LBW, and not given. We saw umpire Newell yesterday wait while before giving. He waited, had a look, and then decided that it wasn't out. We will have the benefit of a replay, and here it comes. Because he's not very tall, is Kieran Carlson.
Oh, my
That's
word.
a very, very good shout.
The bat can be the only thing that has saved him there, surely.
I'd like to see that again, actually.
It struck him in front of middle, and I don't think it was angling down the leg side, so I think the only thing that kind of saved him there was a bit of inside edge, which is very difficult to tell from a replay, but it certainly, there was an obvious impact with the inside edge.
Ran away to cover. He was absolutely sure. Now, we've seen 5 bowlers this morning, and one of them who opened the bowling this morning, Zafar, is going to come back and bowl his little twirlers from this end.
3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7. Got Van der Gugten to sky a catch to Van Buren at mid-off without scoring. And he's going to be bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Byram, who tries to give himself some room for a cut shot. That's a dangerous shot to play with the ball turning into you. And he got cramped up for room, but managed to adjust enough to get it into the ground.
If it is turning as such, but that's the natural, of course, of the left-hander coming into his legs.
Zafar bowls to Byram, looks to sweep, struck on the pad, but I think he'll have got that front pad outside the line of off stump that time.
Well outside, yeah.
That's the issue that you've got, and Zafar does have some footmarks to aim for. I don't think they're as pronounced as they sort of looked as if they might be on the stream yesterday evening, but he does have something to aim for there.
He certainly has something in the second innings.
And it's, oh mate, that's turned a long way. It was hitting the stumps, but it just struck him well outside the line. Next delivery, back of a length, on the back foot, looking to work into the offside is Byram, but can't find enough bat on it to get into the gap in the covers for a single.
Glamorgan have come in, of course, without well, Carlson is a spinner, but Andrew Salter is the recognised spinner, but he was left out.
Zafar to the crease and delivers, and that one turns too much, and it's well down the leg side. Byram will flick for a single towards short fine leg. A rather wayward throw comes in from Marchand de Lange, but Bracey brings it in and keeps it down to the 1. Carlson 8, Byram now up to 16. Glamorgan 54 for 3.
You have, of course, got Billy Root, who bowls some off spin, but very much like Carlson, second division, as you would say, second division off spinner.
Byram must be up to 17 actually. The scoreboard's moved yet, as there's a paddle sweep attempted this time by Carlson. Another strangled shout for leg before wicket, which Gloucestershire know is not out, and Zafar's just made the signal to the umpire that he knows deep down it was going down the leg side. Board seems to be stuck at the moment, so I'm not exactly sure how many balls there are left in the over. Zafar bowls slow, full and straight, and on the front foot Carlson pushing into the offside for no run. So 55 for 3, a tidy return from Zafar. There's certainly turn for him out there, and we saw that from, was it ball 2, which turned down the leg side for a couple of byes past James Bracey. This is, I think Zafar will be rather pleased with what he's seeing at the moment, because it doesn't just seem to be turn out of the footmarks either, because he got turn to the right-hander from fairly straight as well, so there's grip for him, and he'll fancy his chances, I'm sure.
And then, of course, with Gloucestershire, with this plethora of left-handers, especially at the top of the order, and you get an off-spinner spinning across, but it's Dale down the leg side, and that's a good take by Bracey, diving away to his right.
I think he might have saved 5 there.
With
those 2 helmets there, which are there to be hit, and I think the ball was pretty close to the right line to hit them if he didn't make that take.
Fair to say that Glamorgan have struggled this morning to get up to 55, and they have lost 3 wickets. Byram still there, battling away on 17. And here is Dale from that far end, bowls. That looks as if he's pushing away to the offside, but it ends up short square leg. what is good for us, of course, regarding overtime tonight, is to see Zafar running through and bowling his overs quickly.
Yep, 6:30 close.
And how many overs tonight?
100 and, well, I mean, 100.
Today is 100 and, what is it?
104.
104.
With the 96 plus the extra
And tomorrow?
8, and then we've got 86 overs still to be bowled in the day at 20 past 12. We'll be getting their money's worth today.
Dale bowls to the left-handed Byron. Byron drives straight to cover, and there will be no run.
I saw in the first over, actually, you were talking about Dale's pace, and they did put up on the pictures the speeds, and he was in the 70s for his first 3 or 4 deliveries, but then was up to 82 for the last
Cranked it up a bit.
ball of the over. So, yeah, you know, again, whilst Dale did, I think, at least manage to get some bowling in that, well, I don't think he did manage to get some bowling in that warm-up game against Hampshire. He removed Nick Gubbins's leg stump in that, but it's still not much bowling, really.
Here he is again, bowls, good length ball, pushed back down the pitch. And 18 overs, the scoring rate is, what's the scoring rate? 3, which I didn't think it was as much as 3, but we've had a few boundaries, haven't we? 2 in succession from Carlson.
And 12 extras as well, which has helped a little. But yeah,
55 for 3.
He did bowl well in that pre-season game, did Dale, but he's also, not only is he not had much bowling, but he's also had to wait over an hour to get into the attack this morning.
Here he is again, and bowls, and that's an accurate delivery, which is pushed up to mid-on. Bowling from the river end, where the trees, not in leaf except for the evergreen, who are directly in front of us, but give it a month, 6 weeks, and it'll be greenery all round this ground.
He was born in, he was born in Slough, was Ajit Singh Dale, and it always makes me think of the John Betjeman poem.
Yes,
Come friendly bombs and fall on Slough.
Yes, not very nice. Friendly bombs. In comes the next delivery, defended, but it comes off the edge of the bat. There'll be a single, as there is no third man, and third slip has to run back some 10 yards. That's the end of the over. Byram retains strike, and the score moves on to 56 for 3. Lunch is at 1 o'clock. 1:10, I'm told. Vagaries of the food intervals in this game, of course. Everything stops for lunch, and everything has to stop for tea.
Well, I mean, especially if it's going to be like yesterday.
Yeah.
Goodness me. What a selection.
Oh, yes, you enjoyed that, didn't you?
Well, I was stunned. Stunned. Especially as I was on commentary when it got brought in. Selection of cakes. In comes Zafar, bowls short and down the leg side. It's pulled away and pulled for 4 by Eddie Byram. When you get a ball like that, you've got to put it away. That's probably one of the worst deliveries I think I've ever seen Zafar bowl. It's
half tracker, isn't it?
Punished for 4. 60 for 3. Yeah, genuine drag down, and it was well down leg as well because of the turn. It didn't bounce very much, but Byram actually got into a very good position there to make sure that he was low enough to be able to...
Short leg was diamond for his life.
Yeah, it's not what you want to see, really, is it? You've got time, actually, to see it coming as well. Miles Hammond fearing for his safety. Down the pitch, Byram is rather dragging this one into the leg side. He didn't look to hit it in the air, but sort of he fetched it from off to leg. It's a single out to deep square.
Well, he was trying to get rid of short leg there, because he's lurking away in his eye line. Now he's gone the other side.
It's just starting to turn from being sort of pesky presence, Eddie Byram, to being a little bit of a concern for Gloucestershire. He's got up to 23. 2 slips and a short leg in for Carlson as Zafar bowls to him. Flighted delivery, and he's gone for the sweep shot and caromed off something out into the leg side for no run. I don't think, have they connected with the sweep shot yet? There's been about 4 attempted, and I'm not sure there's really been much reward for it. David Lloyd missed one. I think Carlson...
Difficult to time, a sweep shot on a slow pitch.
Yes, and Zaffa's bowling a length such as that, which is full enough that it brings Carlson onto the front foot in defence, but it's not so full that it's particularly easy to sweep. So, dangerous shot potentially. I'll probably nail the next one before now I've said that. Zaffa in and bowls. That is a little fuller. Carlson on the drive, but it goes straight to Dent, who's very sharp in that extra cover position. And there is no run. So they're finally underway at Taunton, the outfield having been deemed satisfactory as Carlson plays a flicky extra cover drive, but once more finds Dent. And there is no run. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13 for Zaffa. Glamorgan 61 for 3, trailing by 104. Somerset have lost one of their new signings, Sean Dixon, already. Caught Barnard, bowled Hannon Dolby for 5. Cameron Bancroft, who's playing the start of the season for Somerset, is at the crease. Another one of those vying with Marcus Harris potentially for Ashes consideration. So I'm sure Marcus Harris won't be scoreboard watching at all, but there's a bit of a competition going on there.
Never know. Dale then is to start his 3rd over, comes in and bowls down to Byron. Byron plays it defensively down to mid-off. Tell you what, Dad, there's a useful crowd here. This is a big ground, and you look in front of us and stretching up. Well, they've probably seen, well, yes, the locals, Glamorgan, good position overnight. The sun is shining, bank holiday. Let's go watch a bit of cricket and get some fresh air.
Yeah, there's a good collection of people who particularly congregated near the sight screen at the far end. Well, you get a fantastic view from there.
Not only that, it's warm. It's very warm down there.
Sun trapped.
Yeah. Dale comes in, he's over the wicket and bowls, and Byron gets a shortish delivery which he jabs back down the pitch. Driving up from the Swansea area this morning, already the cars coming the other way, streaming down. I hope they have gone by about 6:30 to 7 tonight, because this time of year they go down to the coast, down the Gower, down to Pembrokeshire, where many people, of course, have got their caravans, and if the weather is like this, they want to get some sunshine and some fresh air away from that dreadful winter we've had full of rain.
My dad's side of the family's from Saundersfoot. I'd imagine that would be
beautiful spot.
Teeming.
Lovely
this weekend.
Yeah. Here, Dale comes in and bowls. Good defensive response from the batsman. Again, he's playing very circumspect, disciplined innings. Is Ed Byron, 23 being this as a start, 61 for 3. I suspect Temby will be packed at capacity. Went down there last, Whitson, very pleasant. A couple of days down there. But the sports lovers will be here. Cardiff City playing away today, so there'll be no cheering from as Dale bowls down the leg side, clipped away, 4 runs. Nicely timed there, just drifting down that leg side. And 4 more runs. And Byron holding this innings together. He moves on to 27. And Glamorgan now exactly 100 runs in arrears.
Yeah, looking a lot more comfortable facing Dale than any of the other bowlers that have
especially
been
Price.
so far. Yeah, Price. I mean, I thought DeLanger actually got better and better as his spell went on, and he picked up that key wicket of North East pretty late on in his spell.
Yeah.
And Zaffa, other than that one delivery, the drag down to Eddie Byram, has certainly provided enough to keep going with him.
Dale bowls is played past mid-off, and this is a chase for the man there at mid-on. It goes down towards that short boundary. They'll just amble 2 more. Comfortable little push from Dale. Glamorgan now move on to 67 for the loss of those 3 wickets, and Byram is on 29, and Clarkson on 8.
He plays with a lot of power.
I'm talking about traffic going down Wouldn't like to be on the M5 today, would you?
No. Well, I don't think I ever like to be on the M5, to be honest.
Can you imagine going down to... Yeah, Isdale comes in. Bowls to the left-handed Byron, who plays increasing fluency now from a left-handed opener, drives powerfully to mid-on. That is the end of the over. Glamorgan in reply to Gloucestershire's 165, 67 for 3, and Byron leading the way on 29. Carlson 8. Just to remind you that Van de Gugten was out for 0. Lloyd and North East also dismissed for 9, and some very impressive bowling. The pick of the bowlers by a long way this morning was Tom Price. He picked up just the 1 wicket, but bowled extremely well. Delanga, playing against his former county, also picked up 1, but it's spin at the moment. And Ed Seaborn will describe this over from Zafar.
So he's got Carlson in his sights here. There's still the 2 slips and the short leg. There's an extra cover in quite short. I mean, almost 2 extra covers really. One straighter and shorter and one a bit further back, as there's a sweep shot attempted by Carlson, and he misses that one completely, and it misses off stump as well.
English
shot
cricket
seems to be dangerous.
English cricket has got besotted now by people trying to play the sweep shot, whether they've picked it up from the one-day competitions, and there's also the reverse has come into it. But
Zafar to Carlson, pushes forward in defence, out towards dented extra cover. And also, it's not just England. I watched a lot of the Border Gavaskar series between India and Australia. The test match in Delhi, which Australia lost to go 2-0 down in the series. As in comes Zafar, bowls. There's another sweep shot. This time he's hit it at least, but does not get a run for it because it's fielded at forward square leg by, I think that's Delanga there, or is it, actually it might be Dale. Anyway, no run. But it was kind of one mad hour where Australia kept trying to sweep Ashwin, Jadeja, Axar Patel and got rolled over. But then, of course, they played terrifically well in the final 2 test matches.
yes, they did.
As in comes Zafar and bowls. That's cut away by Carlson into a gap because, as I said, there are almost 2 extra covers and there's a backward point, so there's quite a big gap at cover, and Carlson finds it for a single, moves to 9.
What's happened here as well, as you were talking there, Ed, was to the right-hander of Carlson, they took the man on the second slip, put him back on the 45 and put mid-wicket back on the boundary. So he's trying to stop that sweep and also perhaps change his line by bowling with the arm ball into the legs. But thinking cricket at the moment.
Yeah, and there's no longer a leg slip for Byram, but a silly mid-off as Zafar bowls to Byram. Quicker delivery. Byram meets it in forward defence. But yeah, I'm just going back to that series. They prepared result pitches, India, for the first 3. I mean, to say result pitches, an understatement. Here comes Zafar bowls, back of a length, worked away into the leg side. It beats Dent at short mid-wicket, but it will just be the single out to Tom Price in the deep. Byram to 30, end of the over, 69 for 3. The deficit now 96 runs for Glamorgan. And then it was almost as if for the 4th and final test, India thought, well, hang on, we need a classic road here just to make sure we win this series, because Australia were coming.
Yeah, you could see it coming.
Likes of Kuhneman, Murphy, Nathan Lyon were actually beginning to seemingly at least match India's spin department, and Usman Khawaja had another magnificent series, and it really seemed as if it might be 2-2 if they hadn't done that.
Played 6 or 7 games for Glamorgan some years ago. Wonderful player. Wonderful. Dale is to continue, and he is going to bowl his 4th over, 0 for 16, and he's bowling against Ed Byron, who's moved on to 30. And he comes now and bowls the first ball down the leg side, chipped away, but there's a man now out on the mid-wicket boundary, and they go through for a single, 70 for 3. And it was at this stage that Gloucestershire started that collapse. They were 71 for 1 and then subsided very quickly to lose 6 wickets for 37 runs. So they'll be hoping that their bowlers can emulate what Glamorgan did.
Yeah, this is a crucial period, I think, though, because especially with the extended sessions, we've still got, what, 35 minutes to go until the lunch break, with De Lange and Tom Price having bowled longish spells. You wouldn't necessarily want to go back to one of them anytime soon, but Dale needs to get it going.
He bowls there. Carlson, nice, well-timed looking shot out towards the long off. They'll cross for one, they come back for a second. My word, he played that nicely because it's picked up just a yard or so from the long off boundary. Just leant into it, timing sublime there. He gets a couple of runs and he has moved into double figures. He's on 11, Glamorgan 72 for 2.
Because for the first time, really, Gloucestershire have had to go a little on the defensive here with fielders out in the deep that weren't there before. They do still have the 3 slips in place, but it does just feel these last 15 minutes or so, it's the first time that Gloucestershire have really been on maybe towards the back foot this morning.
Dale bowls. Carlson drives quite beautifully through the offside and will get 4. Mention when he is in good form, looks such a very good player, but that was a half volley and he just leant in it and in fact didn't move from the crease, and that's his 3rd boundary. He started with 2 and this will be good to watch unless you're Dale, as we watch the it was a half volley hammered away, so he moves on to 15 in Glamorgan now, 76 for 3. Dale really hasn't got into his rhythm, has he?
No, he hasn't, and he didn't really look in rhythm from his first over. And as I said, he bowled very nicely by the looks of things in that warm-up game at the Aegeus Bowl, but it hasn't quite happened for him yet today. It's been expensive, and Glamorgan starting to get that deficit well down now.
Here's Dale again to the right-handed Carlson. Carlson back on his stumps, plays it out into the covers. Takes a step as to think, shall we have a run, but decides that he won't.
18 wickets for Dale last year, average of 35 going on 36, but it his first full first-class season, and it was in Division 1 and it was on very placid pitches. There were certainly signs of promise there from Dale. Took 4 for 72 against a good Yorkshire batting line-up at Bristol. Those were his best figures.
Here he is again then, comes in over the wicket and bowls, and hit him on the pad this time. No appeal because I think it pitched outside. Or he pitched outside leg stump, or he was outside the batsman, outside the off stump, outside the line.
I said it was a good Yorkshire batting line-up, and of course they got demoted, but at that stage they had the services of both David Malan and Harry Brook, and it was a Harry Brook in his absolute pomp when he was putting up sort of Don Bradman style numbers at the start of last season.
Don't think we'll see anything of him in county cricket this season. What with the IPL and then test matches, but it's Dale now in and bowled. Again, that's hammered through the offside, and that's going to run away for another boundary. 4 boundaries for Carlson, and Glamorgan recovering quite well. They move on to 80 for 3. Once Nick Webb puts his books and his pens down outside me, that's a sign that I must leave immediately, or there'll be problems. So it'll be Ed and Nick to take you through to lunch.
Well, I don't think Gloucestershire can keep this going much longer, really. Glamorgan almost halfway now to erasing that deficit. It's amazing how quickly it can happen with the only small total of 165 that Gloucestershire put up. You sort of take a few early wickets, as Gloucestershire did. The deficit's still over 100. You still sort of have optimistic thoughts of maybe keeping that deficit down to a minimum, but now it starts to get away from you potentially quite quickly with the deficit at 85 as Zafar continues. Bowls to Byram, who flicks away to the fielder on the 45, more of a backward square when he picked the ball up, and a single taken by Byram, 32 to his name. Glamorgan 81 for 3 as Edward Bevan leaves the commentary box in a huff. That's
Perhaps he's taking the early lunch. It is a noisy door, to be fair.
Yes, indeed. Slight adjustment to the field for Carlson. Only 2 close catches now, a deep square leg, and just moving that backward point a little bit finer as Carlson props forward and defends very softly out into the offside.
I suppose Gloucestershire would say that Byram's probably lucky to be still there.
It's what you've got to do, though, isn't it? These early season conditions, new ball, Zaffer bowls, and that's worked away towards short mid-on, and Marcus Harris is deep enough that they can get a single. That's well judged by Carlson to move to 20, 82 now for 3. But what Gloucestershire's, well, I mean, I say top order, I mean, it was really, I'm talking Harris and Bracey did, they got into this sort of position. Harris went on a little bit further to a 59 as down the pitch comes Byram, and he's slamming this one over mid-wicket, and it is going to be 6 all the way. Byram, from his time at Somerset more so than Glamorgan, I can remember that's a shot that he does rather like, and I remember him playing it in the T20 a few times. Steps down the pitch and goes over quite a straight mid-wicket, and he got plenty of that, and it's the first 6 of the match, 88 for 3.
Yeah, had a successful season opening the batting for Glamorgan last year. Started at 4 in the tail end of the 21 season, but really found a niche after some early season fitness problems.
Zaffer bowls to Byram on the back foot, driving away fine. There'll be at least a couple of runs here. Dale has to go off in pursuit, and he'll get there well before it goes near the third man boundary, but it is another 2, and Glamorgan 90 for 3 with Byram on to 40. So even Zaffer now starting to be targeted. 10 runs from this over. Zaffer in and bowls down the pitch again. Byram repeating the dose from earlier on in the over, and that has gone for 6 as well over mid-wicket, and that does give Gloucestershire substantial problems now, as they are now leaking runs from both ends. 96 for 3, Glamorgan trailing by 69.
Well, you spoke earlier in the match about the number of Gloucestershire sort of, not quite bits and pieces, I think that would be rude, but part-time options available, and it looks as though they might need them, with some of their frontline bowlers being hammered at the moment.
Well, or as they are doing seemingly.
DeLange having another burst.
Can't steal the PA announcer's thunder.
Yes.
Yes. That's what they've got to do. They've been forced to bring back one of their frontline, I say frontline seamers, one of their, well, I suppose it was frontline seamers today. Anyway, back into the attack sooner than I suspect they would have liked.
Yeah, so DeLange bowled 5 overs in his earlier spell from the Cathedral Road end. He's now going to have a blast from the River Taff end, and he's charging in, bowling to Carlson, who's flicked that through mid-wicket, but just the single. 97 for 3. Carlson moves to 21 not out. Glamorgan trail by 68, and really important for Gloucestershire that they halt this charge before the lunch interval, which is 28 minutes away.
That's 62 the partnership is worth now between these two. In the context of this match, there's a sizable chunk of runs, and Gloucestershire have got to get into this middle order, like you say, in the afternoon session, and preferably from their point of view before it.
Yeah, 66 the highest partnership of the match so far between Harris and Bracey for Gloucestershire's second wicket, as that's a rather innocuous delivery well outside off stump, and Byram ignores it.
Not sure what that was. That a slower ball deliberately, or did it just hit something in the pitch and not get through whatsoever? It seemed to land only a couple of yards off the pitch, and Bracey took it almost on the second bounce.
Well, DeLange possibly trying to see if there's any more life on the pitch at this end, because Van der Gugten took his wickets bowling from the river end. as De Lange bowls again outside off stump. Byram hammers it straight to cover, and there's no run.
That's a shot he played a couple of times early on to De Lange, or attempted to play and missed, but a sign of the fact that these two seemingly are getting the pace of this pitch, which is something that no Gloucestershire batter managed to do in their innings. Marcus Harris was saying it was a pitch that he never felt in on, but these two are starting to look in.
De Lange bowls, Byram defends this one to point, and there is no run. Yes, he was suggesting that there was a bit of inconsistency between the ends. I'm not sure whether that was due to the fact there's a little more moisture fell on the batting strip at the batting crease at this end, the Cathedral Road end, because of those cover malfunctions. As De Lange comes in right arm fast around the wickets, and Byram up on his toes, gliding it down to backward point, where it's fielded by Tom Price, and there is no run.
The ball moved quite consistently throughout Glamorgan's bowling innings, but it's already, and it may be again just because of the fact that they haven't bowled so consistently of late, and De Lange's coming back for a second spell, but it just doesn't seem to be doing very much out there at the moment.
As Byram is forward defensively, this time to cover, and there is no run. 97 for 3. Byram has 46. Carlson has 21. The partnership is 62. And the men out this morning: night watchman Timm van der Gugten without scoring. Court van Buren bowled Zaffer. Then Tom Price cleaned up David Lloyd, bowled him for 9. And Sam Northeast likewise bowled for 9, this time by De Lange. Eddie Byram flirted with danger on numerous occasions outside the off stump, but thankfully for him, he didn't edge anything that carried to the slips. As Tom Price comes back for another spell.
It's curious that they've switched ends, because they both seem to be settling in quite nicely from their respective ends first thing this morning, but maybe they're just going to have a little look. I suppose it's not really the most tricky thing to switch them back around if things don't seem to be working quite so well, but Tom Price picked up where he left off last season, really, with that first spell. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 12, and would have been 1 for 6 had he kept his foot behind the line. So half his runs conceded in no balls rather than off the bat. There's a short mid-wicket in for Carlson and 3 slips, with cover wide open, inviting the drive. Tom Price in now, bowls to Carlson, who drives towards mid-on. This is a tight single with Van Buren, the left-arm throw, but he gets the throw away, and Carlson is too quick. Even had he hit the stumps, I think Carlson would have been home. 98 for 3. It's not a fielder necessarily to take on Van Buren, but he did so there to good effect. And they've run between the wickets well, these two. There's another thing in Gloucestershire's innings, and I think it's another thing you could sort of point to a bit of match rustiness. There were several singles, or ones turned into twos, that Gloucestershire probably left out there. I mean, in the context of the match, it's probably only about sort of 5 or 6 runs, but it just seemed like another indication of, you know, you're just getting that understanding back, or you're just reading the game where the ball's going. It's not quite there yet. As Price bowls to Byram, dropped into the offside by Eddie Byram for no run.
Yeah, it's always a gamble, isn't it, I suppose, whether you invest in pre-season overseas or not. And of course, County's got out of the habit probably over a couple of years of the world being affected by COVID and making travel difficult, if not impossible at times.
Price, with his angled run, comes in to bowl to the left-handed Byram. Byram punches away out into the offside, but there is a cover in place for him, so he can't get the boundary that he needs for a half-century. Noticed that Byram has an Irish passport, am I right in saying
yes.
that? So with they were mentioning that Zimbabwe, Ireland, test match. He was, of course, born in Zimbabwe and has the Irish passport, but of course now with Ireland being a test team, he can't so easily go off and play for Ireland if he wanted to go and do that. It's one of the shames really of Ireland actually getting that test status, as Price bowls full and straight, Byram defends back to the bowler. Because actually there's a man playing in that test match for Ireland, PJ Moore, who's joined the club of players who've played for 2 nations, and being Zimbabwe and Ireland. Fairly safe to say that he was the only person that's ever done that. In comes Price, round the wicket, bowls to Byram, it's down the leg side and taken by Bracey in tumbling fashion away to his right, manages to save himself some byes. Just only a couple of deliveries that Tom Price has speared down the leg side, but I think that's the first time he's done that and it's not been called a no ball. Rare slip-ups in terms of the radar, but again, even with Tom Price coming back now, there hasn't been a great deal of sideways movement this over. In comes Price, bowls to Byram, and on the front foot, defended very solidly by Byram to complete the over. 98 for 3 remains the score. Byram 46, Carlson 22, Glamorgan just trailing by 67.
Yeah, if you're on tweets, Nick Webb 2017, Ed Cricket 6 for Mr. Seaborn, and we'll consider your thoughts as Glamorgan move towards 3 figures, 98 for 3, and the game, which was pretty evenly poised in the first hour, or even in Gloucestershire's favour when Glamorgan were 35 for 3, has switched back towards the home side as De Lange trying to reverse that again. Sees Carlson playing his first ball firmly to mid-off, and there is no run. Remember that there is football commentary available on BBC Radio Wales this afternoon. The teams according to your local areas on FM and DAB. As De Lange is in to bowl down leg side. Carlson wafts at it. Don't think he got anything on it. It is 4 more byes, I'm afraid, for James Bracey, as the applause is for the Glamorgan 100 rather than anything from their batters. They'll accept them however they came, and De Lange losing his direction a bit. Carlson tried to smash it over the pavilion, and Bracey couldn't get anything on it.
Really swerved on him, that, didn't it? Because it almost looked as if from the angle that it came off that he must have got some bat on it, but he didn't.
De Lange in again to Carlson, who pushes to cover, and there's no run. In the Championship, it's Swansea City against Coventry and Blackpool against Cardiff this afternoon. As also important action for Wrexham over the weekend. Newport County are at home to Northampton Town this afternoon. The football teams largely playing Friday and Monday. As De Lange is in to bowl, and Carlson plays on the offside, and there is no run. And Halifax, Hollywood-owned Wrexham are at Halifax this afternoon. Those are all 3 o'clock kickoffs, FM and DAB commentaries. And then tonight in the rugby, it's Scarlets at home in the quarterfinals of the Challenge Cup against Brive. That's on BBC Radio Wales, FM and DAB in the southwest of Wales. De Lange in, bowls, almost gets one through there as Carlson doesn't get much on that attempted drive. Should probably have blocked it. And Cardiff Rugby are in Benetton, away to Benetton in Treviso tomorrow afternoon at 3. That game is live on BBC Radio Wales, FM and DAB in the southeast of the country. So football and rugby engagements over the next couple of days. More football on Monday. as Delanger steams in bowls, and Carlson plays that one off thickish inside edge to square leg. There is no run. The end of the over, it was a maiden. It produced the 4 byes down the leg side, which might be debited against the bowler, really. Delanger 1 for 22 off his 8. Price 1 for 13 off his 8. He's been very tidy. Zafar has been largely tidy and threatening until Head Byram got after him with that couple of 6s. Ajit Singh Dale was rather expensive in his 4 overs, so it'll be interesting to see how Van Buren juggles his attack in the afternoon.
Yes, he may well need to. He may well need to bowl himself. It's Tom Price to start his 9th over, bowling to Byram, who turns that one to leg, down towards long leg. There will be just the one, despite the attempted one-handed pick-up and throw failing at the first attempt from Dale from the boundary, but it does limit it to just that single. 103 for 3.
I do remember Van Buren actually winning a championship match against Glamorgan in Bristol with his spin on the final day, probably about 5 or 6 years ago, when Glamorgan were chasing somewhere in the region of a 180 and made a bit of a pig's ear of it.
Well, I mean, he took some wickets last year. He took 8 in total, as in comes Tom Price, and that's whipped away by Carlson through square leg for 4 runs. Just a little bit too leg side-ish from Tom Price, and Carlson puts it away. 107 for 3. He pitched that one up a fair way, hoping for some movement, but started it too straight, and Carlson picks him off.
Yeah, Carlson, as long as he keeps his wicket intact, is always liable to score fairly rapidly. He is an aggressive batter by nature.
Yeah, which only adds to the worries for Gloucestershire. The deficit now down to 58. In comes Tom Price, bowls down the pitch, comes Carlson and slogs this one behind square on the leg side. It will only be a single in the end. That very much was out of the sort of Ben Stokes mould of charge down the pitch and randomly swing at a delivery.
Yes, that was a little excessive, since he just picked up a boundary with a perfectly decent technical correct shot. All of a sudden gives him the charge and has a slog, so yes.
I mean, really, there's at the moment not very much out there to worry Glamorgan other than potentially themselves. That's exactly what Gloucestershire will be relying on. Price bowls to Byram, tries to flick that one off the pad, and it sort of trickles behind him and to James Bracey. He didn't catch much of the pad, and it was always going down the leg side, but just occasionally you see one hit the bottom of that thigh pad and then change direction and turn the other way and hit the stumps, particularly as it hits that bottom corner of the thigh pad. I don't think that one did, but did just trickle a couple of stump widths away from leg stump. Tom Price round the wicket, in now, delivers, and Byram defends right back from whence it came. There's no run. So you'd think Delanger and Price to take Gloucestershire through to lunch, but then can they really go back to those two again after the lunch break? I'm not so sure. I would imagine that they'll try and give Zafar another go, with potentially Byram at least slightly having to start his innings again. Might think that he's a bit less likely to waltz down the pitch and slam him over mid-wicket. Last ball of this over from Tom Price. It's angled by Byram, straight to backward point, however, was probably looking for the gap between the slip cordon and that backward point. There is no run, but really Zafar will be the obvious choice, and then I suppose they potentially got to see whether a second spell of Dale would prove more fruitful than the first. 4 overs for 26 for Dale in his first spell, or they have to bowl spin at both ends, which I'm not sure they would really want to do.
Dr. Hignell is informing anyone within central Cardiff of the playing hours that we're going to get an extra 10 minutes, basically. on this session, and that you can go and have a look at the middle as long as you don't get on the pitch. That's the gist of his message, but it's delivered at rather greater length than that, as per usual. 108.43 as De Lange is in from the River Taff end, and Carlson is on the defensive, and there's no run.
Well, the hover cover also abided by those restrictions yesterday, didn't it, really? Just make sure that you don't go on the pitch.
Yes, quite. Well, it got about 3/4 of the pitch, didn't it? But left a crucial gap at this near end at the Cathedral Road end for a while during the rain. Oh, umpire O'Shaughnessy loses his hat.
He did that a couple of times at Old Trafford last year.
As Carlson drives straight to cover, no run.
It was rather windier than it was today, though, and he rather bravely was wearing the, whatever they are, those types of hats.
Panama?
Well, they're sort of Panama, aren't they? Just because of the ribbon, but I must admit, I'm not very good at my hats, but anyway, it was resorted to the flat cap eventually, but he was lucky because his original hat almost ended up off the boundary.
De Lange bowls, Carlson leaves close to off stump, about 4th or 5th stump as it goes through to Bracey. Yeah, umpires seem quite keen on the Panama styles, don't they? But you'd have thought the cap would be more practical in general.
Well, it was very impressive, though. I mean, he just produced it from absolutely nowhere. They do have kind of TARDIS-like properties, the pockets of umpires.
As Carlson gets one off a thickish inside edge and will get a single. He'll come back for a second, in fact, as it trickles down towards fine leg. The applause for some good running from the Glamorgan batters. And Glamorgan move on to 110 for 355 runs in arrears.
And what I found when I was doing a bit of club umpiring was that the pockets start full, but throughout the day's play you end up being given various items of detritus that seem to accumulate around the ground and end up even fuller. I mean, I don't want to have somebody's studs in my pocket all afternoon, thank you very much.
De Lange bowls, Carlson drives through the covers. Has he timed that one well enough to get the boundary? Van Buren is in enthusiastic pursuit, picks up just inside the ropes, and the batters settle for a couple of runs. 2 more to Carlson. He moves to 31. Glamorgan to 112 for 3.
Here, have a nice bit of old batting tape that's come loose. Oh, thank you very much. I know just what to do with that.
Yes, we had a year or so, of course, when the umpires weren't allowed to touch anything.
Exactly, that would have been much better.
De Lange bowls. Carlson jabs down on that just in time and sends the ball off a thick edge out towards point, perfectly safely, as De Lange yet again has his hands in the air and bemoans his luck. 112 for 3, 53 runs in arrears, and we're going to be continuing until 10 past 1 because of the extra time today.
Hampshire have almost erased that first innings deficit now against Nottinghamshire. 183 for 6 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 185, so it's boiling up into a decent encounter. But one of the things to watch there is Ollie Stone's Nottinghamshire debut having moved there.
BBC Radio Wales update in a moment or two.
I think I'd better let you do this over, Nick.
So I'd better, yes,
can't actually quite hear it.
go through the Zaffer over. There's we've lost the feed for the time being. Hopefully we'll get it back again in a moment. 112 for 3, Glamorgan. Byram 47, Carlson 31. Zaffer then to bowl from this Cathedral Road end. 1 for 31. Byram hit him for a couple of sixes in his last little spell, and Byram always back on his stumps and inside edging that one down to short fine leg, and there is no run. Glamorgan 112 for 3 in reply to Gloucestershire's 165 all out. So Glamorgan now on the front foot after a difficult start. They lost Van der Gugten for naught, David Lloyd for 9 and Sam North East for 9, all in the first hour of play. But Eddie Byram, who survived lots of early playing and missing, is 47 not out. Kieran Carlson, who's driving pleasantly, is on 31 not out. And Glamorgan are hoping the sun continues to shine on their efforts this afternoon. In reply to Gloucestershire's 165 all out, they're 113 for 3. So that is the radio audience informed, and just missed a single there to Byram as Zaffa from the Cathedral Road end with a short leg and a slip in place. The man deep on the ropes at square leg, just behind square. Zaffa coming around the wicket with his slow left arm. Bowls to Carlson, who's stretching forward and defending in the manner of a man who wants to be not out at luncheon 5 minutes away.
Don't want to repeat the sin of James Bracey getting out in what turned out to be the last over before tea yesterday.
As Carlson is beaten, pushing forward there, didn't quite get to the pitch of it, and Bracey whips off a bail, which is obligingly picked up and returned to him by Carlson. 113 for 3, as that is driven firmly by Carlson to cover. There's no run. End of the Zaffa over. 113 for 3, Carlson 31, Byram 48. Possibly one, possibly 2 overs till lunch.
Just about squeeze in a couple. Well, they certainly will now, because Graham van Buren is going to have a go from River End. So ringing the changes, and possibly with an eye of actually potentially keeping one or both of De Lange and Price a little fresher, possibly to go first thing in the afternoon session. I started to talk about Ollie Stone, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 60. So he's been expensive, but he's one of those bowlers who can provide that extra bit of pace. And if Jofra Archer can't get himself fit in time for the Ashes, I mean, he's playing in the IPL at the moment, so he's bowling, but whether he can play in the Ashes, obviously England will hope to goodness that he can. As Van Buren starts by bowling over the wicket to Byram, props forward in defence. Van Buren will field off his own bowling and not really give anybody an awful lot of time to think, because he's already in once more. And bowling, Byram tries to sweep Van Buren with an enthusiastic appeal as ever, but he was about the only one that was appealing. And it'll go down towards fine leg where Zaffa fields, and it is a leg by, 114 for 3. But you know, there still aren't a plethora of options when it comes to right arm fast in the country. Mark Wood would be another that they hope manages to stay fit. But
yeah, it's a plethora of options on paper, but half of them are on the treatment table.
Van Buren in, bowls, very full. Carlson drives with good timing again, but can't beat Dent away to his left-hand side. Well, I don't think it is really a plethora of options to start with, but then, as you say, add in injury worries, as that's edged by Carlson and drops, I think, short of Ollie Price at slip. The second edge that has been found by Gloucestershire in this morning session, but both of them haven't carried. I don't think that one did. No time for a replay because Van Buren's bowling again, and Carlson driving to a deep set mid-off and collects a single, 115 for 3. Everyone will switch around for the left-hander. Slip and short leg. Short-ish mid-wicket. Dent is not in that close there. It was really the only full-on catching options. As Van Buren bowls to Byram, who's well forward and blocking a straight delivery out towards Dent at short mid-wicket. So just the one run off the bat in that over, 2 total, but Van Buren did find the outside edge 115 for 3, Glamorgan. They trail by 50 runs, and this will be the last over before lunch.
So, biggest stand of the match, worth 80 so far. And Glamorgan will be, I think, very much on the front foot if they do survive this final over from Zaffa from the Cathedral Road end in the Sapphire Sunshine, and bowls, and Carlson back on his stumps, digs it out late and niddles it down to short third man, and there's no run. So Zaffa bowling with a short leg and a slip as his attacking players, covers in quite close as well as Carlson drives towards mid-on, fielded by Harris, and there's no run. So very much a first session of two halves, Gloucestershire having the better of the first half, reducing Glamorgan to 35 for 3, and then this fourth wicket partnership fighting back. Carlson on the back foot, watching it carefully onto the bat and rehearsing it for good measure.
I think that was always going to be the worry, though. You'd think that the ball would always do something first up, but especially if there was any moisture about. But what happens after that? The signs aren't great for Gloucestershire.
Zaffa bowls, Carlson pushes gently into the offside, thinks about a single, and thinks again as Tom Price moves in from short third man.
And even some of the turn seems to have gone that was there first up with the new ball.
As Zaffa is in to bowl, Carlson leaves that one as it does turn, but away from the stumps. There have been a few pitches in Cardiff in recent years that have provided problems on the first couple of days and then have flattened and got rather docile. Carlson back on his stumps, defending again, and in the blink of an eye as the scoreboard moves from 13.09 to 13.11, probably took less than 2 minutes that over from Zaffa, and we are at the interval with Glamorgan having survived their fourth wicket pair intact. Eddie Byram 48, Kieran Carlson 31, and Graham Van Buren with some head scratching to do over his ham salad or whatever at lunch. Ed Seabourne, Edward Bevan and myself, Nick Webb, will be back at 1:50 with commentary on the second session. Thanks for joining us on BBC Sport Online.
I've got some lunchtime scores from the other games taking place around the country on this, the opening round of matches in the LV Insurance County Championship. Will start at the Aegeus Bowl, where yesterday Nottinghamshire made 180.
Nick Webb, Ed Seaborn of BBC Radio Bristol, and Edward Bevan, your commentary team for today in the Sapphire Gardens sunshine. And let's hope that Graham Van Buren, from the visitors' point of view, has come up with a better cunning plan than Baldrick used to produce.
Well, yes, I'm not sure what exactly he's got to come up with, really, because if it's not going to move sideways, the pitch is clearly slow enough that you couldn't even, for example, throw the ball to Marchand de Lange and say, come in and bang it in halfway down and try and see if you can get him out on the pull and the hook, that sort of thing. I mean, those sorts of plans I don't think are really going to work. So it's just going to be a matter of continuing to try to land it on the right spot and hope for an error, because at the moment it seems to be playing out exactly as Gloucestershire supporters would have feared, in that clearly it was doing plenty first up, and Gloucestershire did take 3 relatively early wickets, but in the last 45 minutes to an hour or so of that morning session, things seemed to get a fair bit easier. Byram and Carlson got set and the ball stopped moving.
So it'll be Tom Price. Tidy figures of 1 for 19 in his 9 overs, beat Eddie Byram plenty of times, and bowls and beats Byram again outside off stump. And Eddie Byram, as he approaches a half century, has shown a remarkable propensity for not edging the ball so far.
Well, that one bounced well in front of Bracey anyway, and the 2 edges that Gloucestershire did find this morning, once of Byram and once of Carlson, both dropping short of the slips,
which suggests that they need to be a metre or 2 further forward. 115 for 3. It's an easy game to play from up here as Tom Price bustles in and bowls to Byram, who is underway for this afternoon, and there's a sprawling stop on the backward square leg boundary, but Byram is back for the 2 runs that take him to a half century off 103 deliveries, Glamorgan's first half century of the season.
Yeah, and this has been a prime example of what to do in these conditions. I mean, you're going to play and miss, that's going to happen, but even when he was playing and missing, he so seldomly went chasing after the ball too far away from his body. He played down the line of off stump, and if it beat him, and he's reaped the rewards.
Here's Price to Byram again, defensive this time. 4 4s and 2 6s in that half century. The 6s both off Zafar Gohar when he ended one of Gohar's mini spells in the morning. Through mid-wicket, both of them. And he's looked composed, and I suppose an attribute from an opening batter in the UK in April is not to worry too much about being beaten, because you are going to be beaten by seam bowlers. Just not let it get to your head. Price to Byram again, who's driving gently to mid-off, and there's no run on this occasion.
I suppose, though, small comfort for Gloucestershire that they were able to at least beat the bat so soon after lunch, because it really wasn't happening before lunch. I mean, Van Buren actually got the edge of Carlson's bat falling short of Ollie Price at first slip, but other than that, I can't really remember there being very many times in that last hour that Gloucestershire even went past the edge.
Price in, bowls. Byram plays this one down to backward square. We'll just take the single this time. 118 for 3. Byram moves to 51, not out.
It was a good piece of fielding from Dale down at long leg on Byram's 2, and I was just a bit worried about the way that he went sprawling down there for a moment with the soft conditions. He sort of looked as if for a moment his shoulder might dig into the ground, and that can be really nasty. It's what happened to Reece Topley in the IPL only a few days ago. It looked like a nasty shoulder injury.
As Carlson turns that one on the leg side, thinks about a single, but Zafar is quickly to his left, and there's no run. 118 for 3. Yes, I suppose the soft turf has Well, it can go either way, can't it? It makes you more liable to fall over, but I suppose possibly slightly less liable to get injured when you hit the deck, and that tends to be an area of the ground in which water does accumulate occasionally, away to our right, where people come into the ground, and we're going to have Zafar Gohar to bowl again. Surprised to see that Gloucestershire's over rate is actually -1, given that they bowled quite a bit of Zafar over of Van Buren in the morning.
Yes, I suppose it shows you it's a problem that Gloucestershire are going to have with De Lange and Dale, who don't get through their overs particularly quickly. I mean, they're quicker bowlers, so yeah, what is it? So they got through 31 overs in 2 hours and 10 minutes, despite the fact that Zafar bowled 9 of them. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 32, the wicket of the night watchman Van der Gugten, who did not score but was set upon by Eddie Byram towards the end of the session, and immediately Byram is swishing at that one. A drive attempted through the covers, and he's edged it wide of slip, and it goes for 4 runs. Well, that was what am I after? Find a word.
Unedifying.
Well, yeah, it was just a surprising start. I don't know really whether Byram kind of had his head in gear there with the shot, and then the ball's gone right between Bracey and Ollie Price at slip. Ollie Price has moved finer now, but I don't know how a ball really sneaks through there. I don't think it necessarily should, as Byram props forward and defends this one away out into the offside.
Yeah, it was travelling fairly hard, as hard as it can off the spinner's bowling, but yes, there shouldn't be a gap there, as you say.
Here is Zafar bowling to Byram, and on the back foot whipped away towards the fielder on the 45. There'll be a single there for Byram. He'll move to 56, 123 for 3. Well, it obviously wasn't Bracey's catch, that's clear. It was far too thick an edge for Bracey to be able to react, but I mean, they are tricky for a slipper with a spinner on, moving to your left-hand side. You're not necessarily expecting it to come there. Zafar bowls to Carlson, defended away into the covers for no run off the front foot, but still, I don't think he actually got a hand on that, Ollie Price, but just went so quickly. Zafar bowls now to Carlson, who flogs a drive, but straight to extra cover, and there is no run. It's that kind of Joss Butler-esque, wristy cover drive that everybody seems to be able to play now. It was a shot that English batters of yesteryear just couldn't seem to play. As Carlson edges this one, it's down in front of first slip and wide of the sprawling Ollie Price. And there'll be another couple of runs here as Tom Price fields. Well, moral victories in that over for Zafar Gohar, with the edge found of both batsmen, but 6 runs conceded off the edges and another single to boot. 125 for 3. Glamorgan trailing by only 40 runs.
Yes, it's we said before lunch that Gloucestershire were in severe need of a wicket, and as this partnership extends to 90, that is even more so. Price and Zafar in the attack. De Lange has posed problems. He cleaned up Sam North East, which is no mean feat. But Dale not quite coming to the party, with his first 4 overs costing 26 runs, and Gloucestershire do seem a little bit light on bowling as things stand. Tom Price in to bowl to Byram, who mistimes that one on the onside. Seems to stop in the pitch, and he turned it towards mid-wicket. I thought for a moment he's going to chip a catch, but it bounced well short as in the end.
Yeah, that might be almost the danger now, if you're batting rather than actual sideways movement. It might be the case that the slowness of the surface just defeats you, and you start to get catches more in front of the wicket if you're not careful rather than behind.
2 slips in the gully. Price to Byram, turns that one up towards De Lange, in a familiar position at mid-on. Giant figure of Marchant de Lange. He's around 6'4" tall and almost as broad across the shoulders. 125 for 340, the difference.
Yeah, I mean, I think de Lange will be reasonably pleased with his spell this morning. 1 for 26.
Price bowls, Byram drives, and de Lange again fields.
I think he got better as that first spell went on. He came back for a couple of overs just before lunch when the ball really didn't do too much, but in the spell where he got northeast, I think Gloucestershire would feel that that's the sort of spell that they signed him for, as well as potentially maybe later on or on a slightly quicker surface some spells where he bangs it in a bit shorter.
As through outside off stump, Byram shouldering arms that time as Price bowling round the wicket. Yes, you do wonder whether he knows quite what he's signed up for in terms of the Bristol wicket has not always been the most favourable for the quicker gentleman or lady.
They have. I'd be intrigued to see how it plays out this season. They have been trying to get more pace into it.
Tom Price hustling in, bowling to Byram, who drives, and de Lange is again in action at mid-on. Again, there's no run.
I forget which game it was. I think it was the Lancashire game at Bristol, sort of halfway through the season, when I was doing an interview with, I think it was Ryan Higgins, and he said to me, "We think the pitch is going to get quicker as the game went on." And it's sort of, what? Really?
Why do you think that?
You don't want to say that, obviously. And lo and behold, it did actually.
Ooh. Price in, bowls to Byram, turns that one nicely on the leg side. Has he found a gap? Yes, he has. Wide of fine leg, Byram on the slightly shorter side of the ground towards the grandstand, which is not populated at the moment. Actually, it usually, when it's not officially being used, has netting on to prevent spectators using it. But in fact, there's a barrier I can see down in the corner of the ground, which is preventing people from getting into that area. But it's certainly a popular area for T20 Friday evenings with the sun out, and hopefully we'll get a few of those. And a rowdy atmosphere on that grandstand side of the field. But 4 more to Byram. He's 60, 129 for 3.
Tom Price has been picked off through that backward square long leg region a few times since lunch. It's Zafar Gohart to continue, bowling full and straight. Carson plays it right back up the pitch and there's no run. Mentioned, I think, yesterday briefly that Zafar won the 50 over tournament with his Pakistan domestic side, Central Punjab, in the winter, as Carson cuts, but won't beat backward point. Marchant de Lange, your stereotypical backward point fielder, stops it. There's no run. Zafar had an economy rate of 4.41 in that 50 over tournament, which was the most economical of anyone who bowled the number of overs that he did, as Carlson gets a full ball on the pads and flicks it out to deep square leg for a single. 35. Now to Carlson, 130 for 3. He formed a spin duo with the leg spinner Osama Mir, who made his Pakistan debut against New Zealand in January, and his first international wicket was that of Kane Williamson. Bad scalp to have. I was quite impressed with him, actually. He was one of those sort of classic leggies that you seem to get in one-day cricket now, where, you know, the googly is pretty much the same in terms of turn as the leg break, as Byram will run this one softly off the outside edge, and that's well fielded by Ollie Price, where he saved a couple of runs, as it might have headed down towards the third man area. All along the ground from Byram, played very softly. Zafar over the wicket to Byram, looks to give himself some room, and then finds himself a little cramped and just drops the ball out in front of him for no run. first ball that Zaffa bowled after lunch, the greatest cause of alarm for Glamorgan since the break. Inch between keeper and slip. And Zaffa bowls the last ball of this over to Byram, and it's poked into the offside for no run. So 130 for 3 remains the score. Glamorgan trail by just 35. This partnership approaching the 3-figure mark, and Gloucestershire, well, what are they looking at? It's going to be an effort from here, you'd think, even to keep Glamorgan down below a 3-figure lead. The way it's going could, of course, all change very quickly, but it's looking ominous.
So Dale is back for another crack at the River Taff end in the sunshine. The crowd has probably risen from modest to semi-respectable. Might have expected a few more in with the sunshine out, but it's not that warm as yet. As Dale is in and Carlson drives back down the ground. Nice shot, nicely timed, nicely executed. Nothing that DeLange can do about that. 4 runs.
And more problems for Gloucestershire. Tom Price just given a couple of overs, and then Dale back into the attack, bowling a drive me ball, and Carlson obliging.
So Carlson starting well. Can he carry it on? It's under 39 with that one. 34 for 3. Dale bowls. Carlson has top edged that one and should be caught at square leg. It's skying high in the air. It's juggled and it's dropped. Oh, that one was up a long time for Zaffa Gohar. He always looked likely to be able to get to it, but it was just slightly awkward. The ball coming over his shoulder, and down it goes.
The applause not for the drop, but for the 100 partnership.
Oh, yes, I was slightly wondering about that, whether they were applauding the run that wasn't worth applauding, or the effort of Zaffa. But
I thought he might have had it on the second attempt. He had 2 goes at it. It wasn't an easy catch, but it's a catch that he would have expected to take.
Next delivery is defended by Byram. It was nice to see, actually, several of Zaffa's teammates going over and just giving him a consoling pat and saying, you know, never mind, we'll get another chance, or words to that effect, through gritted teeth possibly, but
yeah, well, he is a very good fielder, as I mentioned in the first session. I don't remember him dropping a catch last year. He fields well in the ring, he fields well on the boundary, covers a lot of ground, and usually has a safe pair of hands.
Dale to Byram, who punches that to cover, and there's no run, as Dent is the man there. A Dent for once without his sweater.
Yes, he still looks as if he's got those sort of sleeve things on. Not sure what the sort of skin type things, without mentioning a brand name. Anyway, I think everybody knows what I'm referring to.
Yeah, so the elbows are covered up as Dale bowls, and Byram hurried a little, but playing a solid enough defensive shot to mid-off. And there is no run. Yes, I really can't understand any cricketers fielding without long sleeves.
He says, looking at Miles Hammond at forward square leg.
Yes, quite. Because you're always liable to do some damage when you dive, aren't you? If you have no protection whatsoever. 135 for 3. Next delivery, an attempted pull shot by Byram. Might have gone inside edge, might have been off the thigh pad. It'll be 2 runs down to fine leg. As it's fielded by Harris, it was leg buys. Glamorgan tick on to 137 for 3 after an eventful over from Dale, which should have brought him the wicket of Kieran Carlson.
I mean, in some ways it would have been slightly fortunate, because it was not a short ball that got up very much, but that, I suppose, actually think back to the winter and the way that England got some of their wickets on those pretty slow Pakistan pitches, or certainly easy paced anyway, and very often it was the short ball that didn't actually get up that much that caused the issue rather than sort of genuine bouncer. Zafar bowls now to Carlson, angled bat defensively, playing this one towards a short mid-on position. Zafar fielding off his own bowling. Will be extra desperate to grab the wicket of Carlson now, but Carlson instead comes down the pitch and slaps it straight past him. Van Buren tries to get there from mid-off, but has no chance of cutting that one off, and Carlson had insult to injury for Zafar Gohar by picking him off for 4 runs.
You wouldn't think you could have a wristy straight drive, would you? But
Yeah.
so that's what that appeared to be. No, he actually met it on the full. It's good use of the footwork, just on the leg side of the bowler.
Yeah, he looks very confident playing against the spin. Carlson, as he drives, this time gets it past Dent at short extra cover. Van Buren will field from mid-off, but they can get another single. Carlson 45, 142 for 3. That wicket, I mean, Gloucestershire is still going to be behind, but that wicket just to open up one end, at least maybe limit the deficit. It's an enormous drop. As going for a reverse sweep here is Byram, but I think once again he's making sure that he's getting that front pad outside the line of off stump. Ollie Price fields at slip, and there is no run. I mean, I suppose sometimes you never do look settled under those catches over your shoulder, but he actually got himself into a pretty good position as well, even though he didn't have time to set his feet. Down the pitch comes Byram this time, flicked straight to short mid-wicket for no run. I heard something about an update there, Mr. Webb.
There we are.
So I better let you take
Extra
over.
one. Zafar bowls, and that's turned on the leg side, and there is no run. 142 for 3 at the end of the over. Glamorgan 142 for 3. They made a shaky start in reply to Gloucestershire's 165 all out. They were 35 for 3 at one point, but we've seen since a century stand from Eddie Byram, who's 60 not out, despite being beaten plenty of times early on by Tom Price in particular. And Kieran Carlson, who's on 45 not out, should have gone a few moments ago when he was dropped at square leg after skied catch by Zafar Gohar off the bowling of Ajit Singh Dale. But these two have generally prospered. The wicket seems to be easing off slightly as the sunshine pours down, and Glamorgan lost 3 wickets early on, with night watchman Timm van der Gugten going without scoring, David Lloyd and Sam Northeast for 9 runs apiece. We haven't seen Colin Ingram yet. Whether he's indisposed, we're not sure, but Glamorgan profiting in the sunshine. Carlson moves on to 49 with another boundary. Byram 60. It's 146 for 3, just 21 runs behind. Carlson punching that one through the covers. First ball of Dale's over. His bowling figures are not looking pretty.
No, but I suppose add the 1 for 30. You'd be happy enough with your wickets going for 30. You wouldn't be happy with the economy rate, but you know, if you can pick up your wickets at 30, then it may not matter. But there we go.
Dale bowls again. Carlson drives to mid-off. No run. Carlson then moving on to 49 with that. Last season, 3 half-centuries in 12 matches, which saw him omitted at the end of the season. And if Glamorgan structure slightly differently in the next match, he could be fighting for a place with Billy Root, and it's a good start for Carlson. Tom Bevan waiting as well in the wings. Another first-class chance, having played 1 game at the end of last season. Dale bowls, Carlson pulls. That will be his half-century. It's just stopped on the backward square leg boundary. In fact, it's just a single. Excellent work from
Ben Charlesworth on the field.
Sub Ben Charlesworth, that is Carlson's half-century, off just 68 balls, so considerably faster than Eddie Byram's, and he has struck 8 fours in the process, strike rate of 73.5.
Well, it's been just the knock for the situation in the end, with Carlson being the aggressor to, in general, with those 2 sixes mostly aside, Byram's more defensive approach, and he's really taken the attack to Gloucestershire.
As Dale is in again to bowl, short ball pulled by Byram down towards fine leg. That'll be 4 more, and it's not been Dale's day so far, as he's offering short deliveries and they're not really producing enough menace to hurry the batsman on this slowish surface. And Byram swivelled, got on top of it, sent it down towards a fairly fine leg. 150 up for Glamorgan, 3 wickets down. Byram on to 64, not out. Just a 1 slip now, as next delivery is a decent enough comeback from Dale as he hurries Byram slightly into a defensive shot. But where are we in terms of overs? End of the 39th over this is, so we've only got a middle-aged ball really. They change it after 80, the new ball available, and Gloucestershire have got to produce something from somewhere, otherwise they'll be in trouble by tea.
Well, really in trouble since 71 for 1.
As Dale into bowl, Byram hit on the pad as he tries to work on the leg side. No run as Dale dashes enthusiastically down the pitch to field. Carlson's 50.
Came on 68 balls and included 8 balls.
50 for Carlson, 64 for Byram, 151 for 3. The deficit is 14 runs.
So close, you're even finishing each other's sentences now.
People have actually asked if I do the PA on occasion. I said, no, I'd use fewer words if I did.
Right.
Yorkshire, 504 for 9 against Leicestershire.
Well, I suppose Gloucestershire supporters thinking could be worse? Probably not.
Milan got 132.
Here is Zafar bowling to Carlson. A little bit shorter, and it's off the back foot, just nudged into the covers, and Carlson sets off for a quick single. They've rotated the strike pretty well, these two. Carlson on to 51 now, on 52 for 3. They've found singles, and they've made use of the right-hand, left-hand combination, which, I don't know, maybe that is why Carlson has come in ahead of Colin Ingram, as Byram works that one right into Miles Hammond at short leg. Not sure whether that found protective equipment or not. If it didn't, then Miles Hammond's hiding it fairly well.
He's rubbing his stomach there, I think.
Yeah. As it hit him that high up, Zafar bowls to Byram, defends on the sort of sideways walk there, and there is no run. It so often happens this, and actually I remember this happening in the first game of last season at Northampton, where Zafar bowls to Byram, sweeping. This time he got a full enough delivery to sweep. It's one of the few sweeps that's actually been middled, but it's only going to be a single because Gloucestershire had a deep backward square in place. 153 for 3. But I remember Zafar coming on and bowling in that game at Northampton and managing to get a couple of balls turning quite considerably, and you thought, oh, well, here we go. Zafar's in business here. But as that ball gets older, it just seems to die, even for the spinners. Zafar bowls now to Carlson, who slaps this one up to mid-off. Van Buren's pretty deep there, and it's a very easy single. 54 for 3. Just 11 runs. The Glamorgan deficit now. Zafar looks as if he's going to have to be set in for yet another long bowl. He bowled 64 overs in an innings at Old Trafford last year. Zafar bowls to Byram, who turns that one to short mid-wicket. There is no run. 3 runs from the over, 154 for 3. After 40 overs of Glamorgan's innings. So the innings run rate's heading up towards 4 and over now as well. But the 64 over spell was the most overs bowled by a Gloucestershire bowler against Lancashire, and only a handful of Gloucestershire bowlers all time have bowled more overs than that.
Gosh.
I think it was only something like 4 names, although a couple of them had done it twice. I think the likes of Parker and Goddard were in there. William Woof did it twice. Former master of Cheltenham College.
A magnificent name.
It is. I mean, whether it's quite as good in terms of Gloucestershire history as Jack Crapp, I'm not sure, but one of the Gloucestershire greats.
Absolutely.
Jack Crapp.
154 for 3. Yes. Andrew Salter for Glamorgan bowled a lot in the last day of last season. He bowled virtually all day, 54 overs in all down at Sussex, as Glamorgan vainly chased a victory to put them back in the well, they were out of it by the final day because results elsewhere hadn't gone in their favour. Ollie Price for the first time bowls to Carlson, who stretches forward and defends.
He was one of the members of the one wicket club I was referring to yesterday, Ollie Price. He got rid of Nick Gubbins. It was his maiden first class wicket. I'll come back to that.
As down the pitch comes Carlson, calls for a quick single to mid-off. He had to hurry the throw from Harris, didn't hit. I think Carlson was just about home, but Harris kicks the turf in frustration.
Yeah, I think it was just about there. Well, it's certainly there with the speed that Carlson could run. I'm not sure that everybody would have been able to make that single. But yeah, that was his maiden first-class wicket, and it came at Cheltenham, and it was a caught behind, but James Bracey trapped it between his shins, which I'd not quite seen before, and then sort of steadily, carefully extricated the ball from where it had been lodged. I've never seen a caught behind quite like that before, and Ollie Price, well, he'll never forget his first-class wicket anyway, but it's a memorable way to get it.
Price bowls slightly quicker from round the wicket. Byram defends. At Derby, Derbyshire made 321 all out. Worcestershire going reasonably well, 87 for 1 in reply. Ollie Price round the wicket. Byram stretches forward carefully, having a look at the new opponent, and there's no run. And down at Hove, Sussex are 96 for 4 in reply to Durham's 376 all out. So the visitors on top there, as Byram forces off the back foot, and there's no run as he plays it out to Zafar in the covers. Looks like a early finish on the cards at Southampton, and almost through the first innings there, as Byram stretches forward to defend. Hampshire taking a narrow lead, 215 for 8. That is 30 runs ahead of Nottinghamshire. Middleton's 59, the main score there. End of the over, a little bit of toweling down for the two batters, and consultations between the fielders. Canterbury, Kent 70 for 1, having skittled Northants for 117. In that prestigious clash at Old Trafford, Lancashire 64 for 1 in reply to Surrey's 4-4-2 all out. At Lords, Essex made 266 all out, 105 of them to Dan Lawrence, 55 to Matt Critchley. After that they collapsed as Roland Jones took 7 wickets.
Zafar Gohar could do with at least some of those 7 as he bowls to Carlson, pushes into the covers, and there is no run. It's quite a collapse, isn't it?
Yeah,
they were 199 for 3 to 266, and 213 for 4 actually as well. Carlson with a more flowing drive. He's sent this one through point where there isn't a fielder, and Charlesworth tried to tip it inside the rope and missed it, and it's gone for 4 runs. Not sure that's going to improve Zafar's mood either.
It was pleasantly enough timed by Carlson, but it didn't look like it hit it hard enough on this soft outfield, and Charlesworth might have done better.
This was the first one that really seemed to run across the square, across those practice pitches. Zaffer bowls to Carlson, who will work a single wide of cover. 160 for 3, trailed by just 5 runs now, Glamorgan. Maybe just another indication of how things are drying out there as well, the way that that ball ran away.
Yeah, that is the fastest area of the ground, isn't it, across the practice pitches and the pitch they played the students on a couple of days ago.
Zaffer round the wicket now to Byram, who's using his feet and wristily turning this one to Harris, who is pretty deep at mid-on. There's another single to the total, 161 for 3. Hindsight is a tremendous thing, but the issue with Gloucestershire's selection of only 3 seamers is starting to come to the fore this afternoon. Zaffer bowls to Carlson, who defends back up the pitch. Zaffer will pick up of his own bowling.
Yeah, I suppose it doesn't help that all the sort of bits and pieces players are spinners, aren't they?
Well, that's it, isn't it? If you had one of them be, if Ben Charlesworth, for example, were playing and bowling, as that's short and hammered by Carlson through mid-wicket for 4 to end the over. Dale just jogging after it. Another drag down from Zaffer, and Carlson moves on to 62, and the scores are level.
So the final game to get underway was at Taunton, where they started at midday on day 2 after rain that appeared to affect the Taunton area more than most. Somerset 65 for 2 against Warwickshire, having chosen to bat first. 165 for 3 then, Glamorgan. Level are the scores, with Glamorgan having 7 wickets in the hutch, and you consider that one of the players out was the night watchman, and there's potentially quite a lot of batting left for Glamorgan. But Gloucestershire appeared to have quite a lot of batting, didn't make the most of it, as Ollie Price bowls and Byram stretches forward and defends. There's a slip as the only in-catcher, although mid-wicket and cover up fairly close, not quite in crouching positions. Price bowls, Byram stretches forward again, kills the ball, back to the bowler.
There is definitely hope for, well, I mean, of course there's hope for Ollie Price's bowling, but there's plenty to work with there. He's a tall man, should be able to get some bounce if there is any available.
That's a bit quicker, and Byram turns it gently past the umpire for a single. Square leg is out towards the ropes. Fine leg is up within a potential potential circle, if you like, in one-day terms. But they've now switched the right-hander, so he'll have to go elsewhere. Well, Josh Shaw, number 5?
Yes, it is, with his bucket hat, the first sighting of the bucket hat this season.
So is Charlesworth still on? The 2 subs on at the moment. Price is in. Ollie Price bowls, and Carlson slaps it through the covers. Should pick up 4. Oh, that's a good stop on the boundary ropes there.
It's Dale again.
By Dale, sprawling away to his right, and he's saved a couple of runs. 168 for 3. Glamorgan lead Gloucestershire by 3 here on BBC Sport Online.
It's as if it might have been Chris Dent that was off the field, but he's already making his way to the edge of the boundary.
Carlson drives on the leg side. Will pick up a single up to wide mid-on. 169 for 3. Carlson to 65, not out. Swans 1990 on Twitter says, lucky with the Carlson top edge being dropped, but looking very promising for Glammy. John says, great to have us back. Thank you, John. As Byram noodles one down towards third man, was looking for a single, but Zaffer was in quickly, and Carlson yelled the no from the non-striker's end. 169 for 3. Glamorgan lead by 4 runs. Nick Webb 2017 or Ed Cricket 6 if you wish to communicate via the medium of Twitter. And 43 overs gone in the innings. 62 potentially remain today if the light holds, and it probably should today with sunshine likely into the evening.
Yep. I mean, I must say, even at about 12:30, it was already feeling like it might be a long day in the field again for Gloucestershire, and they had so many of those last season. Just 130 over plus innings were a regularity.
This is Division 2 though, so shouldn't be as many this season.
Here's Zaffer bowling to Carlson off the back foot, plays a rather bizarre sort of wristy cut shot to it. He doesn't get a run for it because they've got that extra cover region quite well defended, with Dent and Van Buren, two of their better fielders in that region as well. No run. Zaffer to Carlson, who drives away and this time picks out Dent at cover. There's no run. Lots of intent, to use that buzzword, from Carlson this over, but has yet to score. And this time he'll just prod defensively, looking for that gap that he's found a few times between backward point and cover, but this time just a little too close to Chris Dent. And so there's no run. Zaffer moves in once more, whirl of the arms and bowls, and Carlson drives into his foot, I think, or at least into the ground anyway, and it's spun behind him, but to safety. He's looking at the toe of his bat, so maybe it did just hit the toe and then go into the ground and spin away.
Yeah, I'll do one more over and then give way to Edward Bevan.
Give way to you quickly.
Here comes Zaffer, bowls. Carlson cutting away, and a good diving effort from backward point manages to stop the ball, but they scamper through for a single. It must be De Lange there that's affected that piece of fielding. Got a long reach, managed to get down in time. 170 for 3. Carlson onto 66, almost caught up with Byram now on 67. 84 balls faced by Carlson, 141 by Eddie Byram. Zaffer left arm round to Byram, who clips this one straight to short fine leg, and there is no run. Glamorgan leading by 5 still, 7 wickets in hand. Dangerous players like Billy Root, Chris Cook, Dan Douthwaite can add runs quickly, never mind a volume of runs still to come. It's all Glamorgan here.
Yes, as we wait to see whether Colin Ingram's late arrival is the result of some health or fitness issue, or just a desire to keep a left and right combination going at the batting crease. Ollie Price is in to bowl to Kieran Carlson, who drives towards mid-off, and there will be no run. She'll be off for a chat with Radio Wales audience in a minute, and Edward will have to whisk back and forth till he talks to Radio Cymru again, as Carlson is forward and defends on the offside. No run. Chris Dent picks it up.
When you say a chat with the audience, it's not a sort of a phone-in or something?
No, it's a two-way rather than a voice.
Yeah.
In technical terms, as Carlson comes down the pitch and whacks it straight back where it came from. First real aggression shown against Ollie Price, and a straight blow just to the offside of the bowler, and Carlson picks up another 4. And that was in the air for quite a way, because Van Buren just gave a wave to the umpire to signal 4 rather than 6, so it must have pitched fairly close to the boundary at long off, which is probably the most thickly populated part of the stands, because you get a nice view from there, just over long off for the right-hander, and it is pretty close to the playing action. It's an ideal sort of viewpoint. It's where our commentary position used to be before the redevelopment of Sapphire Gardens. 174 for 3. Carlson has overtaken Byram now. He's on 70, and he's back on his stumps and defending that one.
Do they still put those kind of boxes up on the gantry at the far end, or
occasionally for international matches there are some extra, if extra broadcast facilities are needed? As Carlson back on his stumps, playing it into a little gap on the offside and cheekily dashes through for a single. So Carlson mixing his approach up. He moves to 71, 175 for 3 as the field changes round for the left-handed Byram. Last ball of the over here on BBC Sport Online. Price 0 for 10. Last ball of his third over is turned for a single by Byram on the leg side. Byram to 68, 176 for 3. Glamorgan lead by 11.
Meanwhile, at Lords, Middlesex are 2 for 2 after 2 balls. I'm not sure how they've managed that exactly. It's quite some effort. No ball, wicket, wicket. And Robson gone first ball of the innings, and Peter Malan to the second legitimate delivery. Jamie Porter has got those 2 wickets. A big summer for bowlers like Jamie Porter. Sam Cooke would be another one, even from the same team. I think of others, maybe even somebody like a Jordan Thompson. But those bowlers who couldn't get into the England side because Broad and Anderson were there as bowlers of slightly lesser pace. As Zaffer bowls to Byram, who works that one towards mid-wicket for a single, 177 for 3. But there might be 2 spots opening up fairly soon for such bowlers, and this would be a good summer, I suspect, to impress.
Certainly.
Bevan is with me.
I'd love to have heard the late Richie Benno describe that score, wouldn't you? 2 for 2.
2 for 2 after 2. Zaffer bowls to Carlson, driven straight to Van Buren in at a short, straight extra cover. And there is no run. I'm sure there are plenty more names that you could throw into the hat there as far as the Broad Anderson replacements, but I'm sure any of them are going to be Broad and Anderson, as Carlson drives wide of Harris at mid-off and picks up a single, 72 to Carlson, 178 for 3. The lead is 13. Yeah, they'll certainly be queuing up to take those spots. Thinking of Craig Overton, I suppose, would be somebody else he'd throw into that mix. He's played some tests already. Byram uses his feet. There's a highly optimistic appeal for LBW from Gloucestershire. It's got towards that stage, I think.
Looking at the run rate, it's just a run or so under 4. After that slow start, they've accelerated.
They really have, yeah. Carlson,
well, he never
72 from 91.
Yeah.
And plenty of attacking players to come. Zaffer, flighted delivery. It's flicked by Byram quite powerfully. They've got Dent at a sort of halfway back, straight mid-wicket. And it's a single to Byram, 70 to him now, 179 for 3. But I mean, you think, as far as Broad and Anderson go, England's winter, I think they go to the West Indies and India for a 5-test series. Zaffer bowls down the leg side, and it goes off maybe pad rather than bat. Carlson looks frustrated that he's missed out there, because that was there to be clipped away. It's gone straight to short. Fine, there's no run. End of another over. 179 for 3. But you wouldn't think that Broad and Anderson would really want to bow out of the sort of, away test series like that, where they're likely to be rested and rotated anyway. And then next summer, I think West Indies might even return, and Sri Lanka, something like that. But
well, they play so often, I've lost count of who's coming when.
But it's not it's not a sort of an India series or Australia or South Africa or somebody like that. So you do have to wonder whether it's going to be, hopefully from their point of view, the perfect swan song this summer with an Ashes victory.
Yeah, you've got plenty of young fast bowlers. If Ollie Stone can keep fit, he's quite rapid. And you've got the lad from Durham.
Yeah, Matthew Potts. I didn't mention him. I meant to mention him.
There are lots there, but they do get injured, these lads. And the fellow from Yorkshire, I think he's out for a while again. He got a cut.
Matthew Fisher.
Matthew Fisher, yes.
Yep, it would be another name in that list of bowlers who sort of around about the early 80s to mid 80s kind of range, but I mean probably mid 80s on a good day. Marchand de Lange returning.
Marchand, yes. Shanna, known to his teammates. His nickname?
What was his nickname, sorry?
Shanna.
Aha. Not the machine from Tsanin.
I don't know what...
that would be my one for him. That's his birthplace in South Africa.
Right in the north. Yeah, he's only bowling to the one slip, which tells us that Glamorgan dictating matters at the moment. 3 on the offside, saving 1, 2 on the onside. He's round the wicket and bowls to Byron. Byron is beaten as he prods outside the off stump. You will always get 100% from Marchand de Lange.
Yeah, and possibly even more so now, because he's playing for somebody that he's known since childhood in Graham van Buren. Van Buren was telling the club that that de Lange was the first person to hit him on the head as a youngster.
Yes. Here he is again, coming from the far side and bowls. That's driven not exactly where Byron wanted it. He goes down to third man. He was hoping to play through the covers. They go through for a single. And the score moves on to 179, or is it 180? 180. Glamorgan 20 runs short of a batting point. No, they're not. That's the mistake. Yeah.
Yes,
they're 70 runs short.
Alex Stewart's words, I think, on the TMS podcast, as far as the 450 mark goes, was good luck to them. And I think that sort of rather sums up our feelings.
Odd things,
here.
Don't they, the ECB and these things. He reverts to over the wicket to bowl to Carlson, the right-hander, as he comes in and bowls short, pulled away, but there is a man there at deep mid-wicket waiting just for that shot, and again it's only a single. Score moves on to 180 for 3, 181. Carlson is leading the race. He's 73 to Byron. Now Byron's faced 148 balls for 71. Carlson's faced 93 for his 73. De Lange bowls to Byron, and Byron beaten outside the off stump. It's twice he's beaten him in this over.
And again, not carrying through to Bracey. I'm not sure whether that was the off cutter from De Lange. It might have been. It sort of moved off the pitch as if it may have been.
This ground, not this pitch, many of the pitches here, we've had a history of them. As we go into the third day, fourth day, they go absolutely dead. As the next ball is played, straight delivery back down the pitch.
Tried Yorker there.
Yeah, and Glamorgan's bowlers will hope that that is not the case, because if they get a substantial lead, they want to try and bowl them, the opposition out. But as I say, I've seen it dry out here, and then it's a perfect batting pitch. And as I look now, there doesn't seem to be anything in it for the bowlers. As for Glamorgan yesterday, there was something in it all day long until the last wicket fell. De Lange turns, comes in over the wicket, round the wicket rather, bowls, and is played out to third man. He'll take a single and settle with that, and it'll be Byron who keeps strike at 182 for 3, so Glamorgan lead by 17 runs.
Yeah, whether it is just the effects of Glamorgan having been so on top in this game, or potentially, I mean, De Lange's in, albeit his second spell was a short one, he's into his third spell now. It does have an effect, but it has looked very much like a, dare I say it, almost a stereotypical Bristol pitch since sort of the first hour. To date, there's been very little going on. It's been slow, so
the only thing you can hope for is a little bit of turn.
Yep, even that seems to have died since the new ball.
Yeah.
And you just have to rely on a mistake, and they got one from Kieran Carlson when he was on 39. A difficult over-the-shoulder catch for Zafar Gohar, but he did get two hands to it. In fact, been two hands to it twice. Graham van Buren is back into the attack, bowling his second over. He starts off with a full toss, and Zafar will stop the ball, albeit not totally cleanly at wide mid-on, and Byron will pick up 2 more runs to move just slightly ahead of Carlson again. 74 to him now, 184 for 3. Van Buren over the wicket, bowling to Byram. Byram plays that one with a slightly open face of the blade towards backward point, and there is no run. Van Buren usually a bit quicker through the air than Zaffer. Certainly been a very effective white ball operator in particular over the years, as he darts that one in, and Byram once more opens the face and guides it to point. And you know, he's just picked up the occasional useful wicket in the championship as well, Van Buren, as he drags the length back just a little bit there, but Byram's still on the front foot, defending into the onside for no run.
7 bowlers, incidentally, used by Gloucestershire, and I'll just break off.
Van Buren bowls, worked away into the leg side, sliding stop from Dent at mid-wicket prevents a run.
Yeah, 7 bowlers used, and to me the only one who's really threatened has been Tom Price. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. On the back foot, defended into the onside by Byram to end the over, so 2 runs from it, 184 for 3. I think De Lange, in his sort of last 3 overs of his first spell, was getting towards that sort of level of threat, and then he picked the off stump of Sam Northeast. But yes, in terms of regularly passing the outside edge, Tom Price was that bowler, but he bowled a couple of overs straight after lunch and was just a little bit too straight to Eddie Byram, and Byram took him for a boundary and a couple and another single, I think, so decided to give Tom Price a bit of a rest.
Is Martian De Lange back into the attack and bowls, and it's a strange sort of shot. If you've never seen it before, we've seen it many times. Carlson taking the bottom hand off the bat as he plays the shot. Very attractive batsman, as I mentioned earlier on. Lovely to watch when he's in full flow, but suffered last year. And it's the best thing in the world if you can start your season and get a few runs. It gives you such renewed confidence. De Lange bowls to him, and this is clipped away up towards mid-on. They go for a quick single, and very quick is Carlson, and they get there quite easily. And there is the 150 partnership between these two, and nowhere near any records at the moment, but anything after 200 I think we'll be looking through the books. But it's 150 partnership, 74 to each batsman as Byron bowls, waits rather for De Lange, who will come round the wicket to him. Bowls to him now, short, oh, too short. Pulled away viciously up towards long on for 4. Fastened onto it very quickly. Cannot bowl short, as we mentioned earlier on this pitch. Just pit just outside the off stump and hammered away through long on. Eddie Byram, who had illness and injuries last season, made an impression, and I think he's a very useful acquisition, who signed at the end of the season before last for Glamorgan from Somerset, of course. But he couldn't quite be a regular in the first team. And of course, Matthew Maynard, who's the cricket coach here, was in charge at Somerset, as you well remember. Next ball is a better ball, and it's nudged away with an open face from Byron. Moves on to 79, and the score to 190 for 3.
Yeah, I suppose Somerset have actually had some issues as far as opening combinations have gone. They've signed Sean Dixon this season, but they were putting people like Ben Green up at the top of the order the last couple of seasons.
Exactly.
Might have missed Eddie Byram, actually.
There's De Lange, he's in, bowls short and pulled away in the air down towards fine leg. There was a cry of a catch, but nowhere near it, and they go through for a single. They're scoring at will at the moment. How many people do you think in the ground when they get to 200 will say, well, there's a bonus point to start? Oh, look at he's forgotten to put up the bonus point.
Yeah, well, they're always very keen on that sort of thing, aren't they?
Yeah.
The scoreboard's not correct.
Knowing Mr. Hignell, he'll probably mention it. DeLange around the wicket is into Byron and nudges it backward of square. This time there's no run. 191 for 3 and 75 to Carlson. Byron's on 79. The overs we've had are 49. So just marginally short of 4 and over.
We're still nowhere near halfway through the day either.
Did you have to say that?
Well, you know, I'm sure most of the punters here are rather enjoying the fact that we aren't, but from a Gloucestershire point of view, it's just another long day in the field.
It could
Deja
be
vu all over again.
Could be longer tomorrow.
Yes, very well could be. No reason for Glamorgan to hurry. Van Buren continuing, bowling round the wicket to Carlson. Darts that one in, it's pushed back up the pitch. Van Buren alertly fields away to his right-hand side of his own bowling. There's no run. He doesn't really allow much time for conversation. Van Buren, as he bowls to Carlson, quick on his feet again, and then knocking the ball down to deep mid-on, where Tom Price fields, and another single taken, 192 for 3.
Ollie Price, Van Buren and Zaffer both the rest of the day, and then we'll be away at 6. But the new ball.
Get through extra overs then, though. We have to keep going until 6:30.
Yeah.
Van Buren bowling to Byram, clipped through forward square leg for another single. Byram moves to 80. Middlesex are now 2 for 3. Good. At Lords, Jamie Porter's claimed a third. Stevie Eskenazi out for a duck. All 4 runs, no balls. Van Buren is in, very full, right up to the bat. And there's that bottom-handed whippy drive from Carlson up to mid-off for another single. 194 for 3.
Welcome back to the First Division, Middlesex.
Yes, well, I mean, it's tricky batting at Lords with the slope at the best of times, but early season, you really want to be on a Lords pitch. Oh, gosh, yes. And in fact, as I say that, Middlesex are 4 for 4.
Gosh.
0, 0, 0, 0.
Who's the fourth?
Stoneman has gone now, as Byram plays that one into the ground, and it's well fielded by Van Buren to his left of his own bowling. Gives a bit of a smirk towards Eddie Byram there as he denied him a run. Van Buren bowls down the pitch, turning it into a low full toss, and almost really a bit of one-day cricket there from Eddie Byram, just the classic clipped along on for a single. 195 for 3, lead is 30, 81 to Byram, 77 to Carlson.
Wouldn't it be strange if it's not going to happen, because I think Essex got 300 odd, didn't they?
Essex they made 266 in the end, so that's been a lot of wickets that have fallen for not very many runs, because they were 213 for 4, then 266 all out, and now 4 for 4.
The point I'm trying to get at is that can you imagine the troops from Lords walking down and having a look at the pitch, and Middlesex at HQ being docked. That's not going to happen, though.
Oh no, not to Middlesex.
No.
No, it only happens when sides play against Middlesex and take a rake to the pitch.
Yeah.
Somerset at the end of was it the 2019 season?
Nick is back to carry on the over, because I shall have to rush off again.
Oh, gosh, musical chairs here, except for me. Yeah, well, I have to conjure up an update that I've got to do. Yes, very important. Got a 3 o'clock update, I'm afraid, Nick, so you'll have to take the next 10 minutes on your own. You carry on.
Yeah, Radio Cymru is calling Edward. I've had a chat with Radio Wales. Here's DeLange then, right arm around, bowls, and Byram is on the defensive. He's 81, not out. You can have a break once the football kicks off. You're all right in a few minutes' time.
Oh, no, don't worry, I'm fine. It's what I'm here for. Hampshire have finally just been bowled out, by the way, by Nottinghamshire for 231, so still not even a batting bonus point for that now, but it is a handy lead potentially of 46 runs. Ollie Stone did take a couple of late wickets to make his figures a little more respectable.
DeLange in, bowls, Byram is forward defensively, no run. Yes, well, Gloucestershire's selection with Jack Taylor batting at 7, obviously designed to give them a powerful batting lineup, but I'm afraid they paid the consequences of being out of pre-season practice, really, the Gloucestershire middle order, and a lot of very low scores in that. As DeLanger's in to bowl, and Byram is caught at slip, trying to cut thick edge, and Ollie Price took a good low catch. Gloucestershire have the breakthrough they've been striving for the last couple of hours. Byram's gone for 81, it's 195 for 3.
If there is one shot that, in terms of scoring shots, that looked more likely than any other to get Byram in trouble, it was that cut shot, and particularly off DeLanger. He beat him a couple of times early on with that shot, did get one of them away, but I mean, he won't be able to believe what he's done there. There was a lot of width on offer, but maybe he's sort of, in a way, a little bit like another more illustrious, I suppose, Somerset left-hander in Marcus Trescothick, in that they both don't really move their feet towards, well, Marcus Trescothick doesn't play very much anymore, I'm sure, but don't really move their feet towards the ball when they're playing outside the off-stump like that, and Trescothick so seldom didn't middle it, but there just maybe paying the price for not being particularly close to the ball as he played the shot, and just slicing it away. And Ollie Price with the helmet on there in that position, as he kind of has to be, otherwise the ball's not going to carry. It took a good catch. He does have a good pair of hands on him. There was that one that slipped past his left hand, first ball that Zaffa bowled this afternoon. They are really tricky, those, as I said at the time, moving away to the left, and it was such a flashing edge, but normally does have a good pair of hands in the slips, and he took a decent catch there. DeLanger had actually switched to bowling quite a lot of off-cutters. I was watching his release on the picture feed, and I thought the way that a couple of the deliveries had behaved that he was bowling off-cutters, but I hadn't actually concertedly looked, and he was for the most part in that over, but I think that one was, I'd have to have a look back at it again, I think that one was just the straight seam up delivery, and maybe also just a little bit of the extra pace from it being the full pace delivery rather than the off-cutter, potentially also meaning he was a tad late on it. There we go, another left-hander comes out to replace Eddie Byram with Billy Root.
Yes, Root in at 6, which means we've still got Ingram and Cook to come in the lower half of the order. That doesn't happen very often, with the night watchman, and Ingram dropping down as DeLanger is in to bowl to Root, who chops down defensively on that and sends it back to the bowler. Who's just checking my phone in case of messages from base, and there's a whole lot of stuff from the cricket club about work that needs doing on our club ground. I have to make my excuses. Need to check the engine mounting bolts, apparently. A word to Glamorgan as well after yesterday, as Root defends that one back to DeLanger. All sorts of technical chat which I don't understand. It's so complicated, the business of preparing a cricket pitch, even at sort of village level, really.
Yeah.
All sorts of technicalities that I really don't understand.
Oh, exactly, and I suppose I'm afraid it's one of cricket's great problems in a way of, I mean, yes, you can play on an artificial pitch, but it's really, well, it's not the same game, and it's particularly difficult, for example, to bowl spin on artificial pitches because of the bounce. There's just nowhere that you can land it, really, where it's, you know... Excuses,
Ed.
Oh, yeah. Of course, you've got to get them in. Van Buren continuing bowling round the wicket to Carlson. Props forward and defence into the onside. No run. But, you know, in terms of growing the game globally, the women's game's doing a far better job of that than the men's game, as Van Buren bowls, driven by Carlson, but straight to Dent at short extra cover at them as there's no run. There's this fair break tournament going on out in Hong Kong at the moment, involving a lot of associate nation women's players, lots of talent being uncovered. As Carson cuts straight to cover and there's no run, lots of cricketers from all sorts of nations, Brazil included, with a growing women's cricket programme. Van Buren is in, and that's edged and has been dropped by the looks of things. Ollie Price has beat the turf there, head in hands, and I think Kieran Carson has just got another life there, driving away outside the off stump. And Ollie Price staring down at the floor. He's dropped to catch off his skipper. Van Buren in to Carlson, driven wide of the bowler Van Buren, down to Tom Price at mid-on, and there is no, there is a single. 196 for 4. Haven't had a chance to look back at a replay of that just to see.
We don't get many replays with Van Buren or Zappa bowling.
Just no.
There is no time. But yeah, from the fielder's reaction of beating the turf, literally.
Yes, and any time a fielder comes up to give a consoling pat, you know what's happened. Van Buren bowls to Billy Root, and Root has played with bat and pad almost simultaneously, and the ball goes absolutely nowhere. Good over that from Van Buren, just the one run off it, and well, just about getting to the replay. And yeah, so his problem was he was falling over to his right and then kind of had to reach back to his left. Had he stayed in the position that he was in originally, then it would have been pouched, but it was almost as if he anticipated it being a thicker edge than it was, moved to his right, and then was collapsing over to his right as he then needed to reach back to his left for the catch, and it was grasped. So Carlson dropped on 39 and on 77.
So almost the double breakthrough that Gloucestershire were pining for. Could have had two fresh batters at the crease had that one been held, but Gloucestershire not helping themselves as far as Kieran Carson is concerned. Marchant de Lange to try and remove all doubt, and bowls a short ball though that Carlson hooks in controlled fashion down to backward square for a single. 79 to Carlson.
Middlesex have managed some runs off the bat. Pleased to know. Max Holden is 4 not out after 0 to start their innings.
Wow, I missed a bit of that while I was
oh, of course,
in
yes,
the other studio.
The update, yes.
Yeah,
they were 4
for
4 with all 4 runs in no balls.
Wow. That's some going. Looking at Billy Root's form last season, well, he averaged 32. He played 9 matches after being out the side at the start. 99 not out at Worcester was his highest score. He would have got 100, but Michael Neser won the match with a few runs at the end, leaving Root on 99. As de Lange is into bowl Timm, it leaves that one go outside off stump. Other notable performances: 88 when he came into the side up at Durham, batting fairly low down, got half century in the home draw against Notts, and 79 in the run feast against Derbyshire, which David Lloyd hit the highest score ever by a Welshman, 313. Glamorgan 3 runs away from their first batting point, and de Lange trying to prevent them getting there too soon, and Root playing firmly defensively to dent at cover.
When you say run feast, presumably it wasn't quite to the levels of that game that you had against Surrey a couple of seasons ago.
Oh, don't. I'm trying to forget that. Well, the match score was something like 1,000 for 10, or ridiculous game.
Yep, you see, Bazball, you know, it could have pulled off a miracle like England in Rawalpindi.
As de Lange bowls, and Root is off the mark with a very nicely timed shot through point for 4 runs. Just seemed to lean into that one and use the pace of the ball from de Lange, and it raced away over those practice wickets on the square of the wicket. Route underway. 201 for 4, and that is Glamorgan's first batting point of the season.
Except it's not, because it's 250.
Shoot. Thank you very much. Nearly as that one from DeLange is allowed to go through by route. Oh dear, old habits die hard.
Exactly. Well,
it's been 200 for the last heaven knows how long. Ever been anything other than 200, Edward, that you can remember for the first batting point?
All over the place.
All over the place. Oh dear. Yes, so 49 required for the first batting point of the season. Do apologise. Route on 4. 2 slips in place as Route drives back to DeLange, and there's no run. That is the end of the over, and probably time for you to have a rest, Ed, while we have our first half football commentaries. That means that we won't be needed at least for the next 45 minutes or so, including injury time. Edward Bevan will probably tell us all about Swansea City in the course of Cardiff City in rather more trouble last time I looked at the table. And Graham Van Buren to continue from this Cathedral Road end. Edward.
Thanks, Nick. Yes, here he is, bowling the first ball, and it's clipped away on the onside, a short mid-wicket. There's no run. I take the point of left and right, but you would have thought Colin Ingram would have been in before Billy Root as the next ball is bowled. Oh, and it's turned that, I think. We'll have a look at the replay. They're going to get a run off it. It found the edge of Carlson's bat. Score moves on to 202 for 4. Might have been a bit turn there.
I wonder if Ingram might have just damaged a hand or something when he took that catch or took the catch.
We have no news.
He was on the field despite all yesterday, so
we shall see.
No word from the dressing room as yet.
No. Root is on 4. In comes Van Buren, bowls to the left-hander, and he goes back and cuts it away on the offside, but straight to the man fielding there.
You managed to delegate your season ticket at the Swansea.com stadium?
Delegated it to my... I'll just break off as he comes over the wicket to the left-handed Root. There's no run. Delegated to my grandson, his little lady friend, or little girlfriend. So they've gone off together to watch today. This next ball is turned around the corner. And when I told him I couldn't go, he said, "Oh, good." Had my tickets.
Charming. Charming.
Van Buren doesn't take a long time to bowl an over. He's coming in again and bowls to Root, who plays and puts his wrist down so that the ball doesn't go as he plays the shot. Covers it, end of the over. Glamorgan 202 for 4, very well placed at the moment. 80 to Carlson, Root for 4. When you were doing your little chat earlier on, I was saying to Ed how many times we've seen this pitch where it's conducive to seam and swing in the first day or two, and then absolutely nothing in the last 2 days. Whether that happens now, because the sun is quite strong and it appears from here that there's not much in it. It's a little bit of turn which will interest Glamorgan, but then they will have their second string spinners, i.e. Root and Carlson in operation, and there will be, and Ingram of course, the bowler leg spin, but there will be no first choice Andrew Salter.
Yes, and beginning of last season he was in the side as an opener and claimed 7 wickets against Durham for a career best in the first game. So he hasn't been lucky with selection early in the season in over several years, Andrew Salter. As we're going to see Tom Price have another burst. from the River Taff end. 1 for 26. Claimed the wicket of David Lloyd for 9 in the first hour. There's Price, Tom Price bowls, and Carlson plays to dent at cover, and there is no run. We have also seen the spin of Brother Ollie. Well, 3 overs, 0 for 11. But Gloucestershire really, with only DeLanger and Tom Price in terms of the faster stuff, because Dale has been expensive. 6 overs, 0 for 40. Price in, bowls. Carlson down the pitch, hits him back where it came from. That's a big blow from Carlson, a firm blow as it goes whacking into the boundary boards straight behind the bowler. You know, 6 for 4.
Very good pace bowler, bowler of huge promise, and Carlson just dances down the pitch and lofts him over his head for 4. What does that tell you? Well, this is the way he does play, and will continue to play. I suspect this next delivery, if it was a senior bowler who's been playing many years, might not land in his half. Could be, words might have been said, but it'll be interesting. Now, where's he go? I suspect it might be one up the throat. Let's see.
Here's Tom Price in to bowl to Carlson. No, just worked away on the leg side for possibly a couple of runs. No, just the single as Zafar comes in rapidly from the fine leg boundary. Carlson will be delighted to have a substantial innings under his belt in the first game of the season after his relative struggles last year.
Yes, and it gives such confidence, Nick, doesn't it? You know, you got 100 or near 100 in the first game. You just want to, you know, he'd love to play next week again, but Glamorgan don't have a game, weirdly.
Tom Price bowls and Root defends on the leg side. The season before, Carlson had a marvellous year in 2021 where he topped the run charts with 928 runs. Looked likely to get to 1,000 for a while. Just fell away a little at the end, but still averaged nearly 49.
Captain the one-day side of victory and got runs in that.
Yes. Very successful season in 21 as Price is in to bowl to Root, who's defensively pushing on the offside. And
did you hear that Mills score? At one stage, 4 for 4.
Yes, Ed was reminding us of that.
4 for 4.
Carlson's best was against Gloucestershire here 6 years ago.
180 or
191.
Yeah, I thought it was high.
Price bowls and Root defends on the offside. No run. So Middlesex recovering at all in that division match. 15 for 4. In reply to Essex's 266 all out, and well, it's a classy top order, isn't it? To have a load of ducks in a row: Stoneman, Robson, Peter Milan, and Eskenazi.
Yeah.
3 wickets to Jamie Porter. Very useful.
Yes, it's
fast
him
medium bowler.
And the other lad.
Sam Cook he's opening up with.
Yeah. Good opening, as good as opening pair you've got. All right, Man Byron's coming around the wicket to the right-hander now. Got a man back on the offside at long off, but he's driven that along the floor, and it's rebounded off extra cover back to the bowler, and the man at cover's come in. He's run to a 30 yards to give him a little tap on the hand. And
yes. DeLanger's obviously very pleased with Chris Dent there.
Yeah. Here's the next ball, a good length ball which is played defensively. Very enthusiastic, isn't he, DeLanger? Always has been.
Pleasure to watch, unless he's bowling too short too often.
Oh, down the pitch he comes now, and that's going to be a single up to long on. You can't. No, he doesn't want to be kept quiet, does he, Carlson? He came racing down the pitch then. Didn't time it. He's looking to hit it over the top, I fancy, but he has moved on to 86 And it's 208 now for 4, so the lead is 43. Anything over 100, and you would probably think Glamorgan would be in the boss seat, but it all depends on this pitch plays. In comes long off now for the less attacking Root as he bowls. Root has played a beautiful shot. He got right across, dragged it over mid-wicket, and the less attacking Root gets 4 runs.
Yeah, nice slog sweep. One day style.
Run rate wasn't, when I last looked, wasn't far off 4s.
We're at 55, just under.
When you think that slow start, most of it, of course, is, well, nearly all of it is due to the attack in Kieran Carlson. Van Buren comes back now to over the wicket, so the left-handed Root bowls to him, and Root again gets a boundary, this time through the offside, a flat, square drive. A good, attractive player to watch when he's in, Nick. So 2 successive 4s, as he's driven that towards the vacant extra cover boundary. 216 for the loss of 4 wickets. Very healthy position for Glamorgan. Do tell me when we're having tea, because I've lost count of all these different meal times. 4 o'clock, is it?
Well, it's usually scheduled for 3:40, isn't it, or 32 overs, so it's probably maybe 3:50 if it's a fixed time.
Van Buren again, it's a better delivery, it's just prodded back by the batsman to end the over. You know, they're so fussy about tea, it could be 3:56, couldn't it, or 3:57?
Well, we don't have to wait until it's 32 overs left, otherwise we will be 4:15-ish.
216 for 4 then. This after an excellent partnership of 160 between Eddie Byram, who made 81, and Kieran Carlson, who is nearing 100. He is 86 not out. And Billy Root has come in and hit some boundaries. He's not out 12. So Glamorgan playing not baseball cricket, but attacking cricket. Pleasing on the eye for a Glamorgan supporter.
Adnan reminds us of the bonus point. Yes, Ed correctly corrected me for 250 for the bonus point. It's the for the first time in my spell as a regular championship commentator, as Carlson plays the first ball from Price on the leg side, and there is no run. Ben Bonney says, as you're speaking about the Fairbreak Global Tournament, which Ed was referring to earlier, the women's tournament, he says he's played on the same team with one of the Brazil players, Roberta Moretti Avery, for the Metronomes last year in a charity game. So cricket is being unearthed in unlikely parts of the world as Carlson drives to mid-on, and there is no run. Steve West hoping that Glamorgan can up their run rate further. It's healthy enough.
Certainly is, with 2.5 days left.
So, plenty of opportunities for
I think
women's game.
Should be a result here, one way or the other.
Well, you never know with these wickets. They can get very dull in the closing stages, can't they? As Carlson is defending that one. Oh, they've taken a quick single up to mid-on that I really wasn't expecting.
Right, I have some news regarding Colin Ingram.
Yeah.
He has not batted, as we have been telling you all afternoon, because he's got a neck spasm. I've had a couple of neck spasms there. Not nice. You know, difficult to, well, as the description implies. Can't turn your neck. But I slept the wrong way.
Yeah, something like that. He looked in one piece yesterday. Here is Price to bowl to Root after that quick pinch single for Carlson. Price in, bowls, and Root defends. We should specify Tom Price, because both the Price brothers have been bowling.
Well, Ingram might come in and just stand there and, as he's done so many times in his life, slog 6s.
Well, there's still Cook, Douthwaite Harris to come, so maybe he's got a fair while to hope it wears off or get some pain-killing injections or whatever he has to do to get out there. As Root defends, a grunt of effort from Tom Price, but the ball just trickling to Van Buren at mid-off. And there is no run. Down beneath us at third man, Zafar Gohar, the Pakistani left-arm spinner, is going through his warm-up exercises to tell us that he'll be back in the attack fairly shortly. Van Buren has been tidy enough, 6 overs 0 for 18, but Gloucestershire needing more than tidiness really to drag this game back. Tom Price bowls, Root drives up to mid-off, but there's a scrambling stop by Van Buren, who strikes the stumps. Well fielded Van Buren, setting a good example to his team there. Made a scrambling stop and then hurled the ball just in case Root had come too far down the wicket. He had seen what was going on and duly retreated. That's the end of Tom Price's over. 1 for 32 off 13. Glamorgan 217 for 4. Lead by 52 runs with 6 wickets in hand.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, Zafar Gohar.
So it's Zafar to come back to bowl, who opened the bowling this morning and immediately got a wicket when he had Timm van der Gugten, who was trying to clear mid-off, well caught by the captain Van Buren. But since then, hasn't really troubled the batsman. He was hit for 2 sixes in 1 over from Eddie Byram. And I have a feeling that Kieran Carlson won't let the Pakistani left-arm spinner settle here. Just a little deeper now, mid-on and mid-off, as Zafar will come round the wicket and comes in now and bowls to Carlson. He was going to bowl and completed his action and then didn't let the ball go, or did he? The ball might have slipped from his hand or whatever.
Dead ball, I think, was signalled.
Yes. Here we go again, and there's the first ball bowled, and that's driven. Go for a quick single, and he'll make it. The fleet of foot, Carlson. 89 to him now. Billy Root, who's quickly settled in for his 12. Batsman to come, Colin Ingram, if fit. Chris Cook will probably come in next, a very capable batsman, of course. Douthwaite and Harris and Potmore. So it's a pretty strong batting lineup. Zafar to bowl with a short leg and a slip. He's coming over the wicket, bowls the Root. Root comes back, and that he might have just left his crease a little bit too early. Gives Zafar a quick moment to see him, and he pushed it through. And in the end, batsman had to adjust. Just 4 or 5 steps from Zafar. Well, that's a bit short. Play through the offside, and it's stopped just inside the boundary, but it is a short boundary, and they go through for 2 runs.
Yeah, I haven't seen it shorter on that side. It's not one of the silly ones.
There could be a silly one next in a fortnight's time, because there's one being prepared. Can you see it 2 to the right? They tend to do that at the start of the season. As the next ball, Root has flat batted that, and is it going to beat cover? No, it's a
lovely stop from Harris.
A dive-in stop, really, from Harris, who top scored for his side yesterday on 59. Zafar Gofra then steadies himself, and he's going to come past umpire Shaughnessy now and bowls. That's jabbed down, a quicker delivery which went on with the arm and pushed down to short third man. It's a well protected field, deep mid wicket, deepish cow corner, and long on his back. Left-handed, of course, unlike the famous brother is Billy Root. The next ball is defended just in front of him. To their credit, they're getting through the overs pretty quickly here.
Yes, Safa certainly wastes no time. Van Buren before him at this Cathedral Road end was whisking through the overs. I was just looking up that woman player who Ben Bonney said he'd played with for the Metronomes, a charity side. Roberta Moretti Avery is captain of Brazil, and apparently they do have a dozen or so professionals in the Brazilian women's game, which you wouldn't have expected. So it sounds as though the women's game is more developed than the men's in the South American giant.
Absolutely.
220 for 4. Glamorgan are 55 in the lead, and Tom Price, tidy day so far. 1 for 32. The wicket of David Lloyd, the Glamorgan captain, in that testing first hour of the day when Glamorgan slipped to 35 for 3. Gloucestershire had hopes of some sort of parity on first innings. Tom Price bowls Carlson down the pitch and plays it rather awkwardly to mid-on. They'll hustle through for a quick single as Van Buren fields. Carlson's plays some very elegant shots and some very inelegant shots as well, isn't he?
Yeah, it comes dancing down the bit before the ball has released it, really, and as if to say, I'm in charge here. I was telling Ed earlier on, remember the final 2 years ago, Trent Bridge and Scott Borthwick had got a wicket, and as soon as he came in, he just planted him for 6, then first bounce 4 in the next over, and just carried on merrily.
His next delivery is driven by Root, but Van Buren with some more excellent fielding, and again he's hit the stumps. That is superb stuff from the Gloucestershire skipper, and both batters there were diving for their respective creases. Carlson at the non-striker's end, and then Van Buren, somehow seeing that Carlson was probably home, had a go at the other end and hit the stumps for the second time in as many overs. What fielding.
As you say, leading by example.
Really throwing himself around there. But it's an eventful dot ball in the end. So Price in to bowl to a Root. Another big grunt of effort, and this time it trickles rather more gently up to mid-off. And there's no need for Van Buren to chuck himself around on that occasion. 221 for 4. Carlson 89, Root 14. The other major contributor, apart from Carlson, has been Eddie Byram, who made 81 off 167 balls. He hit 8 4s and 2 6s. Next delivery from Tom Price is driven nicely by Root. He's got that one through the offside. He's bisected mid-off and cover, and despite the slowish outfield, the ball runs about 8 to 10 metres behind the boundary. A solitary cry of Root from the stands. Nicely timed, that one. 225 for 4.
We can say now that they're 25 runs short of a first batting point.
Yes, thank you for reminding me.
I said it wrongly at the lunchtime, and then you carried on.
Yep. Well, it's been 200 for a very long time now.
There's symmetry about 200, isn't there, and 250?
Yeah, you get used to it, don't you? 250 is quite ambitious for a first point, as Root plays that off the back foot to mid-off. And there is no run, considering that you only have to take 3 wickets in 110 overs to get a first bowling point.
And yet you've got to gallop to get 450, haven't you? I don't think many sides are going to get 450 in...
no. Yorkshire did
110.
Yorkshire did against Leicestershire, 517 all out. Leicestershire 54 for 2 in reply. But... smacks of another problematic season for Leicestershire, potentially.
Yes, they're bowling, isn't it?
There's Price round the wicket to Root, who defends no run. Sussex making some progress against Durham. They're 149 for 4 in reply to 376 from the visitors. And Chitashwa Pujara, their skipper these days, is on 62 not out. That's the end of the over. Very classy player. And reasonably even at Derby. Derbyshire 321 all out. Worcestershire 123 for 3.
Did you notice the success that Timm Gill had in the summer for India, in the winter rather? He's forced himself in now as an opening bat for India. Got 200s on the trot, and he indeed looked a class player when he was here, didn't he?
He did. Only played the 3 games, but certainly made an impression. Not sure if Cardiff can match his fashion needs, though. He's always appearing on social media in some nutty treads.
Zafar starts a new over, and this just turned back into the batsman as opposed to the one that goes away and turns and just jabbed for no run.
Middlesex 27 for 5 at Lords.
Pitch reported. They weren't far to go then, were they, to have a look at it? Don't have time to relax here with Zafar. He's on you immediately. Then that was a miscue there. Still on the slow side, this pitch. 225 for 4. Useful partnership developing here now again, as Carson gets another single up to mid-wicket. Last wicket fell at 195, so very quickly 31 runs have been added between these two. Root has moved on to 18. He is another player that improvises well, is Billy Root. Zafar Goa waits now, comes in past the umpire, bowls the left-handed Root to also just push it down to short leg. Doesn't have time to think here. He's on to you all the time. Goa. Carlson wants something. May want a drink. Waving to the pavilion as in comes the next ball. Down the pitch comes Billy Root and plays a big shot in the air. Sails over the boundary just in front of us. And that's first 6 in his innings, but it was well struck, but very high in the air, as opposed to the 2 6s hit by Byron, which were into cow corner. And it looks as Root has come out with positive intent, Nick.
Indeed. Well, mid-on was up halfway, so he cleared him very easily, cleared the boundary by about a metre, pitched in that short strip between the rope and the advertising hoarding down in front of us. 232 for 4 then, and Glamorgan lead by 67 runs.
The regret returning to bowl for Gloucestershire is Ajit Dale.
So Dale is into another spell, and well, he needs to improve really. 6 overs, not for 40 in 2 brief spells. And if you only pick 3 faster bowlers and one of them is struggling, then you are in trouble, as Gloucestershire have found after their success in the first hour, when Zafar, Price and De Lange all snapped up a wicket. De Lange has since got a second, as Van Buren doing his best to boost his bowlers' morale. Marchant, De Lange offering a supportive word or two as well, and Dale will bowl to Kieran Carlson on 90 not out. In comes Dale from the River Taff end and bowls to Carlson, who wristily whips it away down to backward square for a single, as Hammond does the fielding.
Do you think that the good doctor will announce at 250, just to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that this year and from now on it'll be 250 from the first bonus point? Because I reckon there will be a few people saying, why isn't the scoreboard put on another bonus point?
Yep, Glamorgan 3, Gloucestershire 1. All bowling points so far in the game. We have got Well, 16 minutes to go to tea if it's a fixed time, or best part of 13 overs if it isn't.
Don't just stand there, Ed. Go and see those cakes have arrived.
As that one is through outside off stump. From Dale, no shot played by Root.
In the press box. I might have devoured them. No, it's all right. I'm only just joking. He has gone.
Well, you did the business yesterday.
He wants them himself, he says.
Always pays to have first. Well, it's usually a good choice. Very rarely if they all gone. But you get first dibs if you notice them first.
You see, Nick.
Yes. Here's Dale, right arm around the wicket from the River Taff end in the sapphire sunshine, and Root is driving pleasantly through point for 4 runs. There's no point in Hammond chasing that one as the ball flicks over the ropes.
He looks in decent nick, doesn't he? Pretty Root.
Yeah, well, Glamorgan didn't really score huge numbers in the pre-season. I think Root had a half-century or thereabouts against the students. But Glamorgan didn't, they won all their games in Zimbabwe, but not by as large margins as Durham, who were out there at the same time playing the same teams. Dale bowls, Root defends this one. It's a better delivery. Root's under 28, 237 for 4. It is Ed Seaborn is going to get the cakeage onto social media, I think, before we dig into it and make our selections.
Should we hide it in here?
237 for 4. Well, you're as lean as ever, Edward, but my waistline certainly couldn't stand it.
The season is starting, get into it.
Dale round the wicket bowls, Root defends this one, and there's no run. Ooh.
They've had 2 Welsh cakes and a
things with strawberries in. Yeah, that'll do nicely, thank you. Cheers, Ed. 237 for 4 here on BBC Sport Online. It is traditional to talk about cake on cricket commentaries, isn't it? Anyway, notably, one afternoon where radio listeners got an unexpected burst of cake as Dale bowls outside off stump. Root leaves it to go through. 237 for 4. Glamorgan lead by 72. Because as regular listeners will know, we occasionally just drop little 30-second updates for radio listeners into our online commentary, and hopefully the radio listeners usually get just a quick summary of the game and the leading stories so far, but unfortunately they didn't give me the feed of the radio programme, so they got a random 30 seconds of myself and former BBC Radio Bristol commentator Bob Hunt waffling about cake, and no detail at all of the score since it was between overs, I think.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Jack Williams, who works next door as one of the technicians and brings you these excellent picture. But Jack is back. He's at university down in Sussex and won't be at the middle part of the summer. So I'm disappointed. He was here yesterday to say that his mum won't be giving us any cakes until mid-season.
Oh, right.
Can't remember her name now. She was very popular last year with us. 237 then for the loss of 4 wickets is Glamorgan's a very healthy score and position at the moment. And the lead now is 72. It's mounting.
Yeah, I think anything over 100, that's the next psychological barrier, isn't it, for Gloucestershire potentially to face?
Ollie Price is back in the attack, and it'll be bowling to Carlson. Carlson now has got a man on the long, right on the edge of the long-on boundary. So he'll take note of that, and there man on the mid-wicket boundary. And Price bowls his off-spin, and it's turned into the onside, where there is no run. 237 for 4. 91 to Carlson. He's in the 90s. 28 of not very many balls for Joe Root. 38 is the next ball down the pitch, and that's gone a long, long way It's cleared the boundary boards. It's gone into the, well, where crowds would be sitting. There's nobody here. It sailed away for 6, and that was it. Very powerfully by Carlson. And he moves now to 97. No worries about the nervous 90s then for Carlson.
Last century was 170 not out against Northants in July 21.
Big hit, that. Biggest hit we've had so far in the game.
Yeah, because it's a bit of an angular boundary, isn't it, on that side towards the entrance. The ball is eventually retrieved and back to Ollie Price.
Umpire inspects it to see if it's damaged and tosses it back. The new ball, unfortunately, is a fair distance away for Gloucestershire. 2:43 for 4 then. Van Buren, the captain, has a word with young Ollie Price. I don't know quite what he's going to tell him how to bowl here. Anyway, 3 away from 100 is Carlson. The next ball is played defensively back down the pitch. Put that through a little bit quicker. Price round the wicket from this end, comes in and bowls to Carlson, and Carlson this time drives through the offside. It's going up towards the boundary. They've run 1, they're coming back for a second, and they'll have to stick there on a second, as very much Carlson wanted the third to bring it up to his 100, but he is on 99. And, well, I'm often amused that he's bringing everybody in now, which to try and to deny Carlson the 100. Don't think that with 2 balls left, I think your money would probably be on Carlson to clear the feeder. Anyway, 99. Here comes Price and bowls to Carlson, and Carlson is forward, plays away back with a square on the onside. He scampers the single, and there is his century. I mean, he's absolutely overjoyed. Punches the air, raises his bat and helmet as well, salutes the balcony. And why not? Because it's been a hugely entertaining innings, and that 100 coming from 128 balls, and deserved applause from the crowd, from Gloucestershire and Glamorgan supporters alike. 100 for Carlson, Nick.
Yes, a fine knock from Kieran Carlson. 12 fours and a 6. As you say, coming at a really decent lick off 128 balls, and Gloucestershire will be rueing the fact that they've put him down twice along the way.
Yes, one a difficult chance, and the other one, well, neither have been easy, but he's got his 100, and this time it'll be Root to face the last ball, who plays forward back down the pitch, and Glamorgan now have gone on to 246.
128 balls with 12 fours and 1 6.
So they get the details from Andrew Hignell. Glamorgan are going along at a good lick here, just 4 runs away from that first batting point. And how many overs have we got remaining?
43 in the day.
Word.
Potentially. But you never know on these Sapphire Garden surfaces, as we've been saying, after being problematic for the batters early on, they quite often ease off towards the latter stages of the game, and Singh Dale comes in from the river end, and Carlson drives to dent at cover, and there is no run. Carlson 100, Root 28. Their partnership was the half century with that over as well, and we wait to see whether tea will be at 10 to 4, or whether it is a fixed or movable feast. 4 o'clock. Must have miscalculated that one. Next delivery from Dale is driven by Carlson back to the bowler, trying to york him there, Dale. One of his better deliveries on a difficult day for the Slough-born seamer. Played a little bit for Hampshire before being picked up by the Shire. 246 for 4. No slips at all now for Dale. Mid-wicket is posted close in a semi-catching position as Dale comes in and bowls, and that's turned to one of the mid-wickets, and there is no run. So Gloucestershire thinking they've got more chance of getting catches in front of the bat rather than off an edge at the moment.
Yeah, well, I mean, the one catch we've had in towards the cordon was only just carrying, and that was with a ball which was, what, 12 overs newer, in relative terms, of course, than this one.
Next delivery from Dale is on leg stump, clipped down to Zafar for a single to fine leg, 247 for 4, and well, Dale is not quite producing enough testing balls per over as the some that have to be defended, but he's just giving away too many scoring opportunities at the moment.
Well, I was going to say, almost just purely from a defensive point of view now, they're having most of the fielders out because it almost just seems as if they're at the point where it's try and get through to that second new ball.
Dale bowls round the wicket. Root is hit on the pad, ball almost trickles backwards. Root knocks it out of the way, then hands it to keeper Bracey. So Ollie Price has been restored to slip position for the newer batsman, Billy Root. But apart from that, it is largely a holding operation for the visitors, who look to be very much in the match an hour into today. Glamorgan 3 down early on, but they haven't been able to keep up the pressure. Bowling attack hasn't been consistent enough as Dale is in and beats the bat of Billy Root, pushing forward. Moral victory for Ajit Singh Dale, but nothing in the results column as Carlson dashes off for... What's he being handed there? Just a quick drink and maybe a towel down. 101 not out, he is. Faced 132 deliveries. As Ollie Price will continue, the tall figure of the younger Price brother. And a brief break all round. A helmet is lobbed off towards Marchant de Lange, who threatens to bowl it off towards the 12th man, Josh Shaw, and then decides that he'd better not risk damage to the helmet. Now, 3 runs away from a batting bonus point, really, this time.
For real?
For real. A batting bonus point. Shock horror.
I mean, looking around the country, there's not going to be a huge number of games where that's the case. Certainly not more than one. Anyway, here's Ollie Price bowling to Carlson. Worked away into the onside. There'll be a single. Should just be that single. Van Buren tidies up. So Hampshire, Nottinghamshire, no batting points at all there. Kent are 153 for 5 in reply to Northants 117. So don't really look as if we're going to get much there. Essex managed 1 against Middlesex 38 for 5. Not sure they're going to be getting one as Ollie Price bowls and Root forward in defence back to the bowler. Somerset 124 for 5. You'd probably put odds against rather than on, although the lower order can wag as Root drives away towards backward point. It's nicely fielded by Dale, who's saved quite a few runs in the field today, actually. 249 for 4 with Root onto 29. That was Wag with 1 G rather than with 2.
GG Wag, yes, he appeared on one BBC Sport Wales commentary last summer.
I'm sure that was entertaining.
We might get him back, but he's pretty busy at weekends, playing national counties and club cricket and coaching and so on.
Well, I wish I'd listened.
Punchy.
Fantastic. Yes, exactly. Just as I would have hoped for.
He was one of my go-to interviewees for Glamorgan. No matter how hopeless the situation, he would tell you that Glamorgan could win the game.
Ollie Price in and bowls, and Carlson flicks towards mid-wicket and does not get a run. Perhaps, does he do sort of freelance work now? Maybe Gloucestershire could employ him to to come along and be interviewed by me at the end of today's play to explain how Gloucestershire are going to get themselves out of this situation. There's a slog sweep this time from Carlson, and he has crashed it through backward square leg for 4 runs. There's a fielder at square leg and a fielder at sort of very backward square leg. Not really a sort of short fine, but anyway, not a huge gap for him to find there, but he did so, and it's another 13 fours to him. And what's the partnership worth now? We're not quite at the milestone yet, so I shan't preempt it. Seem to be a few extra rounds of applause there, so you just sort of get a bit twitchy when the applause lasts a few extra moments as Ollie Price loses his run-up.
Partnership's 58. I don't think that's a particular milestone.
Oh, sorry, I've looked at the wrong number. This is down the leg side, is it? No, it's not. It's been given out LBW by Steve O'Shaughnessy. So Ollie Price claims a wicket, and it's a wicket that will buoy Gloucestershire's morale, you would think, given that it's Ollie Price who's got it, and Kieran Carlson walking across his stumps and was judged by Steve O'Shaughnessy to have walked across too far, and actually, looking at the replay, it looks more out than I thought it was live. He fooled me, Carlson, I think, by moving across his stumps, and then I was assuming with the turn from the off-spinner that it would just be going even further down the leg side, but it was pretty straight on from Ollie Price, struck him in front of around about middle, probably going on to hit leg. And that's the end of a marvellous innings from Kieran Carlson. Gloucestershire assisted him along the way, but he very much took advantage of the lives he was given and has given his side a magnificent chance of winning the match, and he's also taken them to the first batting point.
So Carlson's 106 off 136 deliveries, came at a decent rate. 13 fours and a 6, I think it was, in the end, as I wait for my screen to update. Yes, 13 fours and a 6. His first class century since July 2021. And Welsh Notcher informs me that he's passed 3,000 first-class runs for Glamorgan in the process, and it was his 8th first-class century.
So, of course, brain totally not in gear in that was the extra round of applause. Never mind. Never mind.
Steve West saying we must get 400 on Twitter. Well, it's by no means a given, even though Glamorgan do have batting to come. Chris Cook is in at 7. Colin Ingram suffering from a neck problem, hasn't appeared yet, and I suppose if he's struggling, he may just come in at the tail end. Douthwaite and Harris know which way up the bat is held. Ollie Price 1 for 26 with that wicket. It looked, as you say, from Carlson's shot that it was going to go down leg side, but the replay demonstrated that it was a decent enough decision from umpire O'Shaughnessy.
I will say, though, this is the problem with me having this screen up here, which is behind, and the scoreboard, which is obviously real time. I've just completely ignored the 250, I think. Apologies to Glamorgan supporters for that. But there we go.
253 for 5. The bonus point. Gloucestershire needing just one more wicket for a second bowling point, and Ajit Singh Dale to try to come to the party for the visitors. Bowling to Billy Root, and he is pushing forward defensively, playing to cover, and there is no run.
And of course, another reminder that it was off Dale's bowling that Carlson was put down for the first time on 39. It wasn't exactly your archetypal dismissal if you're Dale, a half tracker that was hoiked up in the air, but still you just wonder, you give the bowler still relatively early on in his spell at that time that boost of that wicket, and how different things might have been.
Root drives 4 runs, over-pitched, slightly wide. Dale turns, shoulders downcast, if shoulders can be downcast, but he looked a dispirited man at that particular moment, offering Root too much width, and Root is reasonably well set and took full advantage.
Yep. Throw down length, I'm afraid, and plenty of width. You've still got to put it away, of course, rather than find the fielder at cover, but you've got to be hitting those for 4 at this level.
257 for 5. His next delivery is allowed to go through by Billy Root, and there is no run. Football scores half-time. Cardiff City 3-0 up at Blackpool. Good heavens. Commentary BBC Radio Wales, FM and DAB in the South East. Swansea City, its favourites, goalless at home to Coventry City. In League 2, Newport County 1-0 up at home to Northampton, and in the National League, Wrexham 1-0 up at Halifax. Looks as though that game's delayed a little. Root plays out defensively on the offside. Right, as far as Gloucestershire listeners are concerned, they may be interested to know that Bristol City are 1 down at Stoke at half-time. Bristol Rovers 0-0 at home to Charlton at half-time. Forest Green Rovers 1-0 down to Derby County at half-time. Cheltenham 1-0 down at Lincoln at half-time.
Happy news all round in the Shire.
Dale is in and bowls, and that's defended by Root, and there's no run.
Be a cheery Radio Gloucestershire sport programme this afternoon.
Yeovil, of course, is more Somerset territory, isn't it? Than 0-0 at Aldershot. Right, anyone else you need to know on the football front?
Certainly not from my point of view.
No? Okay. 257 for 5 here on the cricket. Dale to a Root. Pushes to cover. There's no run. So Dale recovering a little bit towards the end of that over, but really if you bowl one bad ball and over that goes for 4, then you're not going to slow things down very much. Glamorgan are going at still about 3 3/4 runs and over, he says, trying to do some instant maths. It's probably on one of the websites what the scoring rate is.
That's pretty much exactly 4, isn't it?
4
rounded up, probably.
Yeah.
Just a tick under.
Yeah. So healthy enough. I mean, maximum batting point still seems a very long way away at 450, and I'm afraid, dear listener, you might get quite a bit of us grumbling about this for the first part of the season till we get used to it.
Yeah, well, I suppose it may come into effect a bit more mid-season.
Yeah.
But either end of the season, it's so hard to see how it's going to do anything but actually penalise teams who get first innings leads. I mean, I look at that Notts Hampshire game as a prime example. Ollie Price, he doesn't start in the over, he's lost his run again. But Hampshire have got a fairly handy first innings lead there of 46 runs, and yet they'll pick up the same number of points as Notts if they go on to win the game. As a low full toss, I think it was met just on the full by Cook, but whipped straight to mid-on for no run. You sort of feel as if Hampshire ought to deserve to get the recognition of having scored that number of runs more than Nottinghamshire, but there we go. Cook defends away towards point this time. De Lange with the fielding.
How about a point for first innings lead?
Well, yeah, maybe. Not a bad suggestion. As forward goes Cook, playing back up the pitch. There's no run. One thing that is good, though, is that there's no system such as I don't know whether they've still got it in the Sheffield Shield, where you get the point for the first innings, or 2 points or something like that for the first innings lead, but the same thing happens in the final, where as Bat and pad quite close together this time from Cook, but pad was well outside the line of off anyway, even if it was pad first, which I don't think it was. There's no run. You get these finals, and I think maybe in the Ranji Trophy in India was the same. As Cook plays back this time out towards cover for no run, where you got these games where as long as you had the first innings lead, then that was it. You may as well just keep batting. As Ollie Price fires that one in, and Cook fires it away through the covers with a lovely looking drive and gets off the mark with a boundary. And that will, as the clock has ticked over to 4 o'clock, be the last ball before tea. So Cook finishes the session for Glamorgan in fine style, and Glamorgan lead by 96 runs at the tea break, and Gloucestershire are going to have to create some wonders potentially with the second new ball in the final session if they're going to hope to keep themselves in the game.
Yeah, 2 wickets for the visitors in the afternoon session, but Eddie Byram had scored 81 and Kieran Carlson 106 by the time they took those wickets. A second for De Lange and a first for Ollie Price. Glamorgan added 146 runs in the session for the loss of those 2 wickets. We'll be back at 4:20 with commentary on the final session here on BBC Sport Online.
I've got some latest scores from the other games in the LV County Championship, which are taking place elsewhere. Once again, we'll start at the GS Bowl, where Hampshire were dismissed by Nottinghamshire for 231. Batting for a second time, Nottinghamshire are currently 59 for 1, so Notts lead by 13 runs. They started today at Taunton after a blank day yesterday. They started today at 12 noon, Somerset batting first against Warwickshire, currently 126 for 5. Tea time at Hove with Sussex 189 for 4, still trailing Durham by 187 runs. Tea time at Headingley with Leicestershire 98 for 3, trailing Yorkshire by 419 runs. Plenty of wickets this afternoon at Lords, the game between Essex and Middlesex. Essex, you may remember, made 266 at one stage. Middlesex were 4 for 4. They're now 53 for 5. Tea time as well at Derby, where Derbyshire have made 321, and in reply Worcestershire 152 for 4, still trailing by 169 runs. At Old Trafford, Lancashire are now 155 for 3, still trailing Surrey by 287 runs. And in the other game at Canterbury, Kent in their first innings are 173 for 5, so Kent lead Northants by 56 runs. A reminder that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here this summer at Sapphire Gardens, including the One Day International, taking place on Friday the 8th of September between England and New Zealand. Also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various matchday hospitality packages, which are available for all home games in the T20 Blast and in the 100. If you're seeking a score sheet for today's game, then they're available free of charge in reception. That's situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, and that's where you can also purchase copies of the recently published 2023 Glamorgan Yearbook. As I I say, from reception on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. The Glamorgan Club shop is still open today. It's situated opposite Gate 2, and as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit and a range of recently published cricket books. And finally, if you're seeking refreshments, food and drink can be purchased from the kiosk situated in the concourse area underneath the pavilion stand, as well as from the mobile unit underneath the Castech Howell stand and adjacent to Gate 2. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to sun-drenched Cardiff on the South Wales Riviera, where Glamorgan resuming on 261 for 5 in reply to Gloucestershire's 165 all out. You're listening to BBC Sport Online from Sophia Gardens with Ed Seaborn of BBC Radio Bristol, Edward Bevan and myself, Nick Webb, as Root and Cook march towards the crease. 261 for 5. Well, Ajit Singh Dale really needs to produce something better than he has so far, unfortunately. Don't like to be cruel to a young man, but he's not quite pulled his weight in this Gloucestershire attack. So Dale it is who will be bowling the first ball to Billy Root on 33 not out, Chris Cook on 4 not out. The wickets to fall today: Van der Gugten, the night watchman, without scoring, Lloyd for 9, North East for 9. As Dale is in round the wicket, bowls to Root, defends, no run. In the afternoon session, the 2 wickets eventually. Eddie Byram 81 off 167 balls. He was caught at slip trying to cut Marchant de Lange. A second wicket for the former Glamorgan and Somerset paceman. And then Kieran Carlson eventually fell leg before to Ollie Price, having been dropped a couple of times, but a fluent and entertaining innings, as Kieran Carlson usually produces once he gets going. He made 106 off 136 balls. As Gloucestershire swap a couple of players in the field. De Lange chugs up to mid-on from point. Hammond goes to point as Dale bowls, and Root runs it to the side of a sprawling Hammond at point and goes through for a single. 262 for 5. We have 39 overs to be bowled in the evening session, so we are looking at a finish probably around 6:40 or thereabouts, depending of course on how much spin Gloucestershire bowl, and that's likely to be substantial with Zafar Van Buren and Ollie Price.
Yeah, you'd think they'd be bowling quite a lot of spin up until this second new ball, and the fact that they've opened the bowling with Dale here almost leads me to suspect that we won't see De Lange or Price until that new ball is due. Maybe I'm wrong.
Dale in, bowls up in the block hole. Cook digs it out to a shortish mid-wicket. He's just been stationed there. The form of the skipper was stationed himself. Just the one slip, and Ollie Price, as he was earlier to Marchant de Lange, is wearing a helmet at slip. Now he's not in close enough to have to wear a helmet. Understandable with de Lange. Less compulsory, I would suspect, with Dale bowling, but there we are. Whatever makes him feel comfortable. As next delivery again is well targeted from Dale, and Cook pushes it defensively on the onside.
I'm sure there would be plenty of first games of the season where you would have been wearing the helmet for warmth. And you see all the teams with their issued bobble hats now, especially in those warm-up games.
Yeah.
Or more like cool-up games or whatever. Because, yeah, in fact, I think I even saw somebody bowling in a bobble hat during Hampshire's innings.
Well, they're not going to fall off, are they?
No.
Dale over the wicket to the right-handed Cook, who drives pleasantly through the offside for 4 runs up towards the scoreboard at the River Taff end. Found the gap, punched it away, timed it nicely. Strong forearms, Chris Cook. He moves to 8-266 for 5, and the lead goes into 3 figures.
He's a sweet timer at the ball, is Cook. I mean, he's got plenty of power as well, but he does make batting look quite easy sometimes.
When he's going, yeah.
Certainly he makes keeping look pretty easy. Some of those half-volley takes in the first innings were impressive. I've been a big fan of Chris Cook for quite a long time. There's a lot of talk about how underrated a county wicketkeeper John Simpson is, but I think Cook's so underrated he's not even talked about as being underrated.
As Dale is in to bowl, and Cook plays that back to the bowler. Yeah, he's still as athletic as ever at the age of 36. Made his debut back in 2011. I was writing a piece on his extension of contract for next year, and said he's been with the county since 2013, which is what it says in Playfair, and he messaged me to say 2011 actually made his debut. Last season, 840 runs at an average of 56, including that 191 up at Leicester. Played in 13 out of the 14 championship matches as Zafar comes in. Can't remember why Cook missed a game actually. Presumably through injury somewhere. Yeah, he was injured for the home game against Worcestershire, where Tom Cullen had the gloves.
Well, it will be Zafar Gohar to resume from the Cathedral Road end, and given the fact that they put Dale on from that far end, there's 13 overs now to go until the second new ball, and if you're going to be giving the bowlers who'll take it a spell, you'd have had to do it right away, and it would have had to have been a 2-over burst or something like that, which, given the number of times that De Lange and Tom Price have been kind of up and down today, that I think it's probably a wise move just to hope that you can buy some wickets with this old ball and then try and finish Glamorgan off with a new one. It's easier said than done, and even if they did manage to do that, you'd think they'd be looking at a first innings deficit of around about, what, 150, something like that, even if it went especially well from here. And then what's your path to win? I suppose go out and score 350 to 400 and set Glamorgan some sort of a target to chase in the final innings. It's possible, but it doesn't seem very likely at this point. Gloucestershire are going to have to suddenly find their form with the bat.
We're relatively early in the game, I suppose. Still a lengthy session to go on day two, so there is time for this match to be turned around as Gloucestershire work on adjusting their field. Looks like someone else is going under the lid.
What was their total? It's about, what, 238 overs, I suppose. 104 tomorrow and 96 on the final day.
Yep.
So
it's a lot
of time. Unfortunately, from Gloucestershire's perspective, it's also a long time to be out in the field, potentially. But here we go with Zafar. He's going to bowl over the wickets to the left-handed route. Still an optimistic short leg waiting there. And the fine slip. And Zafar in and bowling, and a cut shot and a miss from Root. It didn't bounce perhaps as much as he'd hoped, and it wasn't that far away, I don't think, from off stump either. So again, Zafar, first ball that he bowled of a session, nearly manages to induce the false shot. Well, actually he did of Byram, it just went between keeper and slip, as Root plays a late dab this time. That was a shot his brother may even have played. That deft dab behind the wicket, and he picks up a couple of runs. 268 for 5, the lead 103. Just a delicate late cut for a couple. Zafar bowls, reverse sweep from Root. He's timed that one very sweetly, and backward point just jogs after it. It is 4 more. So Root is not going to let Zafar Gohar settle, and this has, I suppose, been Gloucestershire's big problem, with one of their seamers conceding runs, only 3 to bowl, and Zafar has also been targeted a fair bit now. Economy rate of around about 4 and over, which is rare to see from Zafar.
Yeah, been a few big blows, haven't there? A couple of sixes from Byram.
Yep. So Zafar is in and bowls, drive from Root. He's not timed it at all.
He's clothed it.
Really, really horrible feeling, I'm sure that was for him, with a vibration through the bat maybe out towards cover. James Bracey put his hands up in the air, but certainly not a chance, even close to, as Root plays off the back foot into the leg side for no run. Some news which is certainly relevant for Gloucestershire. Yorkshire have signed the Pakistan international Saud Shakil as Root drives away again. He's timed that one a little better, but he's picked out extra cover again. So no run, 6 runs off Zafar's first over after the tea break, 272 for 5 here. Saud Shakil signed for 4 games, and he will be available immediately next round to play for Yorkshire. So he'll make his debut in the match at Bristol, which is Gloucestershire's next fixture.
Just trying to work out whether that encompasses a game against Glamorgan as well. Could well do. I think that's about round 5 for Glamorgan.
Scored quite a lot of runs in the series against England in the winter. Wasn't the leading run scorer, but he was very consistent. So looks to be a good signing for Yorkshire as they look to bridge the gap whilst Chan Masood is unavailable.
Dale bounding in from the river end, bowling to Chris Cook. Whips it off his legs for just a single, as it's picked up by Hammond at backward square leg. Cook on to 9, 273 for 5.
The other bit of news which is worth mentioning, and I know there'll be people rolling their eyes at hearing an IPL score, but Sunrisers Hyderabad in action against Lucknow Super Giants, and Sunrisers is Glenn Phillips's team, but he's not been picked for this match, and if Glenn Phillips's availability for Gloucestershire does indeed depend on how much he plays in the IPL, much as it's I feel really bad sort of wishing somebody doesn't play, but you know what I mean.
Dale is in to bowl, and Root turns that off his legs for a single, 274 for 5. Well, Glamorgan supporters will have similar feelings about Michael Nisa, that he is just outside the, while wishing him well personally, that he's just outside the Australian Ashes party, and that all Australia's other fast bowlers stay healthy, and Nisa gets a longer blast here.
Harry Brook playing that game and made 3, so he's not made a particularly auspicious start to his IPL career.
Dale in bowls. Cook defends back to the bowler, no run.
But, you know, it's like this, I suppose, with quite a lot of things, even with England selection, and some county fans who would say, I would rather watch somebody play for my county than play for England. I don't care if England call them up, it just means I don't get to see them. But obviously they're in the minority, but there are plenty who feel that way, so it's always tricky. You know, you want to see these people play for their international sides. You want to see them get that recognition. At the same time, sometimes it benefits you if they don't.
Next delivery down leg side. Good take from Bracey as Cook fails to make contact. 274 for 5. Well, it's not a feeling that's troubled Glamorgan supporters unduly in the last 15 years or so.
Oh no, I suppose for the most part not Gloucestershire either. James Bracey's situation over 2020 and 2021 would be, I suppose, the first example of that since, well, he was the first Gloucestershire player to play internationally for England since John Lewis.
As Dale is in to bowl, and chopping down on that one is Cook to defend. Yes, Glamorgan going through something of a barren spell after producing Simon Jones. Alex Wharf represented England from Glamorgan, where he probably had the best years of his career, albeit a Yorkshireman originally, now a very top-level umpire.
Presumably Jamie Dalrymple was playing for Middlesex when he got picked for England.
Yes. Yes, a brief spell with Glamorgan, led them under Matthew Maynard in his first spell as coach. Dale bowls. Cook hurried a little by that one, defends it back to the bowler, and decent enough over from Dale that time. 274 for 5, Root 41, Cook 9, Glamorgan lead by 109. Yeah, in terms of England candidates, James Harris made an England squad, but never actually played for the senior team after he'd departed Glamorgan for Middlesex. Had various England under-19 players. Harris was a fixture in the England Lions, the second string as well. And Aaron Donald played England under-19. Now with Hampshire, of course, Prem Sisodia and Roman Walker. Most recent in, as well as Alex Horton, of course, most recently for England under-19, but we shall see.
Here is Zaffer, 20th over. He begins, bowls to Root, who reaches forward, looking for a gap on the offside, but can't find it. Picks up cover for no run. David Payne did miss a game with the Lions last season, as Zaffer bowls, and that's pushed away into the covers as a quick single, pick up and throw with one hand from cover coming in, misses the stumps and goes all the way through out to the fielder backing up on the other side of the field. It was a tightish single.
It was.
Through.
Cook
made it.
I think was about safely home, but I think Root just recognised that it was potentially a borderline one. Just gave his partner a thumbs up. Cook still pretty speedy between the wickets.
Tom Price, the fielder from cover, tried to get that throw off in one motion with one hand. Yeah, I think Cook probably was there. 275 for 5. Round the wicket, Zaffer to the right-handed Cook, reaching forward, big stride in down the pitch, defends out into the covers for no run. I'm trying to think, as I may have made a mistake with my note-taking, but I don't think Payne actually missed a game whilst he was away for England with the England team in the Netherlands. Forward goes Cook, opening the face of the bat to push that one out into the covers, and there's no run. He missed the game against Essex last season when he was playing against South Africa for the Lions. Benny Howell was also picked for that squad, but as it was Championship cricket, he didn't miss anything. As reaching for that one again is Cook. Just a push drive this time up to mid-off, and there is no run. So a tighter over this from Zaffer. I wonder whether Cook will fancy trying to put a dent in that off the last ball. Zaffer is in. Nope, treats the ball on its merit and prods it away out into the covers. So the end of another over. Just, I say just, I mean 10 overs is quite a long time, but there are 10 overs remaining until that second new ball is available. 275 for 5, lead 110. But you know, sometimes these second new balls, especially late on in the day, and part of it I'm sure would be that you've got tired bowlers, but last season, especially late on in the day, these second new balls just didn't seem to do very much sometimes, so there's no guarantee even that will provide respite for Gloucestershire.
Wrong sort of cow last season, wasn't it? With all the ball changing.
They blamed it on some poor man doing the stitching, didn't they?
Dale in, bowls beats Roots. Defensive prod through to Bracey. Not a slip in sight.
I felt very sorry for that poor individual. It was sort of led to, I mean, I don't know, maybe it was right, but it was sort of led to believe that there was this one person doing the stitching and they were no longer there and this new person had to take over and...
Or a poor quality of leather was...
oh yes, of course, yes, COVID. Cows with COVID or something like that.
Poor cows. 275 for 5. Dale to Root, who just drops it into a gap next to the umpire and wanders through for a single. 276 for 5.
It is amazing, though. You think about so many nuances in the game of cricket, and just something so subtle as a sort of millimetre or something on the stitching of the seam can make such a huge difference.
Well, we did have a lot of grumbling about the speed with which balls went out of shape, didn't we, last season?
Was it the Durham game here where I saw Martin Emerson had posted that it was changed sort of 8 times or something like that?
Dale bowls. Cook nearly plays on. He's got an inside edge down towards backward square leg. Didn't know where that had gone. In the end, he went through for a single 277 for 5 as Cook goes into double figures. Yes, Mr. Emerson, our Durham commentator, was particularly vociferous about the problems with ball quality last season.
I think he did some investigative journalism.
Yeah, he actually tracked down, I think, got an interview with the company that made them and got their excuses in. Here's Dale to bowl to Root, and Root defends. Gloucestershire just tidied things up a little bit since tea. Interesting attacking catcher there is in a short point position, not a silly point, but Ollie Price still be-helmeted at about 12 metres, 15 metres away from the bat.
I don't know how anybody fields in a position like that. I mean, I don't know how anybody fields at short leg or silly point or anything like that. Not for me, but against a seamer standing in that close, no thanks.
Dale bowls and Root works it on the leg side to mid-wicket. So Yorkshire doing something of a job at the moment in calming things down and limiting the damage until the new ball arrives. The fact that Zafar is bowling at the moment, does that mean he's less likely to take the new ball, or does it mean he'll be just into his stride by the time the harder cherry arrives?
Yeah, I suppose with the spinner it's hard to know.
As Dale bowls, Root runs one down towards backward point and goes through for a singless. Hammond enthusiastically slides, fields, throws all in one movement. Didn't hit the stumps, but not surprisingly, considering he was on his backside at the time. 278 for 5.
Is that you're now allowed to have 4 overseas players registered, and that's mostly because of the fact that there's this extra round of championship cricket in the middle of the summer and in the middle of the blast. As Zafar bowls to Root, there's a strangled shout for LBW, but I don't think that really had much going for it. Might have been bat first and potentially outside the line as well, but just because of the fact that there's a bit more of an interchange between the blast and the championship, counties can have 2 overseas players for each. Effectively, reverse sweep again from Root. He brings that one out again and gets it much finer than his previous effort, which went for 4. And once more, it's Dale with a sprawling effort in the field, and it's only going to be a couple of runs. 46 to Root, 280 for 5.
Glamorgan using 5 overseas players in the course of last summer.
Wow. I wonder if that was the most. Zafar bowls full and straight and rolled back up the pitch for Zafar to field.
Labuschagne and Nisa back home to Queensland and Australia duties in the back half of the season. Ingram went to the CPL.
Zafar bowls, down the pitch comes Root, and Other checks his aggressive intentions and just drops the ball out into the leg side for no run.
Shubman Gill did well opening the batting, and the Kiwi spinner Ajaz Patel also came in.
The 10-wicket man.
That's him.
Dropped away behind point by Root, and they've got the fielder set quite deep there for that reverse sweep, and that opens up the potential for that single. 281 for 5, lead to 116.
Did decently enough, did Ajaz Patel. 14 wickets in the 4 matches, but it was an odd sort of not like-for-like signing to replace Nisa.
Zafar bowls to Cook and beats Cook on the outside edge to complete the over. One of the first times in quite a while that Zafar's gone past the edge. Just enough turn there. Not huge amounts, but enough to beat the outside edge. And in fact, Zafar would have hoped there would have been slightly less turn and it might just have shaved that edge, but it didn't. End of the over. There are 8 remaining until the new ball would be available.
Chris Cook, 10 not out off 21 deliveries. A couple of nice boundaries included in that. Can be a slowish starter. Chris Cook can hit the ball very hard indeed when he gets going. Play with quite a lot of different gears across red ball and white ball cricket.
Going through the gears, not to say that's another one of those. Like intent.
Here's Dale into his 13th over, still looking for his first success, and Root watches that one onto the bat, plays it out to Dent at mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Well, what a recovery from Middlesex.
All right.
66 for 5 now.
Oh,
after having
game.
been 4 for 4 and 20 for 5. And it's former Gloucestershire man Ryan Higgins, 29, not out, alongside the man who always seems to score runs every time you look at a scorecard, John Simpson, 23, not out.
As Dale is in and Root defends on the offside. What was the departure of Higgins and Howell back to their previous counties? Was it finances or playing reasons, or?
Well, I think finances came into it in a big way because Gloucestershire have not been able, I think, to make the additions that they might have hoped they would be able to make in the winter. And then you look at the fact that it's maybe a T20 overseas player was, when that wording came out.
Round the wicket, Dale to Root, defends again to Dent.
So, it does seem likely now, from what I hear, that there will be somebody brought in, but it won't be sort of 2 overseas players, especially for the Blast. I don't think that it might have been in previous seasons, so that kind of tells you all you need to know, really. And the fact that Howell was purely playing in the Blast as it currently stands, and actually Cobain likewise.
Dale to Root, tries to run it down to third man but gets too much on it, and it's fielded by Hammond at backward point, no run.
So I sort of get the impression that the feeling was, well, potentially it's quite a lot of money for somebody for 2 people playing in one format. I don't know whether that is true or not. That's just the impression that I get. And that Ryan Higgins, at some point in his career, was always going to go back to Middlesex. It was always going to happen.
Dale bowls. Root bottom edge is an attempted cut down towards third man. Sliding stop by Zafar down in front of us in the shade of the Castell Howell stand. And saves a couple of runs. 2 taken. Root to 49, 283 for 5.
He's particularly best friends with Stevie Eskenazi.
All right.
Ryan Higgins, so I think really Eskenazi, from what I've heard, was pretty much constantly in his ear, when are you coming back, when are you coming back? And in the end it happened.
Root faces up then on 49 not out, and Dale bowls to him. Root plays defensively on the offside. His 50 will have to wait. Root so far has hit my screen is somewhat behind there. A little refresh. 7 fours and a 6 for Billy Root. 76 balls he's faced so far, but he'll have to wait a little because Chris Cook is on strike at the start of a new over. Edward Bevan will replace me while I start sketching out some written words for the BBC Sport website.
I think, just finishing the point on the departures, there was one point last season where I think there was a genuine concern amongst quite a lot of supporters that the sort of, well, it wasn't really a trickle losing 3 players, but it would turn into a sort of full-on exodus was the worry as Zafar continues. Bowls on middle and leg stump. Cook defends up the pitch though, but I think at least the signings that were made this winter, the extension to Chris Dent, who will be in Gloucestershire colours until the end of 2026. Zafar bowls a little fuller and straighter, more on middle stump, and defended out into the offside for no run.
A loyal servant, Chris Dent.
Oh yes, one club man. Down the pitch goes Cook and defends in the end. No aggressive intent to it, just trying to put Zafar off his length. Zafar fields off his own bowling. Price Brothers extended till 2025. Tom Smith signed another year beyond this, as Cook once more is forward and blocking the ball away.
Doesn't play Championship, does he, Tom?
No, not anymore. He's here. He's taken on more of a kind of player-coach type role now. Zafar bowls. Cook this time pushes out into the covers off the front foot for no run. It was written into his contract, actually, the previous one that he'd signed, that this year he would sort of transition towards kind of a coaching role, but he was here this morning to some fielding drills as, again, Cook
Good man.
defends off the front foot. Maiden over, 283 for 5, 74 overs bowled, lead 118. Yeah, you won't hit anybody with a bad word to say about Tom Smith.
And what he's had to go through in his life.
Yeah. And he was there this morning doing one of the meanest fielding drills I've ever seen. So they had these upturned cones, and there were sort of 7 or 8 of them in a little cluster, and Smith was whacking the ball along the ground hard towards a fielder who was only standing maybe a couple of yards away from the cones. So it could hit the cone and go anywhere. I suppose it's practiced for fielding on outfields where there might be a bad bounce. I don't think you're going to get that here, but reactions, I suppose. It's mean. I mean, I would. No, I'm not doing that.
Singdale starts a new over, comes in and bowls to Root, and Root clips him away on the onside, but straight to a fielder at short mid-wicket. And there is no run.
I think Nick Webb's computer is fighting back there. It sounds as if
Ding and dong.
Again. Huh?
It's all right. Better than my phone going. Root is on 49, and another one who's starting the season well. 2 have passed 50, 1's passed 100 in this innings. Players in, stopping single as in comes Dale, pushed away to the man at the unorthodox position of deepish gully, but in front, if you know what I mean. He's straight in line.
I just wondered whether Nick's computer had suffered dual engine failure, maybe. I know everything seems to have been, including me, on the blink various times in these couple of days.
Singdale gathers momentum. He's in and bowls, and exact spot tapped away back onto the onside. Singdale's bowled a little bit better in this spell than he has most of the day.
Yeah,
because he's north of 62 in 13.
Yeah, nobody will be more disappointed than him, but when he gets it right, he can be a handful, but until this spell, it just hadn't been.
Here he is again. He's round the wicket to the left-hander, bowls to him, and this is driven and fielded again by
it's Ollie Price.
Ollie Price, who is in that position. 3 successive balls have gone to him now, so I think he's just back a bit length off stump or thereabouts. Good length balls, and nothing you could do but just push it away. Four dot balls so far. Yes, Singdale again in, bowls short, and that's hit away out of deep mid-wicket, and the applause you will hear is for Root's 50. Well played 50. He's come off 81 balls, and a good start to the season for him. He got some runs in the pre-season friendlies as well, so he's a very handy character to come in at, say, 6 and 7. And he's a left-hander, which helps as well.
Yeah, it's balanced, really, that middle order of Glamorgans with the left and the right-hand combination. Always bats with decent tempo.
Last ball of the over, this is, and it's defended by Cook. Just the 1 run off the over. Glamorgan now 284 for the loss of 5 wickets. They lead by 119.
81 balls with 7 fours and 1 6.
And 30 overs remaining today. Glamorgan are going along at 3.79, so if they can maintain that, they'll get another 100 runs or so. And if they don't lose too many wickets, they'll be very comfortably faced for the third day tomorrow.
Yeah, well, Gloucestershire, even though we've been discussing how much time there is left in the game, Gloucestershire could be batted out of the game by the end of the day. So, you know, Gloucestershire have got to make this second new ball count.
Yeah. They were bowled out in 60 overs yesterday, and I don't foresee it, but some would say, well, it could be over tomorrow, but I can't see it at the moment. Surely they're going to bat better in the second innings.
Well, they did make a bit of a habit of, even last year in Division 1 in their struggles, doing better second time around, as Root crab-like comes down the pitch and somehow the ball ends up towards extra cover. There's no run. Root quick on his feet. They've played Zafar well, I have to say. They've all seemed to use their feet nicely against him, and this time Root drops deep in his crease and guides the ball down towards Ben Charlesworth, who's on the field again at backward point, and there is no run. I think they've just not really allowed Zafar to settle too much, even though it hasn't all been crash bang wallop. Zafar in and bowls and guided for a single to the left hand side of Charlesworth at backward point, and 285 for 5 will be the score. Root on to 51. But even if it's just been things like that, just pushing the ball into the gap for a single, they've just had a sort of an assuredness about them, a busyness. And they've been playing him down the pitch this time. Chris Cook. Zafar tries to deflect the ball onto the stumps, but unfortunately for him, A, he missed, and B, Billy Root was actually leaning on his bat with his bat grounded well behind the line. So nothing doing there. And Cook once again props forward and defends out into the offside. Sort of looks as if Cook's decided that he's got to make sure that he's there for that second new ball.
He's also trying to get after Zafar. It's a good contest because Zafar is winning it so far anyhow, because he's Cook is sort of making an attempt, one or two steps, and then he gets a quicker delivery and he can do anything but defend. Again, just the single off that over, and the score is 285 for 5. Look, Glamorgan lead by 120.
Wickets have fallen at Taunton, where Somerset are 136 for 7 against Warwickshire. Ed Barnard in his first game for his new county, 3 for 30. Couple of wickets for Hassan Ali, also in his first game, and the other two going to Hannon Dolby and Rushworth. So Marcus Harris has beaten Cameron Bancroft in the first bat off, with Bancroft making 44. It's not quite as simple as that, but there we go. Scored more. Lancashire 174 for 4 against Surrey. Keaton Jennings, now captain of Lancashire, is 75 not out. And a couple of wickets for Sean Abbott, the Australian, for Surrey. So still on top, with Lancashire trailing by 268. Kent 197 for 6 in reply to Northamptonshire's 117 all out. Chris Tremaine, another Aussie, has taken 3 for Northamptonshire, but Zach Crawley made 91 for Kent. Jack Taylor into the attack.
For the first time, I think, in the game, and that is the 8th bowler bowled by...
7th, I think.
7th, let's have a look. Delanga, Zafar, the two Prices. Ah, yes, you're right, the 7th.
Is it my over or is it yours? I think it's mine, is it? Or is it yours? I'll go anyway. It's driven away out into the covers for a single.
Zafar. He gets through the over so quickly.
Driven away out towards deep cover. So Root moves to 52. It's 286.
And I think that they're rushing towards the new ball by bowling Jack Taylor, don't you?
May as well kind of get on with it now, as Cook drives firmly straight back to the bowler. Jack Taylor, a sharp fielder off his own bowling. He bowled very nicely in the one-day cup last year.
Was he bowling his leggies?
Indeed, yeah.
He was banned, wasn't he, for a while?
Yeah, had a
couple of years ago.
different periods where he was banned from bowling his off breaks. Jack Taylor in and bowls. Cut shot, been cut away firmly out towards deep point. It's only going to be the one, though, for Cook, who moves to 11, 287 for 5. Yeah, Jack Taylor, 11 wickets in the Royal London last year, which was third, I suppose. It was the second most behind Zaffer and Van Meekeren, as Root opens the face, tries to guide it away fine, but can't beat Zaffer Gohart, and there is no run.
A tribute here with the black armbands, I think we can mention now. Have you noticed that the Gloucestershire lads are wearing black armbands?
Jack Taylor bowls down the pitch, hitting it hard, and Jack Taylor somehow got a hand on that, but it's still going to go for 4. That was hit so hard and flat by
Jack Taylor didn't want to get involved there.
I don't even know how Jack Taylor got fingertips on that, but I'm pretty sure he did, and it's still flown to the long off boundary for 4. 291 for 5. Root's on 56 at the end of the over. Here we go. Gets to the pitch, bang, off the fingertips. It's not a chance. It's hit way too hard and far enough away from him to be considered a chance.
That'd have been me. I don't think I'd even put my fingertips out there.
So he took an incredible caught and bowled. I'm just remembering at the Oval last year, which, I mean, he's a good fielder wherever he fields, but it was a spectacular one-handed grab as the ball was hit almost as hard as that. But that, even though he got 2 hands to that somehow, that would have been even more remarkable if that just somehow stuck.
Zaffer starts his 24th over, comes in and bowls the right-handed Cook, who dabs it and goes, and both batsmen safely home as it was picked up by Van Buren, who hurled it at the stumps, but both batsmen home. Going back to that, yes, black arm bars, I've just noticed, and you told me the reason yesterday. Perhaps you'd like to say the reason why.
Well, yes, I hadn't sort of been told necessarily either way whether to or whether not to.
Yes,
but
the next ball, the reverse sweep is 4 runs, is it? Yes, it is. 4 runs, and he plays that shot so very well. Yes. Yeah.
Well, the incredibly sad news, Miles Hammond has lost his father, and that was just a couple of days ago. So all the best to Miles Hammond and his family. Tragic news, really, and
absolutely.
You know, somebody who knows what it's like to lose a parent at pretty much the same age. It still hurts the same as it does when you're younger. So
if anybody's wondering, that is the reason. Here's another cracking drive, and that's going to go again away for 4. Zaffer probably in need of a rest now. As I say, this is his 24th over. He's bowled for most of the day, and Glamorgan accelerating. And when we always mention this, Gloucester going on to get the new ball, but we know that if you don't bowl well with the new ball, it can disappear to all places being so new. And the batsman well set, but it will appear, I'm sure, in 2.5 overs' time as Root gets his 9th run of the over. As Glamorgan now get another point. They moved on to 301 for 5, and Root is on 65. Cook is on 12. Here's the next delivery. Oh, nearly plays it back, does Cook, into the hands of the bowler, but it lands just a little short. Knowing Cook, he must be dying to have a crack over the top, because once he is in, he's a very aggressive player and a very, very strong hitter. Here he is again. This time he's cut away. That's the 3rd boundary of the over, too short from Zaffer. He's probably a little tired. He bowled 25 overs at the start of the season. That was a very profitable over. There was 12, 13, 14 runs off the over. Glamorgan 305 for 5. Root is on 65 and Cook is on 16. Good Lord, we've got 27 overs left today.
Yeah, tired is exactly the word I think I would have used to describe that last ball from Zaffer. It just seemed to float out of the hand, not really kind of masses of shoulder seemingly into it, and just dragged down and put away. His work, I think, probably pretty much done for now. It's Jack Taylor bowling to Root. Just a hint of turn, but Root can still give himself enough room to cut for a single as the throw from Miles Hammond hits the stumps at the non-striker's end, but there was no lazy cricket from Billy Root. And 306 for 5 the score. I just wonder whether, having seen that last over, whether maybe Van Buren will just come in and bowl the last over before the new ball presumably be taken. Jack Taylor bowls. It's cut again by Cook, but he's had the bat face sort of close on him there, and it's gone straight back to the bowler. Over rates +2 and probably climbing as Jack Taylor is in once more, and off the back foot Cook guides to deep cover for a single. 308 for 5.
Now looking at this, Ed, the advantage, I think it will be advantage for Gloucestershire, is that there is absolutely nothing in this pitch. I'm just looking at the screen at the moment instead of watching it out there, and the bounce is so slow and there's nothing deviating at all, and you get the impression, well, look, if you play straight and just accumulate, you should be all right, because Glamorgan are without Nisa, who's such a threat, as well as Van der Gugten bowled in the first innings.
Jack Taylor in full straight, defended out into the offside.
It doesn't look as if you'll get the same assistance in the second, and the point I'm going to make is that Glamorgan will need rather a long time to dismiss Gloucestershire. They should, and Gloucestershire again should be able to bat better second dig.
Jack Taylor bowls, and there's a shout for leg before wicket, but I think it's done too much and is heading down the leg side. Rick trying to help it on its way and missing it, and that is the end of over number 79, with the lead for Glamorgan at 142. Another partnership in development here, and indeed it does look as if it's going to be Van Buren to bowl the 80th over. I think it, if you were a captain watching that last over from Zafar, it was
just giving runs away.
If somebody who has really put in a shift already today. I mean, 24 overs bowled in around about 2 sessions worth of bowling, and he's also, again, it's like with De Lange and Tom Price, it's been quite a number of spells as well, just sort of up down, early season, not that warm, although it could be worse, so not been the easiest day for Zafar, who got the wicket so early on, that of Van der Gugten. There seems to be plenty in the pitch, but
it'll be
they've taken to him.
Van Buren to bowl to Chris Cook. He's got a man who I sympathise with. He's at short leg, no more than about 2.5 yards from the bat. Very good luck to him there. As in comes Van Buren for the first ball, and it's just pushed out to short mid-on. Be interesting to see how they play the new ball. It'll be Price, obviously, as this is the second ball, which is played back down. What do you say, De Lange and Price?
Yeah, I would.
Two of the best bowlers, you'd have thought.
Because especially with Zafar having completed that spell there.
It's a good-looking shot. It might just be... No, it doesn't beat mid-off, and it's well fielded there.
That was Zafar.
Zafar, who moved quickly to his left, even though he's bowled 24 overs. The sun is high in the sky, beating down. Beautiful day here now. Van Buren bowled, and just makes Root think a little bit as he pushes forward.
Might have just about carried to a silly mid-on. I think it was bat onto pad. It would have been close, but Hammond was at short leg.
Van Buren bowls. It is pushed back down the pitch. 1 ball to go, and then I'm sure we are going to see the new ball arriving. This with 25 overs left. That is the over, and Glamorgan are 308 for 5. They lead by 143. Cook is 18, Root is 66. And there are 25 overs remaining. Did I say something?
Well, Root 66, you see.
Yes, I thought somebody was picking up, but have you ever been down there?
I haven't. 66? No, I've been to the US a couple of times. There was one holiday when I was...
driven his very, very strong motorbike down there.
Wow. Well,
And
maybe one day, but probably not. I did go on a trip from San Francisco across to Yosemite and Grand Canyon,
Oh, right.
Zion National Park, which is almost as spectacular as the Grand Canyon. That's another one of those great driving routes that you can do.
such a vast country you can do.
Yeah, and finishing off in Las Vegas.
Have a few bob on the tables, did you?
No, as a matter of fact. No, it's quite
It will be
quite an
priced.
adventure, though.
It will be priced at 308 for 5. He's in deep conversation with his captain. It'll be priced to bowl from the river end, hoping with a new conker in his hand that he can strike. And presumably it's my colleague to my right who will also be hoping that he can take a couple of wickets and bring the Shire back into the game.
Well, yes, it's going to have to be more than a couple, I suspect, for that to be the case. But it's got to start somewhere, I suppose, with the first one. But, I mean, really, you'd think to have even the slimmest of chances, they've got to keep this lead down below 200. And even then, it is only
I don't think they are.
merest whisker of a chance, but seems rather unlikely. Anyway, new ball as Tom Price delivers a no ball, and it's worked towards mid-on, and Van Buren does not shy at the stumps. As alert to the possibility there was Cook, making his ground on striker's end, so that's 3 more runs to the Glamorgan total.
Only blemish of his performance today has been, I think, is 4 or 5.
Yeah, that's his fourth.
Fourth, yeah, I thought that just overstepping.
Yeah. Had a bit of a problem at Cheltenham a couple of years ago, in particular with that. He does overstep occasionally. Outside of that, as that is a beauty from Tom Price. That's more of what we saw in the morning session when he was bowling to the left-hander Byram, and Root has played down the line of off stump and the ball's just left him. Lovely piece of bowling from Tom Price. I mentioned in the morning session that his average last year was substantially lower against right-handers than against left-handers. I mean, again, 25 versus left-handers is hardly bad, but 18 versus right-handers, and it was the right-handed David Lloyd that was his breakthrough this morning. Tom Price is in and bowls, and on off stump, Root treats it with respect and guides it out into the offside for no run. It was 1995, by the way. I did recheck my notes. The previous best bowling figures by a Gloucestershire bowler since Tom Price's 8 for 27.
Right, don't tell me. 95?
95 against Glamorgan at Abergavenny.
No, sure enough, yes.
It was. In comes Tom Price. He's there now and bowls, driven by Root up towards mid-off, and Buren ever one to fake a shy at the stumps, but he knows when it's best to hold on to it, and that was one of those occasions. But no run. It was timed too well, actually, by Root.
I'm just thinking that might have been the game that the world number of 6s were hit. Was then by the Australian,
Andrew Simon.
who is no longer with us, sadly.
Here comes Tom Price in and bowls. Forward goes Root, well forward. Timing on the defensive shot, it hit Dent's hands hard at
If you do have a minute,
extra
if
cover.
you Google Andrew Simons,
Yes,
it
well,
might have been that game.
that you know, I hadn't even thought about that. Of course, it would have been around about that time,
Might have been a bit later.
and indeed, you're right.
Thought it was. That's not bad memory.
That is good. In comes Price down the pitch, goes Root and plays a really ugly shot into the leg side for no run. But to give him credit, he made sure that he kept the ball down, even if it was a bizarre sort of flap into the leg side and down into the ground for no run. Yeah, you know, that's really silly, because I did know that Simons did that against Glamorgan around about
Very
that time, and
small
for some
ground,
reason
yeah.
I never made the connection that it happened in the same game. That's driven hard by Root and straight to cover.
So you're
Frosty's
impressed by
missed
my
out there.
memory?
Of course. I didn't need that to be impressed with your memory. And the end of the over.
Something told me that was the game, mid-90s, he was there. The ball kept disappearing. Have you been to the Abergavenny ground?
I haven't, no.
Well, the ball down the far end, and it would be Marchant de Lange, as we thought, kept disappearing, and in the end, the chap's house disappeared in the garden. Wouldn't give it back. He said, "You're not having it back. No, come on." Very small boundaries.
It's not like us.
Not so much square, but straight. And there's been some phenomenal scores in the little ground. Beautiful little ground, but sadly no longer used by Glamorgan.
I think it's at Sussex where there's a lady called Brenda who often has to have the ball fetched out of her garden. Obviously not as obliging in Abergavenny. I'm just looking at the score.
There's no run.
It was it was pretty much a baseball style game, to be honest.
Yeah.
334 and 471 for Glamorgan. David Hemp 157, Matthew Maynard 164 in Glamorgan's second innings. Simon's 254 not out from 206 balls, 22 16 sixes.
As the next ball is pushed out to mid-wicket. And if you checked all the Abergavenny games, not only that one, you'd see some formidable scores there as well.
And 293 for 9 Gloucestershire in their second innings. Simon's made 76 off 65 with another 4 sixes.
That's right.
But in the end, there was a late flurry of wickets. Darren Thomas and Steve Watkin ended up turning potential defeat into victory for Glamorgan, as it was a draw.
This is played out into the covers, and a bit of a misfield, and they go through for a single. Glamorgan reached 312 for 5. Then there was a memorable game against Worcestershire, where Glamorgan had to throw a few up. Worcestershire had to throw a few up just to make the game interesting, and they nearly chased over 400. I think they were about a dozen or 10 short. Extraordinary. But of course you've got to, you must remember that that ground is so small that you try making a declaration, it's dreadful.
I think it was, I'm trying to remember, I think it was, I'm forgetting the name of the school, which is terrible, where Graham Napier equalled the record, hit 16 sixes. I think it was against Surrey, and this is dreadful. It's just completely Whitgift. There we go. I knew it would come eventually. I think it was there that he did that.
There's another very, very small ground. Here is de Lange, bowls to Root, and Root plays nicely, hits the ball firmly up towards mid-off. But another game which I reckon beat all that was, and Nick was there that day, was when Glamorgan played Surrey up at the Oval. Just break off. This ball is pushed in the gap. That's a lovely shot by Root. Will get him 4 runs. He just pushed at it, and the timing was so perfect that it ran away for 4. When Glamorgan would chase him 400 and I think it was 408 in 50 overs, and failed by 8 runs. I think 8 or 9 runs. And at the end of the second over, Ian Thomas, who you probably haven't heard of, and Robert Croft opened the innings. The end of the second over, Glamorgan were 40 for no wicket. Croft had hit Martin Bicknell, who was no mean performer with the ball.
He played for England.
5 fours in the first over, and then it was an incredible game. And Matthew Maynard and Michael Powell were leading scorers. Hardly got a run that day. Hemp got 100. Croft got 100 off 58 balls. Remember that, Nick, don't we?
429 at the Morgan night.
429, was it?
Lost by 9, I believe.
Yeah. We've seen some games as in comes de Lange, bowls. Oh, and he fished at that outside the off stump. But that is the end of the over. 316 for 5. Root is 70. Cook is 20. Langer has taken 1 for 40. The lead is 151, and there are 23 overs remaining this evening. As we play some musical chairs now. Nick will come back into his normal seat. No, he doesn't. He's ordered me to stay here. The two batsmen have a drink of water. And off we go.
Don't say people haven't heard of Ian Thomas. He's got Glamorgan's highest score in the T20 still.
Down with Taunton, yeah.
Yeah, nearly took me out. I was, I think, going round to do the end of innings interview or whatever, and he drilled one past me into the tea room window. Luckily it was strengthened glass. Yeah. And hopefully Ian Thomas will be gracing the colours of Mackin this summer.
Still playing, is he, the old boy?
He played a couple of matches for us last season. Played his opening game in the second 11, believe it or not. Former pro in Division 11 of the South East Wales League. Here is Tom Price to start a new over, and Chris Cook drives to mid-on, and there is no run.
You mustn't forget, you see, Nick, that the young lad behind us might not have remembered Ian. That's the reason they said that.
Yes. Ian went on the field grumbling about his general state of fitness, and within about a quarter of an hour he'd taken a stunning catch at gully, which none of us would have got near. So that was fun playing a game with him anyway.
Remember his debut? I think it was at Southend.
As next ball is driven by Cook, but straight to cover, and there's no run. Works for the Professional Cricketers Association, does Ian, which did a few games with us as a summariser, but unfortunately all the people we keep cultivating as summarisers keep on going off and getting other jobs in cricket, like Steve Watkin joined the coaching staff, Mark Wallace joined the coaching staff, etc, etc. And Dean Koska was quite keen and then can't do it because of his job as a liaison officer. Cook drives to mid-on.
He is now a businessman selling ice cream down at
Tony's too busy selling ice creams most of the time.
Doing well.
Hopefully we'll get him on board for a match or two. Steve James was a regular summariser at one time, but of course he's now on test match duty for the Times of London, quite a fair chunk of the summer. 3:16 for 5 as Tom Price charges towards us and bowls to Cook, who works that one just wide of mid-on and times it well, realising that De Lange had a couple of metres to make to his right and a long way down to go, and so they got through for the single. 317 for 5. It's all been relatively sedate since tea, hasn't it? An hour's play since tea.
Got to applaud Gloucestershire. They've stuck at it.
56 runs added.
No heads
only
dropped.
No, Gloucestershire have certainly limited the damage.
Yeah, and you've got two attacking players, two at the crease, in Cook and Root.
Next ball from Tom Price is defended by Billy Root. 70 off 108 balls for Billy Root at the moment, but Glamorgan making light of the absence of their overseas player Colin Ingram, who has not taken the field today due to a neck spasm, and Glamorgan would be delighted if they can bat through today with the other 4 wickets, but that's a long way away as Price bowls and Root is forward. Yeah. Playing defensively to mid-off, 3:17 for 5, 1 off the over, and Glamorgan are taking a serious attitude towards this, aren't they? They're not trying to slog their way into an even bigger lead tonight. They're just playing everything as it comes.
Proper cricket, Nick, it's called. As I love to say, with all that stuff that's going on around the world at the moment. No, because there's so much time, and they know that if they get a substantial lead and can get a lot of time to try and bowl Gloucestershire out, it's a good county cricket match.
So the lead is 152 for Glamorgan, Marchant de Lange to try and limit them.
And he's bowling to Chris Cook on 21. In he comes with the first ball, and Cook leaves at the last moment, a flourish as he lifts his bat. Have you ever had a stiff neck? I suppose if it's an overnight rest and if you sleep well, you don't move much, so you're going to get stiffer. So I don't know. You can't go to these people who, and I'm always suspicious of those who get hold of your neck and yank it. Possibly you get crippled for life. So you probably have the best treatment. De Lange bowls, and that's nudged away into the covers, and then picks up and throws some smart fielding at extra cover. But they get through for a scrambled single, 318 for 5.
What have we got? About an hour and 20 minutes maybe left tonight to get through 21 overs after this.
Now,
light is good.
I'm not all that concerned how late we finish tonight, because I'm going to get rid of those. I listened to the BBC Wales radio man, and there's big queues on my way home. There's De Lange bowls outside the off stump. It was close, but well judged in the end by Root.
Everyone heading west, are they?
They're all going down.
The entire teaching population of Wales heading for their caravans. Apologies to any teachers who may be offended, but it is a stereotype with a degree of truth.
You know, you're absolutely right. And yeah, they either head to the Gower.
Be an update for BBC Radio Wales shortly.
In comes De Lange. And bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. Very good delivery delivered by Marchant de Lange, and he holds his knees and bends down. He won't say anything. He's such a nice man. He says nothing to the batsman.
Bit of zip in that one.
Oh, that was a beautiful delivery. How it missed, I don't know.
Well, you didn't miss any goals at the Swansea City Stadium this afternoon, Edward.
Yes.
0-0 against Coventry. Cardiff City 3-1 winners at Blackpool.
Very poor performance, must have been.
Newport County won 3-0 at home to Northampton.
And the big one, Wrexham.
That's dot ball there. And yes, Wrexham. Oh gosh, 3-1 loss.
They lost 3-1
at Halifax.
At Halifax.
That's a blow in their battle with Notts County at the top of the table.
They've got Notts County next week. That'll be the big match.
I think they're level on points now if they
well, I left it at 1-0.
Yeah.
Well,
Bristol Rovers beat Charlton 1-0 as Root defends.
You hear that there?
Bristol City 1-2-1 at Stoke. Forest Green Rovers lost 2-0 at home to Derby. Cricket update coming for radio listeners. Yes, Glamorgan strongly placed at 318 for 5. Major contributions from Eddie Byram with 81 and Kieran Carlson with a really attractive 106, his first century for around a season and a half. Billy Root is 70 not out, Chris Cook 22 not out. Marchant de Lange, their former player, is propelling the new ball at the moment. Glamorgan have dug in since tea, nothing too flashy from the home side. They are 322 for 5, and that is 157 runs in the lead, Chris. As 4 runs came there from Chris Cook, clipping Tom Price away off his legs.
Lots of sport this week, Easter weekend. You've got the Masters, and you've got plenty of rugby coming up. Friday, Saturday and Sunday. And then Monday, lots of football again.
More football.
So, cricket here, of course. So it's a busy sporting weekend, as I say, and all to be played in this lovely sunshine.
Cheltenham Town 2-0 losers, I'm afraid, at Lincoln City. 322 for 5. As in comes Tom Price and bowls to Chris Cook, who's defending that one. The shadow of the floodlight pylon has again reached the middle for the batter at this end, which might be slightly distracting because it's halfway down the pitch and will inch gently across during the course of the coming half hour or so.
Yeah, if you want, going back to our previous conversation, if you, I'll just break off. It's,
Tom Price is on his way to bowl to Chris Cook, who's hit on the thigh pad pushing forward and is given out LBW. Cook doesn't look hugely happy. Price, of course, looks absolutely delighted. Cook has gone for 26. It's 3:22 for 6, and Gloucestershire have their second bowling point.
It's not like Chris Cook to stand and watch, but
We'll get the replay now.
Cook, yeah.
Thought initially that it might have been a bit high. Oh, he was well forward. I'm surprised that was judged as hitting in line, really. Leg forward to Tom Price, second wicket for Tom Price. DeLange has 2 as well. 3:22 for 6. Price exultant. And Glamorgan limiting, Gloucestershire limiting the damage of that partnership that was worth 69 runs. Yes, the umpires coming together and having a little word. I don't know whether they were disapproving of Cook's reaction, but that looked one of the rather more marginal leg before decisions of the week, I'd say. 3:22 for 6. That's the Welsh view. What's the Shire view, Ed?
I was surprised as well. I thought it looked. I mean, it's not always easy to tell from not quite in line, and because the action's happening sort of through the batter, as it were. But it looked as if it was quite high. That was my first reading on it, and then the way that Cook sort of tapped the bat on the ground, I don't know whether that was another indication that as far as he could go not to show the umpire the bat, or whether that was just an indication of disapproval. I mean, they shouldn't. I don't think they should do him for dissent for that. I don't think he crossed a line there.
No, it did look a questionable decision. I mean, it was a little bit high, and I'm not sure if he actually was struck outside the line of the off stump anyway. Dan Douthwaite at 8, wearing 88. It's a difficult job. I mean, I suppose it swings and roundabouts during the course of the season. Carlson survived a big shout early on when he was on just 8. Went on to make a century. So Dan Douthwaite playing his first red ball innings since the end of 21. And Tom Price bowls to him, and Douthwaite is forward defending. And there's no run. 20 overs remaining after this one. We're not entirely sure whether Colin Ingram will bat if needed with a neck spasm.
Might almost be the case they've got such a big lead now, they just think, well,
might not need to risk it.
Yeah.
Still, I'm sure they'll want to push it towards 200 if they possibly can. As Douthwaite back on his stumps and defending on the offside, no run.
He's got the grunt going as Tom Price trying to find something at the end of this long day in the field. Quite a few Gloucestershire grunters. Graham Van Buren is another.
Really? Bowling spin?
Yes, he likes a good grunt. I've compared it to the Rafa Nadal grunt in the past. Something of the sound is quite similar.
Douthwaite faces up and is beaten by the next delivery. That was an excellent delivery from Tom Price to finish the over, which gained him a wicket, cost the 4 runs. Bowling in the mid to high 70s, Tom Price. As video viewers get another replay of the Cook dismissal. Oh dear, oh dear.
That was the play and miss.
Oh, that's the play and miss. Sorry, that's the Douthwaite play and miss. That's what. So flicked Douthwaite on the way through. Yeah.
I mean that was an absolute peach from
it was.
Tom Price. I mean that's done a fair bit off the seam as well. So the new ball, I suppose, it's got to the point where the lacquers come off it and it's starting to do bits, but it's not exactly a great sign if you're Gloucestershire, really, at this point in the match. It's sort of a quandary you find yourselves in, where you actually sort of don't want the ball to be doing anything at this point, in a way. It's De Lange to bowl to Root, who props forward, defends back towards the bowler. Well, I mean, a lead of 157, it will take Gloucestershire until, you know, at least halfway through tomorrow, you'd think, to knock that deficit off, given that it's going to increase by the end of the day. Take a couple of overs off for the change of innings as well, so, you know, the possibility of any miraculous result is slipping away, as that's edged by Root and wide of the one slip and down to the boundary for 4. So 326 for 6. Not sure whether it was catchable height had there been a second slip in place. There, the one slip and then the sort of wide slip.
Ooh, yeah, could have been shin
catchable,
high
I
for
think.
second slip. Had there been a second slip, as it is, there's a first and a fourth stroke gully.
Well, you know, I'm afraid that's just the product of 322 for 6, isn't it? You know.
Scoreboard pressure on the bowlers and on the captain making his fielding choices.
Yep. You know, in another situation with that second new ball, you would have
Horse.
2 or 3 slips.
Stable
Yes.
door bolted.
And in fact, there are going to be 3 slips as well.
The horse has bolted before the stable door is bolted.
So, more runs, Root on to 74, and De Lange bowls once more to him, back of a length, punched away, straight to backward point though, and there's no run. Well, I mean, it was a field more for the old ball than the new one, but I suppose you would say has there been one catch in the slips, and that was a sort of a short third, but, you know, searching around really, scratching it, or whatever there is there to sort of explain, I suppose. The full delivery, Root defends up towards mid-off and there is no run. I know some bowlers just, I think it was Ian Botham when he was on commentary for Sky, one of his things always was, don't leave gaps in the slips. He was just one of those bowlers that just never have that, and some are like that. Clearly De Lange is not one of them, and you know, you take responsibility for setting the field you want as a bowler as well as captain. In comes De Lange over the wicket, bowls to Root, who somehow avoids chopping that one onto his stumps, and once again Glamorgan will get runs to add on to the annoyance levels of Gloucestershire. That will be 2 more runs down towards long leg. 328 for 6, Root on to 76, lead is 163.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of the day said that Glamorgan would be delighted of a lead of over 100. Well, it's already 163. I think they're pretty much writing their script today so far.
Yep. And still some dangerous customers to come potentially, as that's a very wide delivery from De Lange, and Root leaves it alone. So 2 for 53 for De Lange from his 16 overs, 2 for 45 for Tom Price. Those two have been really by far the pick of Gloucestershire's bowlers. Zafar 1 for 97, copped some treatment today, didn't necessarily kind of have the assistance throughout the day that he had with the new ball. It looked as if Zafar would be a huge part of today when he claimed that early wicket, and I mean, it was a 3rd ball of the day, turned from outside off stump and down the leg side for a couple of byes, but it just hasn't panned out that way. As the ball's got older, it's stopped turning, and Glamorgan have played him very well.
In comes Tom Price to bowl to Douthwaite, who doesn't play that hugely well, but will get off the mark with a single down to fine leg, as he can give the impression of groping for the ball somewhat, Douthwaite, early in his innings in particular. And he can hit the ball Ferociously hard, given half a chance.
It's got a low-flying helicopter somewhere nearby, and every time now that happens, I wonder if it is going to land on the outfield, because we had that in a championship match at the end of 2021, the last game of the season against Durham at Bristol. The Great Western Air Ambulance landed on the field and caused a dust storm to kick up over the square. It was quite a sight.
3.29 for 6. Price to Root, plays it defensively to square leg, and assure you that there is plenty of green grass around here for helicopters to land without troubling the cricketing arena. There's probably enough room behind the pavilion as well, next to the car park, as well as the large playing fields of Llandaff, Pontcanner and Blackweir.
I know Gloucestershire's isn't the only ground which is an emergency landing area.
Next delivery from Price, played defensively by Root to backward point, no run. Hammond doing the fielding.
Great big green helicopter. I mean, this is just the first time it came over, you thought, okay, that's flying a bit low. Second time, it's not, is it? Third time, of course, it is. Umpires didn't even have time to pull the stumps out.
Oh, wow. As Tom Price turns in the sunshine still. Crowd slightly soporific as Root defends that one back to the bowler. It has been a gentler scoring rate since tea. 68 runs added for the loss of 1 wicket in around about an hour and 20 minutes. Elsewhere in Division 2, Leicestershire finding some resistance through their overseas Ackerman and Hanscom. They've moved on to 153 for 3 in reply to the Yorkies' massive 517 at Headingley. Price bowls, Root drives to mid-on, no run. Down on the south coast of England at Hove, Sussex, 258 for 7 in reply to Durham's 376. That's largely thanks to Chitashwa Pujara, the captain, who made 115 there. And at Derbyshire, 321 all out. Worcestershire, 257 for 6. Pretty even going there. Half centuries from Haynes. D'Oliveira, 3 wickets for Sam Connors. Tom Price into bowl. The grunt sees Root defending to mid-on. DeLanger picks up. He will hang on to the ball because he's bowling the next over. In Division 1, the potential title contenders, Surrey on top, having scored 442. They've reduced Lancashire now to 198 for 8.
That's a collapse from Lancashire.
Yeah, they were 108 for 1. Keaton Jennings made 76, but Sean Abbott has got 4 wickets for Surrey now.
Heaven help us if they repeat. Sorry.
Halfway through the game at Canterbury, Kent 222 all out, 105 ahead of Northants.
DeLanger starts a new over, and that's a leave. Fairly comfortable one outside off stump for Dan Douthwaite.
Michael Hogan 4 not out in his first innings for his new county, formerly of this parish for so long. At Taunton, Somerset 196 for 7 against Warwickshire. 3 wickets for Ed Barnard there. Started at midday eventually.
DeLanger charges in past the umpire and bowls, and once more it's the gentlest of away swingers, and it's left alone by Douthwaite.
At Lords, Essex 266 all out. Middlesex were 4 for 4 with 4 ducks on the card. They're now 106 for 5 with an unbeaten half century from some lad called Ryan Higgins.
Yes. Well, I think he scored a half century in the opening game. In fact, no, pardon me, it was a century in the opening game of last season as well. Something about the opening fixture. As DeLanger bowls tighter to off stump this time. Again, Douthwaite doesn't offer a shot. It was not perhaps quite as close to off stump as the reaction from the Gloucestershire fielders, and Marchand de Lange himself might have had you believe.
And Kyle Abbott has taken 3 wickets for Hampshire with Notts in their second innings, 107 for 4, but that's a lead of just 61 runs at Southampton.
Who's got the 4? Is it Bass again? No, it's Abbott this time. Yes. If one doesn't get you, one of the other two will. With Barker, as Douthwaite has a bit of a nibble at that one. Looks as if he was in 2 minds about whether to play or leave, and ended up sort of halfway in between the two, but from his point of view, it missed the bat, so all's well that ends well. 3 for Abbott, 3 for 23, and Barker has got rid of Hamid. Ben Duckett made a half century from 51 from 58 deliveries, so continuing to play the way that has served him very well since he's come back into the England fold. De Lange bowls to Douthwaite, who drives firmly down the ground. It's not going to reach the boundary. There's a chase on for Hammond, and there's a throw sent in somewhere towards the pitch anyway. The most important thing was that Hammond got it up in the air quickly, so dissuaded them from any thoughts of a third. 3:31 for 6. Glamorgan with Douthwaite up to 3. It hasn't quite gone out all guns blazing as I wondered whether he might. Just maybe even with the thought of, should we be giving Gloucestershire an awkward few overs to face tonight? There's no reason for them to get on with it in that way, but I don't know whether that would enter into their thinking at all. De Lange is in and bowls. Douthwaite with a firm defensive push into the offside, and I think he's now apologising to Billy Root for the fact that he didn't take a single there. Probably would have been one. It's the end of the over. Another decent over from De Lange. 3:31 for 6. Lead 166.
Yeah, if you want to follow the rugby in Wales this weekend, Scarlets against Claremont is available on BBC Radio Wales in the southwest. 8 o'clock kick-off tonight. That's also audio commentary online, and that's, I believe, on S4C as well. And tomorrow afternoon, Cardiff out in Treviso against Benetton. That's on BBC Radio Wales FM and DAB again in the southeast, and I believe online, but I haven't checked that since Saturday afternoon is usually pretty jam-packed for streaming services, and might fatally overload the BBC hub. Hope not. 3:31 for 6 then. 12 minutes to 6 o'clock. 17 overs remain, about an hour's play. Tom Price in. Billy Root defends to mid-off. This has been a very quiet afternoon, evening session after Glamorgan scored 111 for 3 in the first hour and 10 minutes. Then 146 for 2 effectively in the afternoon session. So far 70 for 1 in the best part of an hour and a half in the evening session, so they certainly haven't pressed on to any degree. As Price bowls and Root noodles it away on the offside, and there's no run. And you have to give credit to the Gloucestershire bowlers, so if they haven't been taking wickets in numbers since the first hour of the game, they've at least dug in and hung on in there for most of the time.
Yeah, well, I think that was something that was also the case last year as well, when they had so many similar, I'm afraid, situations where they were in the field for such a long time. They stuck at it, but the problem was that just not enough was happening for them, and you know, they've been sort of several issues which have combined really in this match so far.
As Root drives the next ball back to Tom Price. Yeah, I mean, Josh Shaw was the extra seamer. He might well have given Van Buren another option, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that is one of the things in that mix of things to point to for why Gloucestershire find themselves in this position. I mean, it would have been a completely different story if say one of the extra batters had gone on to score runs, but that wasn't the case.
Root defends Price again on the offside up to mid-off.
And so they've ended up, you know, with not only short on runs, but short on the extra seamer to be able to call upon. Dale had a better spell since the tea break, but 14 overs for 63, with Zafar's effectiveness slightly limited by the pitch seemingly becoming more docile for him as the afternoon went on. I mean, I don't think he bowled particularly badly, but 1 for 97 from 24 overs, and relying on 4 bowlers, that's difficult.
Tom Price to Root, well forwards. Peel dies away as it pushes up to mid-off. DeLange does the fielding. Might have been a bit of inside edge as well. 331 for 6. Good over from Tom Price, though. No runs off the first 5 deliveries. I suppose the key spell of the game so far has been that from Van der Gugten, when he kept hitting the pads, asking the question, and seeing Gloucestershire middle order batsmen disappear. Tom Price in bowls, Root drives, doesn't time it. Dent at cover fields, maiden over from Tom Price. 331 for 6 lead is 166, so Glamorgan have doubled Gloucestershire's tally, but will be ambitious to add a few more. What have we got? 4 wickets left in the innings. 16 overs tonight. These two will try and hit anything off target, but they're not getting much off target at the moment, with DeLange and Price bowling well.
Yeah, I think probably you'd guess try and see off these two and then see what you get. That may be the period that they decide to put the foot down. Just for the moment, try and see off the 2 bowlers who've been Gloucestershire's best today. DeLange continues from the Cathedral Road end, bowling to Douthwaite, who drops that one quietly out towards Van Buren, who fields, and there's no run. Ollie Price claimed 1 for 30, eventually got Kieran Carlson just to walk a little too far across his stumps and was given out LBW by Steve O'Shaughnessy. But Graham Van Buren, 7 overs for 19, although he did have a catch dropped off his bowling. The second drop that allowed Carlson to continue. He was on 77 when that happened, as Douthwaite drives firmly. There's a hand on that from Zafar Gohar at mid-on, and he may have saved 3 runs there, slowed it down, and they've got a single. 332 for 6, Douthwaite on to 4, and Jack Taylor just a couple of overs right before that. That second new ball was taken. 7 bowlers used by Gloucestershire, and, well, I'm afraid it really was kind of, I mean, pretty much everything in this match has been worst fears realised for Gloucestershire when you saw the selection on day 1, as DeLange bowls to Root, defended back up the pitch, and there's no run. I mean, you can't necessarily have known that that was going to happen, but it's ended up being just the worst possible result for Gloucestershire, and also add in the lack of pre-season, add in the toss going against them. It's no necessarily one thing, but it's all those things combined for me. DeLange is in and bowls on off stump. Root defends out into the covers, and there's no run. But I'm sure many others will have just the one explanation for everything, because that's the way that everything works now. Simple answers.
Yeah, 140 characters or 280, 280 whatever it is these days. But it will be an interesting question, if you can phrase it diplomatically, to the coaches, whether you talk to Porterfield or Joseph afterwards, whether they regret fielding only 3 seamers.
Indeed, yep. So DeLange switches to round the wickets for the left-handed Root. Root has chopped at that one, and the ball just dribbles out towards where a silly point might stand if they were feeling particularly brave. but no run there.
He's slowed down since his half-century, Billy Root, actually. His timing's not quite there at the moment, is it?
No, I mean, in some ways it's actually not too dissimilar to how Gloucestershire sort of made Glamorgan die a slow death here a couple of years ago, where they just sort of kept going at, you know, sort of relatively similar rate. There was no real kind of charge to declare, as that's edged and dropped at second slip, and I'm afraid that is another drop for Ollie Price. It was Talanga's potential third wicket. Billy Root with the first chance that he's really offered up on 76, a big thick edge. Ollie Price moving away to his left hand side, and again I'm afraid there's nothing more to be said other than that is a catch that has to be taken every time.
Yeah, I suppose the ball does go pretty fast off the edge from Marchant to Langer. It was a thickish edge from Root to the left of second slip. Price went down to his left, maybe thigh high, appeared to get both hands to it and couldn't cling on. 3:32 for 6 it remains. Gloucestershire have dropped at least 3 chances. A couple off Carlson, 1 off Root, and they've been the leading scorers. Tom Price starting you over to Dan Douthwaite, who plays it on the leg side. Oh, he's beaten the infield and almost beats mid-on as well, and they're back for 2 runs. Douthwaite has to charge home for his second run, but he's safely there.
I'm afraid again that is another continuation for a problem that was there for Gloucestershire last season as well, particularly through the early stages. I think they did a better job towards the end of the season holding their catches, but I remember a game against Surrey last year where I think they dropped 4 or 5 in 2 sessions.
Ouch. Price bowls. Douthwaite squared up, as he quite often is, plays defensively to mid-on. Does quite a lot chest on, Douthwaite, in terms of an open stance batting and bowling. Took 2 for 44 with the ball. Cleaned up the last couple of wickets once Zafar had gone after that little partnership with Price. As Price bowls and Douthwaite stretches forward, defends to mid-off, and there's no run.
Around 6th over for Tom Price in this spell. I mean, maybe he can give them 1 more, but this is his 20th over of the day, so I don't know. We may be reaching that point very soon where the change bowlers come on and Glamorgan may start to attack more.
Price to Douthwaite, tries to smash it away on the leg side, gets it off something. There's a sprawling stop down in front of us by Zafar. Did well there on the boundary, throwing himself around. Saved a couple of runs. Douthwaite back for 2. Got a bit of bat on it. He's trying to hit it square, I think. 3:36 for 6.
Another one which is just one of those rare times that Tom Price has misdirected. And it is a long day. He hasn't been doing much bowling, and asked to deliver 20 overs in a day. It's difficult.
He'll be sore tonight as Douthwaite drives to mid-on. No run.
Ice bath beckons.
Yes, I'm sure they're medically justified, but I think it'd be preferring an iced beverage and a warm bath.
Torture chamber. Old-fashioned hydrotherapy.
Yeah, so remember when cryotherapy first came into fashion, and one of my sports reporting colleagues was dispatched to do a television report on the delights of cryotherapy with the Welsh rugby team. Douthwaite leaves outside off stump through to Pricey, and there's There's no run. Rather him than me, I thought. 3:36 for 6. Glamorgan lead by 171. Douthwaite is on 8. Root is on 76. There have been 2 wickets so far apiece for De Lange and Tom Price. 1 apiece for Zafar Goha and Ollie Price. Kieran Carlson contributed 106 and Eddie Byram 81. And Glamorgan have yet to produce Colin Ingram because of a neck problem. James Harris and Harry Podmore are the other batters left to come.
Well, there'll be at least one more then for De Lange, who's bent his back for his skipper today. He's into his 19th over, bowls round the wicket, pardon me, and that is defended into the offside for no run. Well, as bad as things might be for Gloucestershire, I'm reading a excellent book by Bill Bryson at the moment. It's called A Short History of Nearly Everything. I actually read it once when I was in school. I enjoyed it a lot, so I decided I'd read it again. But I was reading about a French astronomer called Guillaume Le Gentil.
All right, nice chap, was he?
Yes, he must have been. He comes to Lange and bowls to Root, pushed into the offside for no run. Head of asked who he plays for. Well, no, the only reason I bring it up was to do with bad days, really. So he was involved in the first sort of major international scientific kind of collaborative effort between nations when it was attempted to be determined the distance to the sun.
All right.
There were 2 transits of Venus, one in 1761 and another one 8 years later. So these scientists were dispatched all over the globe in order to measure this distance, as De Lange is in and bowls on off stump, defended up to mid-off this time by Billy Root. Another dot ball this over from De Lange. So he was sent off to India. It was his assignment. And so got as far as Mauritius and then was told that it was too unsafe due to the ongoing war between the French and the British to proceed further. So he had to stop there for something like sort of 6 months. As in comes De Lange, bowl short, pulled away out towards long leg. There'll be 2 there at least, and the throw will come in from Tom Price in the deep. 338 for 6.
I think we'd better just pause that anecdote because there may be a Radio Wales bulletin coming very shortly at 3:38 for 6.
Heard it briefly and then it disappeared. Oh dear.
3:38 for 6. Root is on 78 not out as De Lange is toiling away. Fans of Guillaume Le Gentil will have to wait a couple of minutes as De Lange is in to bowl to Root, who pushes that one down into the point area, and there is no run. 173 is the Glamorgan lead. Root 78, Douthwaite 8, Byram 81, Carlson 106, the major players of the day, as the ball is returned eventually to De Lange. And he runs away from us and bowls to Billy Root, who's quietened down in this evening's session. Has been dropped at slip and turns that one off his leg, so and we'll get 4 runs down to fine leg. The ball racing away and beating the boundary fielder on the inside. A cardinal sin, according to former Glamorgan and England coach Duncan Fletcher. Root moves on to 82. It's 3:42 for 6 at the end of the De Lange over. So, Tom Price and De Lange have bowled pretty consistently. 2 for 50 Price, 2 for 62 for De Lange, and Dale will try and come to the picture as he starts his 4th possibly spell of the day. Not much success so far. As evening sunshine, just the 2 slips for Dale. The ball taking some time to be retrieved from beneath the errant hover cover at the River Taff end. 2 slips, half a dozen saving the single, or is it 5 saving the single, and third man and fine leg back towards the boundary. In comes the next delivery, Douthwaite pushing forward and defending to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Glamorgan 342 for 6, sailing along, 177 in the lead already in first innings. 3 major contributions for Glamorgan today. Eddie Byram made a steady 81. Kieran Carlson aggressive 106, and Billy Root is 82 not out as Glamorgan try to turn the screw on Gloucestershire. Their opening bowlers Tom Price and Marchant de Lange have performed well without really the backup that they needed. Chris Cook 26, the other contributor today. Glamorgan on top with 12 overs left the day's play. They're 343 for 6. Single taken off the last ball. Not the last ball of the over. Douthwaite moves to 9. Root on to 82. Sorry to disrupt the flow of overs there, Ed.
No, I mean, it's typical, isn't it? Just when you sort of feel as if the play is kind of drifting along, and then all of a sudden you bring something up and something happens.
But you have Guillaume Legentil to look forward to.
There is a sort of point to this.
Good,
story.
I'm glad. Bryce bowls. Root takes a single on the leg side towards the vacant square leg area. 343 for 6. Do you want to pursue it between deliveries, or do you want to wait till the next over?
Maybe I'll attempt to. So we're in Mauritius.
Recap.
Right. We're measuring the distance to the sun. International expedition.
You've run out of rulers.
Yes. So the whole point is to measure the difference of the transits from various points on the planet, so that you can triangulate the distance, therefore, to the sun. So he was marooned in Mauritius because of the ongoing tensions between Britain and France, because whilst the scientific community might have been in the mood for collaboration, the international community wasn't. Eventually he was able to proceed to India.
As Price is in bowls and Douthwaite leaves through to Bracey.
However, because of the delay, he was then stranded in the middle of the ocean for the first transit, and whilst you're bobbing up and down on a ship, it's not particularly easy to make accurate scientific measurements. So that was done and out the way. So he decided to proceed to India anyway and wait for 6.5 years or something until the next transit came along. Obviously had plenty of money, so built himself this extravagant observatory from which to carry out the observations.
Price bowls, Douthwaite plays to cover, no run.
And so, I mean, you can sort of maybe see where this might be going come the day of the second transit, having delivered nothing so far and having built a specialist observatory just for this sole purpose.
Right.
Yeah, the weather may have intervened. By all accounts, and this is probably exaggerated, a cloud came across the sun at just the moment of the transit.
As Price in the Welsh sunshine bowls to Douthwaite, who pulls muscularly through the onside and will get 4-6 through mid-wicket. Douthwaite laying into that one and bringing up the 350 for Glamorgan, and the third batting point.
Yeah, well, there's been really not much joy in bowling short. I suppose Dale almost had Carlson caught off a short ball high up in the air, but really for the most part that's been the result. Well, maybe not quite 6, but certainly boundaries and runs are plenty, with the ball being banged in short. So, having missed both opportunities for the transit Venus, it was now time to return home. And on that return home, he was shipwrecked off Africa, and
we had to interrupt the story ad for a radio bulletin. We didn't think Radio Wales listeners would quite understand why we were talking about international space observations.
No, so anyway, shipwrecked off of Africa, eventually returned home after 11.5 years away, only to find out that his family had had him pronounced dead and had divided up his estate amongst themselves.
Right.
So the moral of the story is, as bad as 2 days might be, it could be bad for 11.5 years like that.
Fair enough. I got to a point eventually. Yeah. It's a bad day. Please don't take a picture, as R.E.M. sang.
Zaffer, then. Still 12 overs left today. He bowls over the wicket to Root for defence. Doesn't even make it off the pitch. It sort of felt as though things were drifting along, so I thought I would regale you with that dubious pleasure.
Should we translate his name as Billy Be Good or something like that?
Zaffer is asking his deep backward point to come in and finer. I have no idea what you describe that position as, a sort of floating wide third man, as Root has no interest in any shot in that sort of area as he defends away into the offside.
Why a floating wide third man?
I think it's for that reverse sweep.
Ah, yes.
Zaffer bowls a bit further back of a length. There's some turn there, but there's not really any point in it turning from as short of a length as that. And Root works that one away for a single out to deep mid-wicket. 351 for 6. Lead inching towards 200.
I would hesitate to suggest that if Root were to top edge an attempted reverse sweep, you'd better have them in the sort of circle, inside the circle position.
It's a defensive position for it, isn't it? Not rather than an attacking position. It's purely a defensive position. So, Ida Bevan believes that Dan Douthwaite is going to have a go at Zaffer Gohar, and forward goes Douthwaite and defends away into the offside for no run. It's surely coming at some point, though, isn't it?
Marchant de Lange might be in business at deep mid-on in the shadow in front of us.
Might be able to get revenge, because it was Douthwaite, I think, that de Lange clothed to mid-on in the first innings, and Douthwaite leaves a low in a ball which was outside off stump and turned away from Douthwaite and got even wider. He's taken another couple of steps back as well as de Lange at mid-on. Zaffer in and bowls full and straight, and it's defended away towards cover. So just the one run from that over. There are still 11 remaining. Glamorgan 351 for 6, still 16 overs with which to secure bonus points. 99 runs in 16 overs. Well, if they got on with it, they could get there.
I think they'd rather...
I think so too.
Churn on and try and get the runs.
And I think that goes back to the Alex Stewart, well, good luck to you feeling.
Yeah, the spectators in this Castell Howell stand have largely disappeared. They are still quite a few enjoying themselves in the sunshine down at the River Taff end, which is generally the sunniest part of the ground for the vast majority of the day. Very pleasant indeed. Not sure if they'd be needing their sunscreen in temperatures of about 13. Possibly would, because it's been pretty bright all day and is forecast to remain so over the weekend, thankfully. 351 for 6. Glamorgan have 3 batting points as Van Buren bowls first ball of a new spell and Root defends it.
I know some supporters yesterday did actually get windburn, so, you know.
As well as soaking in the morning.
Yes.
Van Buren bowls. Root drives up towards long on and will amble through for an easy single. 352 for 6. Now, where are mid-on and mid-off going to be located for Douthwaite? Mid-off back towards the boundary in the shape of Tom Price. There's a slip and a short leg as Van Buren bowls and Douthwaite stretches forward using the reach of his 6'2" or thereabouts. Lead now is 187. Van Buren bowls slightly quicker and Douthwaite defends. Tends to fire it through a little bit, Van Buren. Not the tallest of men. That one a little bit more floated. Douthwaite's hit it up in the air. Should be caught at mid-on, and he is. And Douthwaite, unable to resist the temptation, stays down on one knee, wonders what he's done, and trying to smash Van Buren into the taff. Didn't get hold of it, and Douthwaite's first-class innings back in the side ends in a relatively modest contribution of 15. 352 for 7.
Well, I suppose he managed to resist the temptation against Zaffer, but Van Buren proving too tempting. It was a slog sweep, trying to fetch it from well outside off stump, and that brought the top edge very much into play. Marcus Harris with the catch at mid-on made it look rather like shelling peas. He caught that one out of the late evening sunshine. Probably wasn't quite looking directly into it, but may have been a small factor. But well, I suppose if there's anyone who are used to taking catches into sunshine, then it's the Aussies. So certainly wouldn't be using that as an excuse if it had gone down. And Van Buren, who should have picked up a wicket earlier on, has got his first wicket of the season.
So finally Colin Ingram appears at the crease at number 9, having had neck spasm problems which have kept him out until now. Walking out to the middle, just doing a few loosening exercises on his way across this big square at Sapphire Gardens. It's a pretty wide ground for those of you that don't know it, and not very long straight boundaries.
What's the biggest ground in England?
What's the biggest ground in England, says Edward Bowman. Well, presumably it's Grace Road, isn't it? Gigantic place. I think there are plans to renovate it. I saw there's a multi-million-pound investment. Sean Jarvis seems to be doing an extraordinary job at Leicestershire, sort of attempting to revitalise the ground and the county, and I don't know what it's going to look like after it, but I hope that they might think about reducing the size of it, but
possibly.
There you go.
Possibly. It is Ingram in at 9 then. How will he play it? As Van Buren bowls, Ingram on the back foot plays into the covers, and there's no run. Must be slightly depressing for Gloucestershire, thinking, 7 down, and then you face a guy who's played international white ball cricket for South Africa and was in prime form, given his limited chances last season. But we'll see whether he's able to play freely, as he has a little chat with Billy Root. Harrison Podmore still to come.
Yes, I remember watching Colin Ingram in a Champions Trophy match on this ground. Would have been the 2013 edition of the Champions Trophy, playing for South Africa against the West Indies. Got to see the likes of A.B. de Villiers, Dale Steyn, and of course I was a student then, so I got in very cheap. It was a rather good deal. Still think Dale Steyn is the most sort of formidable fast bowler I've had the chance to see live, as Root faces up to Zaffer into his 26th over, and he'll get a single off his first ball there. 353 for 7.
Yeah, we were privileged to see Dale Steyn have a brief T20 spell with Glamorgan. The first ball he bowled, and Iron Donald was at slip, and it shot off the batsman's edge, and it was one of those where you expect to see the cartoon of a hole in the bloke and smoke around the edges. He shelled it, unfortunately.
Here's Zaffer bowling, and that's just pushed wide of short leg. There's a shot at the stumps from mid-wicket, and Chris Dent, who always likes a good pivot and throw, but Ingram is off the mark with a single. Zaffer 1 for 100, 354 for 7. There was a moment a bit like that last season with Naseem Shah. We'd seen Naseem bowl those 11 overs before he was injured in the Championship, but he bowled in a T20 game at the Oval, and Jason Roy almost gloved his first ball for 6. As the next delivery is full up to the bat, Root defends away out towards mid-wicket.
I was impressed with Dale Steyn not only with his pace on the pitch, but once after a game here, he was talking to youngsters for about 2 hours afterwards.
Yeah, it was always what they said about him with South Africa as well, as Root plays back to quite a full delivery, but he got the middle of the bat on
I think it was academy or age group players obviously looking to pick up a few tips, and he was knocking around with them on the square of her ages after the game.
Zaffer in bowls, reverse sweep, gone away straight to that fielder who's at that whatever position you want to call it, and it's a single to Root, 87 to him, 355 for 7, lead is 190. Simon Harmer's another one that I know from, well, not first-hand experience, but I saw him talking to Ollie Price for a long time after Gloucestershire's defeat to Essex a couple of seasons ago at Chelmsford. Very generous with his time for other off-spin bowlers, as once more played off the back foot, this time by Ingram, straight down into the ground, and the end of another relatively quiet over. 3 runs milked from it, 355 for 7. But, I know it is not the only person to benefit from the wisdom of Simon Harmer. Be interested to see actually how he gets on this year, because having got back into the international fold, he had a good start when he was first recalled against Bangladesh in home conditions, but sort of in and out of the side against both England and Australia. And then when he did play, I don't think he was dealt the greatest of hands in terms of pitches to bowl on.
As the first ball of the new over is played by Root down into the gully, and there's no run.
It would be interesting to see whether that affects his performance for Essex at all. I suspect probably not.
Gloucestershire rattling through their overs, thankfully, with the spinners, as Root deflects one just wide of short leg. There's initial hesitation, but not sure why. This is a very easy single there. Ingram called him through. 356 for 7. Root to 88 not out, off the unlucky Australian figure of 87, if he'd bothered to think about it. Billy Root looking for his first century in a couple of seasons, as Ingram drives into the leg side, takes a single out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. 99 not out his best last season, frustratingly.
Yeah. Ben Charlesworth had a 99 not out in a Royal London game a couple of years ago. Seen that happen.
Root drives the next delivery from Van Buren up to long on, takes the single. This is all very sedate at the moment, but with 7 wickets down, you wouldn't expect to see Ingram and Root on the scoreboard. It'd be usually 3 or 4 wickets down for that particular pairing. Ingram in late for fitness reasons, neck problems, as he's blocking that one to one of the mid wickets. No run. 8 overs left after this one. Van Buren bowls. Ingram sweeps. He's got that one away down towards backwards square. It's just parried on the boundary, and they'll come back for a couple of runs. Can't quite make out the fielder there.
Oh, all the way down there. I think it's Dale.
Dale.
Possibly, who I think he was out
sliding
there
round the boundary. 360 for 7 at the end of the over. Billy Root is on to 89, and Colin Ingram has 4, and no signs that Glamorgan are going to declare and stick Gloucestershire in for a couple of overs tonight. They'll certainly want to make sure the 4th batting point, if at all possible. They need another 40, and they've got 13 overs to do that.
Right in thinking Colin Ingram's nickname is the Bulldozer or something like that. I've heard Bulldozer before. In comes Zaffer, and there's a reverse sweep from Billy Root, and it will go to that wide 3rd position again, and Root moves to 90, 361 for 7. Middlesex's extraordinary recovery, I mean, we're not even being facetious anymore here, has continued. They're now 134 for 5, so past the halfway mark to Essex's 266. Ryan Higgins 67 not out, John Simpson 50 not out. One of the more bizarre scorecards You'll see 0, 0, 0, 0, 6, 50 not out, 67 not out. It's a conventional sweep this time from Colin Ingram. Will also fetch him a single out towards Denter, deep forward square. Ingram to 5. Lead up to 197. Northamptonshire batting again, second time around, 15 for 1, still trailing Kent by 90 runs. Vasconcelos already dismissed. Round the wicket comes Zaffer, bowling to Root, props forward and nudges this one out towards cover, and there is no run. Kent miraculously saving themselves from relegation last year, winning a trophy to boot. It was an extraordinary couple of weeks for Kent towards the end of last season. Zaffer in and bowls, very full and straight. Plays it right back up the pitch. Well, seems to be for the most part continuing this season for Kent. Zaffer bowls, and that's gone through Hammond, I think. Well, I don't think it was a catchable chance for him. I think it was down just in front of him, and then, or maybe it wasn't, judging by the way he's now beating the turf again. Not the first time we've seen a Gloucestershire fielder do that today, and they've scampered through for a single as well, with Root on to 91.
Yeah, not sure if Hammond did get a hand on it, or whether he just thought he ought to have.
Zaffer bowls to Ingram, who pushes forward and misses the ball. It goes through to James Bracey. Put a hand up in the air, but wasn't really even worth an appeal. And that is the end of the over. So the lead 198. Root just 9 short of 3 figures.
363 for 7 then. I'll do one final over before giving way to Edward Bevan while I prepare the close of play online report. And Gloucestershire probe away to try and finish Glamorgan off tonight if possible. Harrison Podmore still to come for Glamorgan. Root bowls and Root faces up rather to Van Buren bowling and plays the first ball defensively.
Well, I was thinking Harrison Podmore sounds like an interesting character.
As Root plays the next ball to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yes, popular first name Harrison these days, isn't it?
Yeah, there's Harrison Ward, who played for Sussex.
All from Harrison Ford, of course, as Root plays that one pleasantly through the covers, and it's just hauled up inside the ropes. Root is keen on coming back for 3. I'm not sure if Ingram was quite as keen, but since the ball was in the far distance, Root was running to the danger's end, the non-striker's end, and got back safely. He moves on to 94. Ingram has 5. Root's faced 160 deliveries so far. Ingram on strike, batting at 9. As Van Buren rearranges his leg side field slightly to accommodate any possible slog sweep by Ingram towards the grandstand, and Van Buren bowls and Ingram defends on the relatively unpopulated offside. 6-3 leg side field, that's not something you see too often. Left arm spinner to left hand batsman, and Ingram drives into the covers and will pick up a couple of runs here. I don't think it's quite got the power to reach the boundary. It is hauled up inside the ropes, and Ingram is not interested in attempting a third at this stage of proceedings. Visen to boot, the last ball coming up of the 99th over. 6 to come after this evening, and 5 more to get bonus points as Ingram tries to cut that one and misses through to Bracey. It goes 368 for 7. Glamorgan lead Gloucestershire by 203 runs with 3 wickets in hand here on BBC Sport Online.
That's what he said, actually. In his 10 overs, Graham Van Buren has made as much happen as pretty much any bowler today not named De Lange and Tom Price. Another one there which wasn't too far off being potentially a breakthrough for Van Buren. Just finished running through the rest of the scores. Lancashire still just about hanging on against Surrey, 229 for 8 in reply to Surrey's 442. De Grandhomme 26 not out, Williams 18 not out. As in comes Zaffer and bowls, and that's sort of fiddled down towards where a backward point would be. And it's another run to Root to move him to 95. It's a bit of a recovery from Lancashire from 197 for 8, but their backs firmly to the wall against defending champions Surrey. Somerset 240 for 7 against Warwickshire. Lewis Gregory 61 not out. Josh Davey 42 not out. Recovery from 136 for 7 from Somerset. Zaffer bowls to Ingram. Ingram is forward, defending up the pitch for no run. Nottinghamshire 136 for 5 in their second innings. It's a lead of 90. So in comes Zaffer and bowls, and just guiding that one out into the offside, but not far enough away from Zaffer, the bowler, to be able to get a run. Worcestershire 293 for 6 in reply to Derbyshire's 321. Sussex 309 for 8. Playing Durham's 376, so given that Durham are apparently only interested in wins, we'll see what happens from this point onwards in that one. Ingram defends into the leg side, and there's no run. A couple of wickets for Matt Kuhneman, the slow left-arm spinner, signed for, I think, the first part of this season, having done very well in the couple of tests that he played out in India. As off the back foot, Ingram plays it into the ground. Hammond sprawls and tumbles to the turf and fields from short leg. So it's another dot. And Leicestershire 185 for 4 in reply to Yorkshire's 517. So that partnership just broken. Colin Ackerman out for 67. Full delivery, and Ingram has gone after that straight down the ground, and that's gone comfortably over the boundary rope for 6, about 3 rows
effortless,
deep into the stand below us. So Ingram to 13, certainly no signs of any stiffness in that shot, and 375 for 7 is Glamorgan's score. The lead is 210.
Yes, they need 25 more runs and 10 overs, which for the bonus. And that shot by Ingram, he just played into the ball, and effortless shot went over long off for 6. He moves into double figures. He's on 13, 95 for Root, and it's Root who will have strike now. He's played a very good innings, very responsible innings as Root. See that Safa has cracked a ton, 1 for 111, but Van Buren, very economical, 10 overs, 1 for 30. Just as well we haven't had medium pace all day today, otherwise you'd be here at 8 o'clock.
I noticed that every single county championship game is in play at 25 to 7.
Right? Well, the first day there was rain everywhere, wasn't it?
Mm. I think the only place where they didn't have much was Old Trafford, extraordinarily.
Van Buren then is to bowl, still the man on the long on boundary, and he bowls to Root, and Root plays defensively back down the pitch. And we have 5 overs left. Well, to be exact, 4 overs and 5 balls. Round the wicket comes Van Buren, bowls, and that's not really timed. He tried to whip that away to mid-wicket.
I think he hit into his boot.
I don't think he cares too much if he gets 100 tonight or tomorrow, as long as he gets this 100. He'll be selective in the shots he plays. The lead is 210. Here's the next ball, and that is driven nicely down to the long on boundary, and they go through for a single. Root goes to 96. I think he got 100 2 years ago, and did he get the 100th run off his brother, bowling off spin at him at Headingley? When you had the snow. Here's the next ball. It's driven backward of square, tumbling stop there by Zaffer, and the score remains 376 for 7. I seem to remember watching that from home.
Yeah, I remembered seeing that plastered over social media, but I'd forgotten that moment.
Here's the next ball. Forces Ingram on the back foot. Plays it back down the pitch.
That's quite a social media-able moment, really, isn't it? Scoring a
Well, I came back.
your brother.
Glamorgan in a very good position. I came back after my lunch, and the field was white, and I couldn't be. What's something wrong with the television? Here's the next ball is left, and lo and behold, it had snowed fiercely in the lunch interval, and that was it for the day. I think it was the third day in Glamorgan in this sort of position.
There you go. Something always happens with Glamorgan.
Yes.
Yeah, well, we haven't yet covered a game, I don't think, where there's been snow, but we did have a good covering of hail in the first game of the 2021 season against Surrey. End of day 3, I think that was. It almost might as well have been snow. If you'd taken the picture from a distance, you wouldn't really have been able to tell the difference. White covering of the ground at Bristol.
No, Marchand de Lange is back to have
Another
a
spell.
little bowl. What have we got?
He's going to have 2 overs.
2 overs
from
each.
this end.
We'll have the same time of finish, around 1/4 as we had last night.
Yes, rather more overs bowled today, and prospect of 104 uninterrupted overs tomorrow. Well, not uninterrupted, obviously we'll need lunch and tea, but you know what I mean.
Will we have caught up then with the overs, or we will still, during the game, have
They
lost?
will still have lost, yeah, they'll still have lost some. De Lange continues then, starting another spell. It's driven. Nice punchy drive off the back foot by Billy Root. Apologies, I should have let you have this because he was on 96. That was dozy of me. Anyway, he's moved on to 97 now and is off strike. 377 for 7. Lost count of how many spells De Lange's had today. This must be about his 4th, 5th even. He's had a couple of spells which have only been 2 overs. And he's got 3 slips in place for Ingram, who's on 13. In comes De Lange and bowls to him, and that's edged and has been caught this time by Ollie Price at second slip. That one was actually a pretty sharp chance down away to his right-hand side. And Marchand de Lange claims his 3rd wicket, 3 for 63. Ingram driving away with some abandon, getting a thick edge, and well taken by Ollie Price at second slip. So 377 for 8 then. I suppose from Gloucestershire's point of view, they've still got a few more overs left with which to claim maximum bowling points. Something at least. It wasn't really quite there for the drive. His feet didn't move at all.
Not at all, did they? Might have been inhibited by this.
Yes, well,
sort of,
exactly.
Anyway, that's the 8th. No, we're not going to have an over of Gloucestershire tonight again. I doubt it. Yeah, just have a look. Ingram's feet just had a cracking, sharp chance and good catch, really.
Absolutely.
James Harris will make his way.
Almost no celebration at all from Marchand de Lange. And if Marchand's not going to celebrate his wicket, then I think you sort of know where things stand. Yeah, that was a decent piece of bowling from de Lange, but I don't think Colin Ingram plays that shot in other circumstances.
And I think Glamorgan would have taken this morning.
Yes.
A lead of over 200. Root will want to get these 3 runs, as long as somebody can stay with him. Harris is no mean batsman at all.
Yeah, well, he's certainly, as number 10s go, would be above average for sure. I suppose look at Gloucestershire's lineup in this iteration with de Lange at 10, but they may well have somebody else. Might have had a Josh Shaw, for example, at
Was he left
10.
out?
Josh Shaw.
Or was he injured?
Yes, Josh Shaw was left out of the 13. Shaw and
he's a
Charlesworth were the
hard-working-
2 who missed out.
Now then, there are 3. No, there were going to be 4 slips, but you're going to have a short leg as well.
Discretion with the better part of
Yeah.
Fowler there. He's going to go into a mid-wicket.
Yeah, I thought he was going to short leg. We didn't have a lid on.
So Harris then to face in the low sun, as in comes De Lange to bowl to him, and that's dropped away down into the leg side. Quick single, but it was played softly enough that they could come through. So Harris gets off the mark to his first ball, 378 for 7. I'll hand over to you, Edward, as I should have done before with Root on 97.
Yes, very good innings here by Root. I can't remember a chance.
There was. He was dropped by Ollie Price at slip on 76.
That was him, was it? I thought, yeah. 3 short of his 100, and here's De Lange to bowl to Billy Root on 97. Bowls him, goes back off the back foot, and there is his 100. He's cut it firmly out to the extra cover boundary. The second centurion in the Glamorgan innings, and Billy Root moves on to 101. And those runs come in off 166 balls, and he again is absolutely delighted. Off comes the helmet and the wave of the bat and everything else as he celebrates. And Glamorgan move on to 382 for 8. Root is 101. It was a nice juicy shortish ball outside off stump, and left-handers rather like those sort of deliveries.
So De Lange around the wicket to Root, forward, defending off the middle of the bat out into the covers for no run. I think, you know, I've always used, I say always, I mean, when I think of Billy Root, I just think of a sort of busy player, even if he's not cracking boundaries here, there and everywhere, but it's been a busy innings. It wasn't as, I mean, actually he's ended up with more boundaries than Carlson. It's not quite as quick as Carlson's innings strike rate wise, but he's been busy from ball 1 and built on the good work that was started by Byram and Carlson. As De Lange bowls, another beautiful crack off the bat, even in defence there, as it's played up to mid-off for no run. De Lange's got through 20 overs, 3 for 68, and the lead to 217 as the details of the century go.
14 fours and 1 6. That big shot that he hit over long off. So we have 3 overs left this evening. Glamorgan have to get 18 runs for the 4th batting point. And Tom Price is coming up to try and finish off the innings if he can. So this is interesting. 18 runs needed and 2 wickets needed by Gloucestershire.
5 overs tomorrow though. 5 overs tomorrow as well. Bonus points.
Yes, but it's the wicket they'll have to try and keep intact. Harris to face, and Tom Price is back in action, and he is bowling from the river end. 3 slips with the ball relatively new. Here he comes, and he's bowling to the right-handed Harris, and bowls to him now. Harris is defending away onto the offside. So the lead is 217. 2 days remaining.
It feels a long time ago, 35 for 3, that is for sure. And, you know, I think at that point, Gloucestershire would have fancied their chances, whilst knowing that there was always the possibility that the pitch would dry out and flatten out.
It's Price again, he's in and bowls, and again it's defended by Harris.
It's just been partnership after partnership since then, really. I mean, what's that partnership that's just been, I think, of 25, I think, is the lowest partnership since that point of being 35 for 3, and many substantially larger than that, so they've just never lost those wickets in quick succession that could have allowed Gloucestershire any hope of feeling as if they found a way back into the match.
Price is in. Bowls to Harris, appeal for LBW, not out, says umpire Newell. More in hope than in expectation then.
Yes, missing the leg stump. I was actually sent a slow motion from front on, which I hadn't seen before, of the Chris Cook LBW decision, and I have to say it looked fair enough from my point of view, looking at that replay.
I watched it next door.
in live, and I was only looking at it live from the back of the box, and with the action being, as it were, with the batter obscuring the view. But looking at it again, it looked fair enough.
Price balls to Harris, and Harris gets behind that, plays it up to mid-on. Survival is the prime objective here this evening.
Oh, somebody's in good voice over there. Didn't sound like Glammy though.
Sounds more like footy.
Swansea City hooligans.
Certainly not. We don't act like that. Here's Tom Price in again bowls. And, every ball is defended here. One ball left, and then there are 2 overs remaining. ETA, estimated time of arrival at the pavilion, if you like, will be, I think, just after 10 to 7.
Yeah, which I suppose, given a few, not very many stoppages, but just a couple, and Gloucestershire will be still ahead on their over 8 at the end of the day, so at least it won't be docked what points they have garnered.
Harris gets one and he pushes this wide of mid-off, and they go through for a single. He will retain strike. The question then tomorrow will be, if Glamorgan are bowled out, shall we say, in the first 45 minutes, will Gloucester be able to survive 100 overs or so?
Well, that is the thing. I suppose from their point of view, it's an opportunity to bat for a long time, which, and I suppose that's the way they've just got to look at it, really, regardless of outcome, not get too far ahead, and just think of it as, well, okay, if nothing else, at least this is the opportunity for the game time that we've been sorely lacking. That's, I think, the only way that you can really frame it. De Lange then to bowl his last over of the day, bowling to Harris on off stump, defended into the offside for a well-judged quick single. Harris
well judged,
fancied that one and made it quite comfortably, despite the efforts of...
Now this is the sort of day where, if I was a Gloucester reporter like yourself, who am I going to interview?
Well, it's going to be Marchand, isn't it? Really, you've got to talk to somebody who's bowled today, probably, and
he'll touch his cap to you, and
had
then he'll call you sir.
Will he?
Oh yes.
This is junior. First Gloucestershire wicket, I suppose.
Have you interviewed him?
No, I haven't.
Oh yes, he'd be very, very polite.
I know he'll be delightful. They all are. Yeah. De Lange bowls round the wicket, and Root cuts that one away out towards deep extra, and Dent under those shades will send the ball in. Just a single added to the total lead of 220. And I feel most, really, for in these sorts of situations where you've been in the field for this long, for those that just aren't going to get a bowl, the likes of Marcus Harris and Chris Dent, and all you can do is field. I mean, you've really got to enjoy your fielding, I suppose. Here is De Lange bowls, and there's a skewed drive down towards fine leg by James Harris. There's been at least 3 or 4 inside edge drives, but none of them have found the stumps. Single taken, 386 for 8.
I've seen Chris Dent's little left arm twirl.
Yes, wickets. He used to play quite a part in the T20, actually, as well as in the Championship. Oh yeah, I mean,
how old is he now? He must be the other side of 30, is he, Chris?
He's 32. Yes.
Oh, he's got some cricket left.
Yep, signed an extension to the end of 2026 as De Lange bowls, and Root just reaches for that one and guides it out towards deep cover, and will settle for another single. 387 for 8, the lead double Nelson. 2 balls left for De Lange, who will be as weary as anyone trudging off today, delivering 21 overs at, I mean, whilst his pace won't have been sort of right up there for all of those 21 overs, he's been, every time I've looked, he's been well over 80, even late on in his spells, pace has been around about 82, which is no mean going for the 20th over of the day. De Lange in bowls to Harris, left alone on the channel from Marchand de Lange, trying to tempt Harris into having a jab at it, but he decided wisely not to. The partnership at Lord's finally been broken. Middlesex 161 now for 7, and it's Simon Harmer who's done the business. Got rid of Higgins for 70 and Luke Holman for 4, so Essex wrestling back control in that one. De Lange bowls to Harris, dropped away down the surface, and that with an enormous sigh of relief inwardly, I suspect, is Marchand de Lange's work, the bowling crease, done for the day. 21 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 72. He has delivered
hard.
A shift for his side today.
As has the man who's going to bowl the last over of the day, Tom Price, 2 for 51 in 21 overs. That's good work from him. And he takes his sweater off.
Just about manages to peel the sweater off there, I think.
Yeah.
Even that was sort of weary end of day manoeuvre.
This man going out into the extra cover boundary, but I suspect Root won't try anything flamboyant now. He'll just try and get into the 380s, just keep the score ticking over towards that bonus point. Here's Price then, first ball of the last over, bowls to Root. Root tucks it away off his hip out the onside for a single. 104 to him, 389 for 8. Or 388 for 8.
Still plenty of time to worry about. Well, see, I nearly did that then. I was about to say maximum batting points. Of course not. Got as far as the sound.
Seagulls start to swarm as in comes Price and bowls to the right-handed Harris. And Harris just plays it back down the pitch. No run. Your friends are making a noise, aren't they?
Are they my friends? You've decided they're away supporters,
I
have you?
think I could hear them saying, "Come on, Gloucester."
Oh, okay. I've left that a bit late, haven't they? Last over of the day. Yeah. Trailing by 223 before they've even got a bat in hand.
Lubricated.
Halfway through the last over, in comes the next ball and left outside the off stump.
He was on the tighter end of leaves, but here we go. It missed off stump, so it was well judged. But yeah, I don't know. I've still not managed to understand what they're saying. I haven't heard a chant like that for Gloucestershire either. But there we go.
Price turns. Weary Price, you would have thought, and bowls. This is played straight back up to mid-off. 2 balls to negotiate then for Harris, or possibly Harris and Root. It's been a good day for Glamorgan. It's been a hard day for the visitors, Gloucestershire, but they stuck to their task, and although the scoring rate has been pretty high, nearly 4 over, 3.71. Pitch now has dried out. Any residual has gone. The penultimate ball of the day is in comes Price and bowls. And there are no ball. There was a yell, but it wasn't.
No, I think it was Tom Price's grunt returning.
Was it?
Yep.
Last ball then, barring a no baller wide. And the 4th slip comes in as if to say, "Boy, I'm a beauty now, he'll nick it, me." 3rd slip, I beg your pardon, not a 2nd. The shadows from this building going on to this square, but the pitch itself is in bright sunshine. Here we go then. Price to Harris. Harris gets the ball, which keeps a little low, pushes it away in the offside, and that gentleman concludes the entertainment for today. 388 for 8. Glamorgan, the main contributors. Byron made 81, 106 for Carlson.
And then we've got this 100 from Billy Root, who will be taking strike. 104 not out in the morning. Glamorgan need 12 runs to get the 4th batting point, and the lead, which is rather important, is 223. Hope that you enjoyed our transmission again today, and my grateful thanks to Ed and Nick, and from me, Edward Bevan. Nos da chi gyd, which translated, if you don't talk the language of heaven, is a very good night to you all.